this thing to start broadcasting. Hopefully we don't have the same internet problems we did yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle on your end. Oh, welcome back to each of one of you. And of course, very excited today. We get to talk about Dragonflight, World of Warcraft Dragonflight. We get to watch all the interviews, or read all the interviews at least. It's going to be interesting, to say the very least. So I'm really looking forward to all the interviews that was done, or all the discussions, opinions that people may have about Dragonflight. It's going to be a live one. You know, it's going to be a wily one, I think. This expansion really seems to have people quite mixed. So we're going to talk about some of the things that I've seen, some of the opinions that people may have. Obviously, I want to hear from you guys. What do you have to say about it? If you're watching this for the first time over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, but more importantly than that, hit the link in the description down below, because it's always better when it's live. I don't know what else to tell you. It's pretty much the long and short of it. Better when it's live, always. All right, we're just gonna hang out here, wait for people to filter in, wait for people to show up, and then we'll jump straight in to interviews, discussions, and all the rest of it. It's a bit earlier. We are starting the show today, actually a lot earlier, about an hour early. But yeah, Raskov, how you doing, bro? Daesh, how you doing? How's everyone doing? Very happy to have you all here. You were first, Raskov, absolutely. After last night and the oh my god, I've been through a roller coaster of emotions. Wins, how you doing, brother? Lunari, how you doing? Very happy to see all of you, immediately showing up. It's amazing to be here once again. Finally, we don't have any interruptions. There should be no load shedding whatsoever. We will have electricity for the whole of the show. So, strap in, boys. It's gonna be a long one. That's all I can tell you. This is gonna be a long one. We're gonna be here for a few hours. I'm sure most of you are going, dude, I can't take that many hours of you, but fucking tough shit. Here we are, and I hope that you're all ready. Jolly Take, how you doing? Too Bored, how you doing, brother? Stroomy, how you doing? I see you online. I come. There we go. I like it. I'll strap it on. Ooh, wins. Getting a little bit fucking kinky. What's your persona name, Akko? What the fuck is a persona name? The hell is that? Jesus Christ, Wild Twatter is ultra toxic today. Dude, Wild Twatter is always toxic. I mean, what do you expect? I hate Twatter. I don't know why I'm on Twatter, other than the fact that it's a nice place to voice your opinions and then get some asshole with no opinions of his own throw some bullshit opinion at you that some content creator somewhere came up with. So that's basically the long and short of Twatter. Lord Squid, how you doing? Furry persona. I don't have one. I'm not a furry. I don't even understand the furry community, to be honest with you. Why would you want to be with animals or people that look like animals? Or I don't get it. I don't judge it, to each their own. As long as it's two consenting adults or more consenting adults, do whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't mean I understand it or even care about it. Same, I've been trying to get away from it, less stressed out. You shouldn't let people's negativity get to you. I think that would actually be, the number one advice I can give, not just World of Warcraft players, but gamers in general, would be to stop allowing other people's gripes or negativity or criticisms to get to you. And the way you do that is by not making things personal. If someone says something negative about Dragonflight, or someone says something negative about Final Fantasy XIV, they did not insult you, right? You were not the intended target of their insult. The insult was lobbied against a corporation that made a video game. Let the corporation deal with that insult if they so choose, and let the game either approve or disapprove the insult. The problem with so many gamers is that they make a game part of their personality, and I've seen it so much in the last 12 hours. If you say anything positive about World of Warcraft, you get attacked by the people that have made hating World of Warcraft a part of their personality. It's a personality trait. They literally on Tinder in their bio have, 32, male, love going for long walks with my dog on the beach, have a pretty big dick, also hate World of Warcraft because that would be important, right? They attack you. Then you say anything positive about you say anything negative about World of Warcraft, and suddenly the WoW Andes are on your dick, right? Now suddenly they are the ones attacking you because how dare you attack my game? And it's like, dude, after last night, there are legitimate criticisms that can be lobbied against World of Warcraft Dragonflight. I genuinely think you're high on the most, like, copious amount of copium I've ever seen in my life. If you walked away from the Dragonflight's announcement with just absolute positivity, it's like there were definite question marks that you could go, I'm not sure what that is going to be. I'm not sure how this is going to play out. There were genuine question marks that could leave you with a bit of a cautious optimism, at least, where you might be optimistic, as I am. I would say, generally speaking, I'm about 80% optimistic for World of Warcraft Dragonflight. And we'll get into that. I do have a reason why I'm so optimistic for World of Warcraft Dragonflight, but it doesn't mean that 20% is just nonchalant, throw it away, who cares? That 20% is important because that is a discussion and a conversation that we have to have, because the game, this is the most important time for you to have conversations about what bothers you and what you might be afraid of for the next expansion, because this is when the developers are working on the fucking game. If you now spend all your time being completely optimistic and not saying anything, that may be bothering you, guess what? The things that were bothering you are gonna be in the game, probably in the wrong fucking way, because you didn't want to speak out. You wanted to be supportive of, or whatever, of the developers. It is not your job as a player to be supportive of developers. The developers don't fucking pay me. They don't pay me to be their cheerleader. They don't pay any of you to be their cheerleader. You pay them for a product. Their job is to make said product. Do you cheer for the farmer that makes your milk? No, you don't. If a farmer, suddenly delivered a batch of off milk, none of you are going to go, oh, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. How dare you sell a batch of off milk to your customers? What the fuck? And yet somehow those same principles do not apply when it comes to game developers. If BMW tomorrow released a BMW that just falls apart, right? As soon as you drive out of the garage, it falls apart. The doors fall off, the wheels fall off, and it changes color. No one is going to go, oh my God, yay for the BMW developers. No. People are going to be obviously and rightfully so upset about the BMWs falling apart, as they should be. My job is not to pussyfoot around Ian Hazzikostas or Steve Denuser. My job is not to like Ian Hazzikostas or Steve Denuser. My job is to call them to account. That's my job as a content creator. Your job as a player is to hold them to account. It's to expect the absolute best. I saw tweets today by people going, oh, now is the time that we should really show Blizzard some love. The developers are working so hard and you can see the passion while they're talking about the game. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Now is like, why? Why is it my job to make them feel good? They have husbands and wives and loved ones. Let their husbands and wives and loved ones make them feel good. If Ian is having a bad day, let him get a blowjob at home. It's not my job to suck his dick. My job is to expect a good fucking product. I don't give a shit what about his personal life or if he's doing okay. Is he getting all these vitamins? Did he sleep well the previous night? I don't give a shit about that. I'm not paid for that. Like, he's not my friend. I don't have a personal relationship with the fuck. What I have is a professional one. He has a product that I would like to purchase. It's my money. I want to make sure that I don't waste my money. So I am going to ask them to make the best fucking game they can make, regardless of what their personal issues may be. And if you have a hard time at work and, you're not really, the job is not really living up to your expectations, fucking quit. It's not my job. I don't care about your well-being. It's like when people go, oh my God, all this crunch time for the developers. It's like, I don't give a shit. If they don't want to crunch, don't fucking crunch. Tell your boss, fuck you, and leave. It's not my job. I just want a good game. And if you guys fucked around and then had to crunch last month, that's a you problem, not a me problem. If it's consistent and every single game the developers have to crunch, that's where I can get angry at the company. But I don't get angry on behalf of the developers. I couldn't give two shits about the developers. I'll get angry at the company because usually crunch don't lead to good games. Crunch lead to bad games because they're rushing shit and they're not getting it done. But again, not my job, not my circus, not my monkeys. And I hate that players have taken it upon themselves. The developer's well-being is somehow your problem. Can I ask, is there why? Why is that so many people feel like they should care about how the developers are doing? Why is that? Is there anyone that can give me an answer in chat? Sophia, by the way, how you doing? BC, how you doing, brother? I will make the hobos feel better, but not in... Yeah, I will suck a hobo's dick, because hobos have a bad time already of it. But those developers live in luxury. I will not suck any of their dicks. Dark Lady Survival, how you doing? Wow, Shul are really, really happy for Dragonflight, it seems. I'm really happy for Dragonflight, and I'll discuss why, but I want to know from someone that is very, open and loving and empathetic, what is this need to make developers feel good? Or to make, why do we care about developers and their feelings? Because you don't care about the feelings of the person living down the street from you. Unless you know them and you're friends with them, you couldn't give two shits. That guy may have a horrible life and you wouldn't care. So why do you care about a developer that lives halfway across the world from you that you've never really met? They don't really matter. Why suddenly do you care there? I'm not sure if it's a good answer. I feel people defend these dev-made games, which really loved growing up. I get having a personal connection to the game, right? I will defend World of Warcraft as a whole with my dying breath. Anyone that says that World of Warcraft isn't a good game is a liar. World of Warcraft PFA was a bad game. World of Warcraft Shadowlands was a bad game. World of Warcraft Warlords of Draenor was a bad game. But World of Warcraft holistically as a game is a good fucking game. There's a reason why it was King of the Hill for so long. I grew up with it. I love that story. The Warcraft IP, in my opinion, is one of the greatest IPs ever invented. Right? But I don't care about the developers. Their job is just to make the game that I play. I just care about the game. They sell it that you have to care for them. The bad news is also part of it, I think. A lot of people have neighbors they hate. True. Ultimately, I just feel like people have to take a step back and realize that Ian is not your friend. Brian Alinka isn't your friend. Genuinely speaking, they could care less about you. Well, actually, not they could care less. They couldn't care less about you. Landon, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I don't really care about the developers either. Look, I don't want to see the developers die or suffer or something like that. But their feelings doesn't matter to me because my feelings wouldn't matter to them. It is a professional relationship, and it feels like a lot of players have sort of bridged that gap. We often talk about it in terms of streaming, right? Where you have, what's it called again? Pikarku, how you doing? When viewers start to have a personal relationship with the streamer, there's a word for it. I can't remember what the fucking word is called. Oh my god, chat. What is it called again? Not Schulz. No. What it meant, he always seemed genuinely enthusiastic. A parasocial. There we go. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships is sort of one way of looking at it. It feels like a lot of people have sort of established these parasocial relationships with the developers, right? Not just for World of Warcraft, for many games, but they have this parasocial relationship. But it also, and I don't know if there is an actual word for it, there should actually be, but it's when a professional relationship sort of veers into a personal relationship, but it's not reciprocated. So one person is still viewing it as a personal, as a like professional relationship, and the other person is viewing it as a personal relationship. Sort of a delusional mix. And I feel like that's where a lot of people in the gaming industry is today. They forgot that it is a transaction. This person makes a product and you buy said product. This person is not your friend, nor would they ever be your friend. They don't even know you, right? So why are you pretending like you know them? Because I'll tell you now, go on Twitter and write something negative about Ian Azikostas. Watch how many people immediately start attacking you. As if they are the personal caretakers of Ian Azikostas. It's surreal and people have to fucking calm down. I think everyone is purely selfish from a player point of view. If you like a game and a dev is doing badly or ill, the game suffers, which affect the player, i.e. if Yoshi P were ill, I'd worry, because Final Fantasy XIV might suffer negatively. Well, this is not what we're talking about, because in the one sense, that is empathy. So if Ian Azikostas tomorrow was diagnosed with cancer or something, I would not make fun of that. I would be genuinely concerned, because now we're talking about a human being that while we're not friends, I do know him, right? And I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So that would be genuine concern for his well-being, because now we're talking life and death. But if someone is negatively speaking about Ian Azikostas due to the game that he's designing, I don't know if that's the same thing, you know? I don't think that's quite the same as someone being diagnosed with, like, a disease that could kill you or some shit like that. Where your work is dissected and criticized on such a large scale. I mean, that is true. That is true. But then again, it's sort of like... So I'll tell you guys what pisses me off endlessly about streamers and content creators. These streamers and content creators that establish parasocial relationships with their community. So I see this very often. I watch... There's a few streamers that I watch. And every once in a while, I'll stumble across clips from a streamer or something like that. These streamers rely on the parasocial nature of the relationship that they have with their viewers for the viewers to give them money. Like, they are their viewer's best friend, and in turn, the viewer pays them, oftentimes shitloads of money. And then, as soon as the viewer oversteps, so as soon as the viewer sort of overshares or does something that makes them uncomfortable, then suddenly, oh my god, guys, what is this parasocial thing? You guys are just dumping all your problems on me. And it's like, wait a second, you were doing the exact same thing. Like, I've watched your streams where you're complaining about your life. You invited your viewers into your life. Now you're angry that they're sharing too? Like, if you don't want your viewers to fucking share, then don't share yourself. Half of my trouble, most of my trouble, you will never know about. I will never talk about it because it's got nothing to do with you. I love hanging out with everyone here, and I love having a relationship with my viewers. I'm small enough that I can have that relationship, but there are things that's completely private. You know, if my life is falling apart and I can't, let's think of something, I can't pay my bills, that has fuck all to do with chat. Yeah? That's a me problem, not a chat problem. But then if I overstep that line and I start sharing that, then suddenly if a member in chat can't pay his bills, it's only fair that they get to share it too. So it annoys me that there's this double standard, specifically in the content creator space, where content creators love the parasocial relationship as long as it benefits them, but then despises it when it doesn't. You know, as soon as it... So, I don't know if you guys know the concept of... I think they call it grief dumping, or... is it emotional dumping? Something to that effect. It's when you dump your issues on someone else that didn't necessarily ask for it. What's that fucking concept called? Is the least toxic out of all the vocal WoW group. The overall problem with the parasocial relationship is that for many, many years, publicly, the WoW dev team has taken criticisms as a personal attack instead of a critic of their work. Very true. Grief dumping. All right, so Yam Times, thank you very much for that. If you have a stream where people sort of get along and people become friends, much like mine. So I know for a fact that there's people in this stream that have made friends with other viewers in this stream because simply due to the fact that you guys are literally always here when I'm streaming and you see each other all the time and you have conversations and you sort of talk about stuff, you know, all that shit. Can you really call it grief dumping if someone comes into chat and shares something about their life? We've had that before, where someone comes in and says, oh, my aunt just died, or my mother just died, or something like that. And yeah, it's horrible, but it's also sort of, I feel like it's part of just being a streamer. You know, I'm going to be raid. How are you going to be raid, Wild Boy? For what? Raid for what? I mean, I like your content, Akalon, but I'm not going to watch stuff I don't want to watch because I feel compelled to support you. But I don't expect anything less from you. In fact, I would be upset if I find out that there's people that's watching content that they don't want to watch simply because they want to support. I make my content so that you guys can enjoy it. That's it. I have no ulterior motives to the content that I make. I want to entertain. That's it. So if I'm making content that isn't quite as entertaining, I expect you to be like, yeah, Akalon, I don't find this entertaining at all. And then that's it, right? Yes or no, there's DMS for a reason, though. Like, realistically, things can't be sunshine and rainbows all the time, but there are people out there that are constantly just shit in chaos and live in that attention from chats and streamers. That is true if you get someone that's just completely, like, all they do is dump their bad shit on everyone else in the stream. But this is why the way I deal with things is usually someone comes in and they go, oh, X just died or something just bad happened. I'll usually be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that. Chat, hearts and chat for this person, and then I move on swiftly. I don't allow it to drop the mood of the stream because, yes, that person's suffering is bad, but it's got nothing to do with the rest of the stream. And, you know, they shared, it's fine. But I'm not going to sit there and sort of give like an hour's worth of psychological help or anything like that. That's not my job. My job is to entertain, and that's really it. Pigarku, I had COVID 3 times. It's not that bad. Just get it treated and you'll be fine. Ever heard of Boogie 2988? That's what he is famous for. For what, BC? Dumping grief on other people. Zig, how you doing, brother? Maybe you are more grown emotionally that it doesn't affect you, but some streamers you see that grief dumping affect the streamers emotionally for a long time. Someone else's emotional state almost never affects me. I would have to have a very, very personal relationship with you in order for your, like, bad shit to affect me. I can feel sadness towards someone if they go through something bad. I can feel sad and I can say, oh my God, I'm so sorry for that. You know, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna suddenly start feeling the same kind of depression that someone else is feeling. And it's fine. I'm COVID dumping. I appreciate that, Pikarku. This is what this stream is for. Dumping your problems on the rest of us. What do you mean, Akka? Your job is exactly psychological help. You provided a lot of it after 9.0. If you're taking psychological advice from me, you're a fucking moron. I don't think the way I deal with problems is the most healthy. Just gonna throw that out there. Ferorius, thank you so much for the sub. Did really appreciate that. 34 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The way I deal with problems is as follows. I see a problem, and I just ignore the problem. And then it goes away, mostly. If it doesn't go away, you just keep ignoring it until you can finally pretend like it doesn't exist anymore. I don't really care for, like, crying and dealing with your emotional shit. If it's a physical problem that I can solve, I'll solve it. But if it's like an emotional thing, something bad happened or something, you just pretend like it didn't happen and you move on. So don't take advice from me. I don't think I'm the best at that. Or you can do the other thing that I do, which is avoid responsibility like the fucking plague. Anything that happens that might seem like it's going to lead me down an adulting path, I steer clear of. As soon as I see something that I think, oh my god, that's going to lead to some adulting, I don't want to do that. We can ignore debuffs. Exactly. What elephant in the room? Yeah, sometimes what do you mean? Man, why can't I see how long you've been online on mobile? We've only been online for 24 minutes, which is why we haven't started discussing the dragon flights or anything like that, because we're still hanging out, waiting for everyone to arrive so we can actually start talking about the stuff that's important, you know? Do not ask her to babysit. I'm very good with kids, Evie. I am very good with kids. Kids fucking love me. Mainly because I think I have the emotional and sort of like the emotional growth of a toddler, so we get along really well. Plus, I like kids; they're funny as fuck. Next expansion is Steve Denuser's baby. The world is meaningless, nothing matters, and creativity is dead. Why would you hate kids? Kids are fucking fantastic. If they're someone else's, not when they're yours. When they're yours, it becomes your problem as well. But if it's someone else's kids, that's perfect. My cousin just had a kid. I didn't even know that she was married, but, you know, people were texting me going, oh my god, did you hear she had a kid? I genuinely had to text back my aunt, and I was like, she's married? When the fuck did that happen? So, yeah, I guess I'm not the best cousin in the world, but, you know, I do like kids because you can just give them back. Like, you get the good part of kids. Play with them, laugh at them, they do funny shit, and then as soon as you're done, you just go, thank you. There's your kid. Have fun. Your broader man collection will act only as ground mounts in the new zones. Raskiv, where did they confirm that? We already found 2 potential instant retcons, by the way. Andy, we can discuss that a little bit later if you want. I love my kids, hate everyone else's. I feel like having my own kids is too much of a responsibility for me. I barely succeed at taking care of myself. I think if I were to start taking care of kids, that would be a whole different level. Andy, thank you so much for this. Don't have other people's kids either. All right, so Blizzard has confirmed that you will only be able to fly in the Dragon Isles using the new dragon riding system. Your broader mount collection will act only as ground mounts in the new zones. What do we think about this, ladies and gentlemen? Magister, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the tier and sub. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Personally, I don't have much of a problem with it. And I get that there's a lot of people that have very cool mounts and you love your mounts, and that's fine. You can still have your mounts. But as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of nice to have a flying system, a system through which you can fly. You have access to it almost immediately. And FYI, anyone that fucking tells you that it's a time-gated flight system because, you know, you have to level up your flight, you can fly from the beginning. The stuff that you're going to be leveling up is learning tricks and sort of maneuvers on your dragon, and probably learning how to go even faster on your dragon. That stuff is going to be stuff that you level your dragon up with, which you can fly from the fucking beginning. So there's no time gate on flying. You fly from the beginning. From there, you can decide whether or not you give a shit about actually being able to do tricks, or if you couldn't care less. And I get that some people don't fucking care, and that's fine. There's gonna be people who go, I don't care. This is fine, right? There's actually a reason why I love this flight thing so much in Dragonflight, and it goes towards sort of a broader discussion around the Dragonflights, and this is a discussion that we will have, but for the purposes of this topic specifically, in the past, every single system that we got in World of Warcraft was a system that took away from the world. It was a system that did not exist within the world, and oftentimes that system would ultimately sort of take away a lot of the focus of the world. The whole dragon flying thing that we get in Dragonflights, it's a system that relies on the world. So for this system to work, the world has to be interesting. When is the last time that we had an expansion in World of Warcraft where the world itself was content? Where the world itself didn't simply exist to be a place to give you world quests that no one wants to fucking do. And for the most part, once you've done all your world quests, you spend most of your time inside a building taking care of all the other bullshit, right? Like, literally, in my opinion, for the last 3, maybe 4 expansions, World of Warcraft has been a menu clicker where the world simply exists so that they can say there's a world. Like, the world simply exists so that it isn't just a menu clicker, because technically there is a world. This is the first system in a very long time where we actually get the ability to see a system that is going to rely on the world being worth traversing. You're gonna want to have a world that is worth exploring. What is that island over there? What is that hill over there? What is that forest over there? If the world is empty, no one's gonna give a fuck about this flying thing. Because, well, why would you? There's so many cool things that I also immediately thought of. You guys can tell me if I'm completely nuts. But dragon racing. Like, genuinely an NPC that you can talk to sign up for dragon racing, where you race against other players in the zones. And there's physical rings that you have to go through, and a track that you have to fly through, and obstacles that you have to go through. And the better you get, the more, maneuvers you can pull off on your dragon, the higher you move up. And there's a whole ranking system of flight. So you have ranks. You start off in the bottom rank, and then you sort of work your way up. These are all things that I think could be fantastically fun for players to actually partake in. So I don't mind that that dragon riding is the only way that you'll be able to fly in the Dragonflight or in the Dragon Isles, because it's so iconic as a system, and as a system, it allows Blizzard to make the world sort of breathe around it, which I think is going to be really cool. In my opinion, at least. Evie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I find the zones we saw so boring. It looks like it's out of vanilla with how boring and uninspired they look. To be fair, what we saw from those zones were very little. We saw, at most, movable screenshots. It was effectively not just screenshots, but it may as well have been. So we haven't seen the full zones yet. We haven't seen exactly what exploration could look like in these zones. It's one of those things that I'm sort of hot and cold about in Dragonflight at the moment. Is what we've seen is okay. Some of it not so much. Like, I agree with your overall take on the zones. They look fine. They don't look amazing. They don't blow me away. They look fine. Which, fine is never good, right? Good is fine. Fine is not fine. You should do better than fine. But luckily it's early, right?
And not just WoW, but almost, is Ravendreth, and nothing can compare to Ravendreth.
Ravendreth is cool, but my favorite zone in terms of functionality is Nazjatar. My favorite zone in terms of feelings is Nagrand, old school. I know, Lotus, I do have it, so I can actually see the dislikes. Personally, I feel like a lot of people are judging the expansion way too early. And when I say judging, like I said, you should absolutely call out things that you wish is better. So, for example, call out the zones looking boring, because the Blizzard developers still have time to make the zones even better, to actually make the zones pop, right? They still have time, they can still do it. But overall, when people go, yeah, Dragonflight's fuck it, it's stupid, it's like, can you really say that? Like, based on what we've seen, can you really make the assertion that it is stupid? At best, you can make the assertion, I'm not sure. But to just straight up go, yeah, fuck this expansion, I think you're showing your hand a little bit. I do think that people are hating just for the sake of hating. I also think that anyone that doesn't like this system, it's just weird. Why wouldn't you? But I wonder why. Why has Blizzard confirmed? This is now, like, the more I'm talking about it, the more I'm starting to worry about this. Am I crazy for thinking this is Blizzard's way of ensuring that people actually partake in the system? Because that's literally the thought that just came up to me. Like, I was sitting here talking and I didn't have a problem with it, and suddenly I thought to myself, wait a second. This is... If you don't give a shit about dragon riding, you're still going to have to partake in the system because Blizzard have effectively removed any other ability for you to fly. Now I like this change less. Dragon flying is going to be only for this expansion. We'll get to that because that is definitely something that I also don't like. The sort of flight sim makes nauseous, so I kind of have a real issue with it, but... see, I hate when Blizzard does this. They have this fear of people not engaging with their systems. They have this genuine fear that if they don't force everyone to do everything in the game, that some people will just not do those things. And it's kind of like, but so what? Like, look, if not everyone wants to do the thing that you put in the game, then that's fine. Then maybe make the thing more interesting. You know, maybe make the thing more interesting. This seems fucking interesting. I think a lot of people are going to do it either way. I think even if you gave people the ability to fly their own mounts, they would still want to do this because it seems like an interesting thing. It seems like an interesting concept. So what I want to see, Blizzard, if you ever watch this, which I don't think you will, remove that. Give people the ability to fly on their own mounts without the tricks and the maneuvers, and then have this system be its own thing. Don't try and force people into it. Don't try and maneuver people into doing it so that you can sort of pad your engagement numbers and make sure that people see this system like and say, oh my god, so 100% of the players are partaking in the system? That's so cool. Only there was no other option. 100% of the player base had to partake in the system. That's not a real metric, Blizzard. Ultimately, I think Blizzard is hurting themselves with stuff like this. Because if I'm making a video game, yeah, specifically one where I can actually draw from the community, so I can get data from the community, what you want is a purely unbiased data sample. So if I'm going to implement a system, I want to see how many players are actually partaking in the system. The second you force players into the system, you now have a biased data set. How do you know whether people like or hate the system? You don't. Because ultimately it could be fun, but you wouldn't know because, well, no one's making an active choice. If you had a boyfriend or a girlfriend that you manipulated and blackmailed into that relationship, are you ever truly going to be happy? Of course not, because you're never going to know whether or not they're with you because they love you, or if they're with you because they don't want you to leak whatever the fuck you have on them. This is exactly the same thing. Blizzard is never actually going to know whether or not the system is fun by forcing people into it. And I hate that they keep doing this because it taints the data sets. In the next expansion, what are you going to do? Because when the next expansion rolls around, how are you going to know whether or not this system should actually continue? You're not gonna. Because you don't fucking know. I hate this. Blizzard, stop shooting yourself in the foot. Please, just stop. Let people play the fucking system if they want. And then if not enough people are playing the system, make the system better and cooler and give people a reason to want to do the system. Don't give people a reason to do the system. That's it. I'm actually going to retweet this and let's just quickly see if I can condense my thoughts on this. Having everyone engage in the system. Blizzard, stop painting your datasets. Let people choose what they like. And if not enough players are doing it, make it better. Stop forcing players out of fear. What do you think of that? Does that sort of encapsulate my thoughts in 140 character or 280 characters or less? Priya, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. There we go. It's a small thing, Akko. Who cares? I care. King Julian, what the fuck are you talking about? Who cares? If I didn't care, I would go, oh, this is not a story for me. I don't care. I'm moving on. The fact that I literally spent, what is it, the last 10 plus minutes ranting about it should prove to you that I care. This has happened on the channel before where someone goes, oh, did you see this? And I genuinely go, I don't care. This doesn't bother me. And then I move on because I don't care. So I care, which is why I fucking spoke about it. Am I weighing it? Oh, okay. Good thing to know, King Julian. I tell you what, you start your own stream and then you can bitch and moan about whatever the fuck you want to bitch and moan about. Let me bitch and moan about whatever I want to bitch and moan about on my stream. Deal? Good. Sounds good. Not entirely agreeing with this take. I think they're trying to do a wipe for mounts to have, again, that excitement when you get a cool armor for your mount. Raskov, I can absolutely understand that. I can absolutely understand that there might be another reason, but the fact that it comes across as that is a problem. If that is what they want to do, they should come up with a different way of doing it. If what they wanted was sort of that new exciting feel for flying, come up with a different way of doing it. Don't block people from using mounts that a lot of people really care about their mounts. Dog Lady's Bible. That was hardcore. I can't set up for myself for shit. Look, if you're going to come to my stream, you have to understand that I'm going to say shit that offends you. If you don't fucking like it, that is your problem. You either swallow your offense or you fuck off. It's as simple as that. No one's forcing you to be here. But you guys are going to say things that offend me, and I'm going to fucking say, you're a fucking moron. I don't think you're right. Right? That's it. That's the discussion. If you can't handle pushback, you shouldn't be here. You guys push back, I can handle it. Let's have that discussion. But then you should also handle when I tell you you're a fucking moron. That's it. I don't mean anything bad by it. I'm not really insulting you. If you knew how I speak, you would know this is just how I speak. If you're taking it personal, that's your problem. Mario, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. What about all the dragon mounts I've collected over the years? Why can't I use them for dragon flying? You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Raz, what you said there, this is what people are feeling. A lot of players will immediately go, what the fuck? Like, I have all these dragon mounts that I was so looking forward to actually being able to fly on, and now I can't fly on them? What the fuck? Right? So it immediately feels like you're punishing the players in order to introduce your own system. Which is actually, like, I think that's what it boils down to. Why are you punishing the player in order to push a system? Don't do that. You're making it worse. Like, it's fine. This system already excites me. You don't need a carrot on the stick. I'm gonna fucking do the system anyways because it feels interesting and fun. You don't need to force me. Like, that's it. I don't like the mounts in World of Warcraft all that much. I think flying in World of Warcraft is ridiculously boring to begin with. I think flying in World of Warcraft is horrible. So, this actually is something that plays into my request that I've had for fucking years now. Make flying something. You know what, actually, I just thought of a better way to express this. People being upset and crap, for those of you that's just coming in, this take from Blizzard, I'll make it bigger so you guys can fucking see, this thing that Blizzard is doing. I'll actually, let me refine why this isn't necessarily the best way for Blizzard to approach. For years now, I have hated flying. I think flying is one of the worst things in World of Warcraft. Not because I don't think flying can't be cool. It's because flying actually just takes away from the game in World of Warcraft. If you think about flying, as soon as you can fly, 90% of the world is completely null and void. The world no longer matters because you're flying over most of it. And just landing wherever and then doing that thing quick and then flying away again. So you're basically just removing shit from the game. Flying adds nothing to World of Warcraft. It simply gives you a shortcut of doing your dailies in a world that is already fundamentally dead. This, the dragon riding system, does two things. First and foremost, it puts the world of World of Warcraft first. Because if the world isn't interesting, the dragon riding system doesn't matter. So you're actually going to have to spend time making the Dragon Isles really cool and interesting, because the dragon riding system relies on that. But it also fundamentally turns flying into an addition to the game rather than a subtraction. Because flying becomes now its own mechanic, its own talent system, its own breathable content, which is fun, and I love that. And then Blizzard goes, with all of this, Blizzard goes and says, but you can't fly any of your other mounts. This is the only flight system in World of Warcraft, Dragon Isles. And I'm going, why are you punishing players in order to try and force them to engage with your system? People are already going to engage with the system. It's a good fucking system. Why punish players? There are a lot of players that care about the mounts that they collect. There's a reason why so many people spend almost all their fucking waking hours collecting mounts. Because it's their mounts. They care about those things. So now you're punishing them because you're afraid of not everyone partaking in the system. You're trying to make it seem like there's more engagement for the system than what there may have been. And you don't even know yet. It might be that 100% of the players actually do the thing because it's a fun system, and they couldn't care less about the system. They couldn't care less. They'll just keep doing it. But you wouldn't know until you allow players to actually play with the system. So it annoys me that Blizzard does this because I feel like it punishes the players for a system that Blizzard is introducing into the game, which should never happen. We spoke about this literally at the beginning of the stream. Stop punishing players for wanting to play the game the way that they want to play it. If someone couldn't care less about dragon riding and they just want to fly around on their dragon, let them. Let them. Now, someone brought up, and I feel it would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that. Someone brought up that this might not actually be why Blizzard is doing it. Blizzard wants to introduce a new system that feels fun and engaging and people actually get excited by it. It doesn't matter. It does not matter why Blizzard wants to remove normal flying in dragon flights and instead want to go with this. Because for the average player, it comes across as you're taking something away from me so that you can give me something else. So you're punishing me so that I can get another treat. That's how it comes across. And once it comes across that way, does it really matter what you wanted it to come across as? No, it doesn't. That's the end of the road. this system has a lot of potential. It does. It actually does have a lot of potential. I fear that Blizzard is going to hurt themselves by not tapping into that potential. I do. I do fear that Blizzard might just... this may end up hurting it, because a lot of people are going to complain, and this is going to be... like, mark my fucking words, chat. I will say this right now. Clip it and ship it. If Blizzard does this, by patch 10.3, Blizzard will have to revert this decision. People are going to bitch and fucking moan until Blizzard reverts it. And then in 10.3, we're once again going to have to go, well, Blizzard took you long enough to actually just do what the players have asked for from the fucking beginning. Why would you launch your expansion yet again with something like this? I mean, if this problem already potentially exists and the game isn't even out yet, why release with this problem in the first place? Just let people fly for the love of fuck, Blizzard. Give people their mounts, let them fly around. I would even be okay with dragon riding being available from the minute you get to the Dragon Isles, and then normal flight being available once you hit max level. I could even be okay with that. You know, so for example, the dragon flights are okay with you flying around on one of their dragons as long as you're leveling. But then once you hit max level and you've proved yourself as an ally, they go, okay, you know what? We trust you now to fly on any of the mounts that you have because we trust you, right? That gives it a little bit of a lore reason. It gives a little bit of an RP reason. Why not? This is just going to turn into a fucking nightmare. I can already see the videos and the forum posts of people bitching and moaning about not being able to use all their mounts in the game, because this dragon riding is the only thing. What happens to people? Because there are actually people who don't like, dragons, not that much. Like their dragon mounts isn't their favorite mounts. Let's quickly see in chat here. What's your favorite mount, chat? Hawaiian, thank you so much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I agree with your take on the deep dive. I vote for new magical bait mount so I can dream the Nightmare Shadowlands was. True. Anexia, Dragonhawks, Ashes of Alar, Tergosa, Mim's Head, Invincible, Green Proto Drake. Well, an old Proto, but I want to stick to it. Twilight Drake, Ashes of Alar, Tolbulk, Paladin Classman from Legion. All right, so as you can see here, there's a mix of what people like and what people don't like. Some people like their dragons, but note also that a lot of the times those dragons are specific dragons. So they like a very specific dragon. Other people like dragons, and that's fine. It just seems like this is a potential nightmare that you could avoid by simply reverting it. Because my main question becomes... and this sort of, I feel, should always be the main question that you ask yourself. Chat. If Blizzard allowed people to fly on their own mounts in Dragon Isles, how does that take away from the Dragon Isles? How does that take away from the enjoyment of the Dragon Isles? Fly motorcycle. Miku, pretty true. It ruined the vibe of the zone, maybe? How would it ruin the vibe of the zone? Because ultimately, you're still being able to sort of move through the zone, right? Yeah, but Save and Raven, this dragon riding system already removes the need to be on the ground, because you get the dragon riding system earlier than we've ever gotten flying in World of Warcraft ever. Well, there you go. King Julian is the one who really hated the fact that we even have a problem with this, and King Julian just made the point that settles it. It doesn't. Whether flying on all mounts is added to the game, right, or isn't added to the game, doesn't do anything. You're still going to enjoy the expansion Whether you can fly around on your normal mount or whether you can fly around on the dragon riding system, it doesn't matter. So ultimately, just fucking keep it there. Just allow people to fly because the end result doesn't change anything. If you go with the option of removing flying, you create instant chaos and friction between the player base and the dev community. If you allow people to fly on their mounts, nothing happens. Some people will do dragon riding because they like the system. Other people will not do dragon riding because they don't give a fuck about the system. Nothing changes. And when you're in a situation where one option gives you only wins and the other option gives you potential downsides, why are you taking the option that gives you potential downsides? I do not understand. I don't get it. Flying with mounts too, since people spend time to get the mounts. Here again, Blizzard isn't valuing the time the player spends on the game. True. I guess Dragonflight will be faster on average, giving the speed up utility. Also, maybe gathering from a mount in Dragonflight. Knights, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. None of that takes away from it. So you can still have all those very cool things on the dragon riding system and still allow people to be on their own mounts. Would have freaked out if all of their mounts flew in a new way. Yeah, but Seven Raven, that's why I'm not saying at all that all the mounts should be the dragon riding system. The dragon riding system should exist, and that's fine. And you should have only that dragon. But being able to fly on your other mounts is what you want, and you should have that. Jortsy, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Max, how am I judging? Let's quickly talk about this, Maxim. How am I judging? Dude, this pisses me off so much. All right, so Maxim, for those of you that maybe missed it, let me just quickly... You're quick to judge. They are going to release the pre-patch maybe months from now. They will listen to the player base now. If the player base isn't fucking speaking, they're not listening. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't like a certain thing that they're doing, but base not tell them that I don't like it. Let's keep it a fucking secret. Don't say anything. Let them guess what we don't like. And then they'll listen. Magically, they'll figure it out by the time the fucking expansion launches. Or, hey, I don't like this thing. I think this could potentially be a problem. I think I'll give them a fucking clue as to what I'm not liking so that they can actually listen and fix it when it launches. How's that judgment? I don't understand. What am I judging exactly here? I'm not judging jack shit. I am speaking about a potential problem that I may have should it launch as such. And you're telling me you're judging too fast, bro. They'll listen. The pre-patch is months away. It's like, yeah, it's almost as if now is the time to fucking speak, because once the pre-patch hits, it might be a little too late. Dude, I despise when the WoW player base does this. It does my fucking head in. It's like, dude, it's only beta. Why are you complaining? Maybe because this is exactly when we should fucking complain? It's beta. This is when you should complain so that they know what the complaints of the community is. Yet the WoW player base is like, no, don't say anything bad. This is only beta. You shouldn't say bad things now. Let them figure it out on their own. It's like, then why the fuck do you have a beta in the first place? If you didn't want feedback from the community, why do you have a beta? It's annoying. I don't understand why this thing exists within the player base. Okay. Genuine question. When is the right time to complain then? If you're not allowed to complain during beta because it's only beta and they'll get to it, right? Okay, Maxim, you say there, I'm hoping for the base, that's all. And yeah, you got a point about the player base. How are we going to change that? By speaking about it. If you're hoping for the best, but you're not actually telling them why you don't or what you don't like, what are you hoping for? Dude, if you hope that your girlfriend is going to give you a blowjob one day, but you don't actually tell her that you want a blowjob one day, she's not going to give you a fucking blowjob. Perhaps giving her a clue might be the way. Or maybe your girl gives sloppy, horrible blowjobs and you don't like it. Well, if you just keep quiet and keep saying, well, you know, it's only the first month, it'll get better. If she doesn't know that you don't like the fact that you're swimming in spit by the end of your fucking blowjob, she's not going to change. Because at the end of the day, you're still letting her blowjob you. You still come, and yet you know you don't give her a clue. You don't go, excuse me, I don't actually like the way you give me a blowjob. Less teeth would be good. It feels like you're chewing off my dick or some shit. If you're not actually giving her that clue to what you would like different, she's not going to fucking change. But we expect this from the Blizzard developers. We shouldn't give them a clue as to what we want different. We should keep quiet. Let them figure it out. But then if they don't figure it out, we bitch and moan because how dare you launch the game in this horrible state. It's like, well, you should have spoken when you could have spoken during the alpha, during the beta, during the pre-patch, but you kept saying, dude, it's only alpha, why are you complaining? Dude, it's only beta, why are you complaining? Dude, it's only pre-patch, why are you complaining? Dude, it's only 9.0, why are you complaining? Dude, it's only 9.1, why are you complaining? Dude, it's only 9.2, why are you complaining? 9.3, Blizzard eventually does all the things that I said from the fucking beginning they should do, and then people go, see, I told you Blizzard would fix it. Like, yeah, because I never fucking shut up. I kept crying and bitching and moaning until they finally listened because everyone else just stopped playing. And now you go, see, they're finally listening. If you joined me in bitching and moaning in the fucking alpha when you were supposed to, maybe we wouldn't have to wait until 9.3 or 10.3 for this shit to finally get fixed. Maybe it would have been fixed by launch. So, no, stop hoping for the fucking best. Jesus, stop hoping for the best. Demand the best. Demand it. Why are you hoping? Is Blizzard doing you a favor? Like, is Blizzard doing you... Look, if you met a random girl and she just suddenly started giving you a blowjob, you can't really complain if it's not a good blowjob. She's doing it out of the kindness of her heart, right? But if you're paying a hooker to give you a blowjob, you absolutely have the right to complain. You're paying for this service, fuck. This is your service. You get to demand quality. This is the same thing with Blizzard. Blizzard isn't doing you a favor. They're not releasing this game on their dime and you get to play it for free. You're paying for this product. You have the right to demand quality to at least the level that you think you deserve. That's it. And I'm not saying that everything I bitch about is going to be the right thing. There are ways that I want to play the game that isn't the same as everyone else's. And I fully understand that. But as much as I have the right to bitch and moan about something that isn't right and I think should change, you have the right to bitch and moan about things that you don't quite like as much, right? But we should, because that's how we give Blizzard a clue that we're not quite so happy and that they should change. Stop with this bullshit of it's only alpha, it's only beta, it's only pre-patch. Fucking stop. It's not only anything. This is when we should complain so that it actually gets better. Hopefully that's the last time we ran today. Hopefully. King Julian, I'm not even paying attention to whatever the fuck you're writing. Because it's so obviously bullshit. Maybe the GF only gives bad BJs because she likes hobo fantasy. This is possible, but then you should tell her that you don't like the hobo fantasy that she has because it's not fun BJs. You don't even pay Blizz a sub, so you don't get to complain. Toxic, they could get my sub if they start listening to my complaints. I have the money. I could give them my sub tomorrow. I just need them to make a good game, and then, you know, we're A. We can go. He's typed the same thing about 4 times now. He does that. For those of you that don't know, King Julian is drunk as fuck usually by the time he watches me. He's from Australia, so, you know, forgive him. He's drunk, and then he just says shit to disagree. That's it. Up on the pre-patch bus, all happy and ready. Then the game launches, and bam, the bus crashes. I go flying through the front window because I was so excited I forgot to wear a seatbelt. They're going to have to do a bit more convincing if they want me to get on the same bus with my broken arm and black eye. I mean, it is what it is, but he fits in here. Yeah, I mean, I don't want King Julian to leave, and I don't want him to stop drinking. He's fun when he's drunk as shit. Because mainly he triggers other people in chat, and I love when I see people in chat being triggered. Especially when they don't know that he's just drunk as shit. Why would you ban him? He doesn't do anything wrong. Alright, so, what do you guys want me to react to? I'm looking at content suggestions. Interviews. All manner of shit. Go into Discord right now. Drop it into the content suggestions so we can start going through this. Exactly, Alvin. Exactly. Final Fantasy XIV works like that too. They do, Paul, they release expansion. They look Reddit, forum, Twitter. They adjust 6.05 onwards, player feedback all the way to 7.0. It is how it is. You correct, Akalon. They only ask player feedback to be kind and respectful. So what you say is 100% true. Like, look, I want to be clear. Your feedback and your criticisms should not be like mine. Because we're not going to get anywhere like that. I tend to swear at the developers. I tend to get angry at the developers quite a lot. My feedback is mainly to point the community to where they should provide feedback. Then I rely on those of you that is much better mannered than me to actually provide the feedback in a constructive way. Because that should not be me. Can we get that ban or that timeout removed from Arcanist, please? I probably do it myself as well. Yeah, guys, you can't link anything in chat unless you're you can't link anything in chat unless you're subbed to the channel. Send you the link of Hazel's interview with Ian. All right, so do you guys want to react to some interviews and stuff? Oh wait, before we do, I want to talk about something. I had one huge issue with the announcement. Can anyone guess what that was? There's one thing that pissed me off more than anything else. One thing. Shadowscanic, how you doing? It's not about the lack of content. We've seen this before with Blizzard where they announce something that clearly isn't announceable really yet. The presentation. The presentation was... I guess at this point, I should not be surprised. It's so clear that Blizzard's PR department doesn't have a fucking clue what they're doing. Because this was their presentation. Oh, but isn't the next expansion about dragons? Oh, yes, I'm so glad you're asking. We have dragons now. Oh my god, that's so funny. I remember when I was playing through Dragons and Cataclysm, and I really loved it. Yes, and we have more. Can you tell us what we have going? Yes, of course. Look at this, kids. We have Bonnie. It's like, dude, I'm not a child. Why are you doing this fake shit? This is stuff that you do with kindergarten kids who can't yet figure out that you're being fake. Like, why are you talking to me like this? Like, what the fuck? I can see that it's all scripted. Like, I can see, and this actually pissed me off the most was when John Haidt sat there and he went, you know, I've just been looking through the live chat and people are so hyped it really looks good. I'm like, bitch, please. You've not fucking looked at the live chat. What are you talking about? You're looking at the live chat. Where? You don't have live chat anywhere near you. This was clearly shot before the live stream. You guys shot this, you made sure it's all there, and then you read off your scripts. None of this was live. You want to know what should have happened? It should have been Ian and 2 other people. So take 2 leads from different departments in World of Warcraft, sitting down in front of a PC with a camera on them, literally the PC from where they're live streaming. Show us the cinematic, show us the deep dive, and then start talking to the community. And when I say talking to the community, I mean Yoshi P style. Take the questions from fucking chat. So chat is asking questions, take their questions and answer them. Move to where chat is wants the conversation to move. Because people in my stream, myself, I've watched a couple of other streams cover it. People were so desperate for certain things to be discussed, and yet none of those things are discussed because it's not an actual fucking live stream. If you're going to announce the next expansion live, it has to be a live stream. It can't just be me giving you a video. Look, how many of you would actually turn up every single evening when we stream, right? If the only thing that happened is, as soon as you come to the stream, I play videos that I've already recorded. How many of you would actually turn up? So I record 3 hours worth of videos, and then I just run video after video after video after video after. None of you would fucking be here. Because you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, upload that shit to YouTube, you bitch. I want a live conversation where I can tell you to go fuck yourself and you can go fuck you. That's what I want. I want that back and forth between the streamer and myself. That's what we needed. Blizzard desperately needs to fix their relationship with their community. Yeah? This is not the way you do it. Because they're sitting around that table and they're trying to mimic a conversation between gamers. And it feels nothing like a conversation between gamers. Like nothing. It doesn't feel like... There was one point where one of the developers made a joke. Right? They made a joke. And then the other developer actually laughed at the joke as if it was funny. When it was so clearly not funny. Like, whoever wrote that joke isn't a comedian. It doesn't, like, there's no punchline there. And yet they laughed because the script said, laugh here. And it's just sort of like, dude, this is not the way. This is not the fucking way. Andy, I can't remember what it was, but I know in my reaction to it, I sort of went, was that funny? Because they said it and one of the developers laughed and I genuinely just said, was that funny? Like, I don't know where where's the funny? That's the only problem I have with that script. And the reason this is something that I bring up before we get into the interviews is it still fundamentally shows how disconnected Blizzard is from their community. Blizzard still doesn't seem to make that connection. What the community wants is a personal touch to almost not necessarily a personal relationship, but a closer relationship. Whereas Blizzard is currently, so there's 2 ways of doing this. You either treat this as a full professional relationship. So there's no live stream or anything like that. It's the cinematic, it's the deep dive, done. Over. Or you do this as a proper personal thing where you sit down, you talk to the community, you have that relationship with them, you get to indulge the community in their questions. Why is it that all of us show up every year for BlizzCon? Exactly for that reason. Because during BlizzCon, there's the Q&A, and that's live. We get to ask questions of the developers, and we see the developers actually having those discussions live. Usually, and this is something that I've missed for so long, back in the day, we used to get these engineering conversations. I don't know if you guys remember it. Sort of like a campfire conversation by Blizzard developers, where the engineers would literally sit with the whole audience around them. They would sit in the middle, and they would just have a conversation about things. And they would play off of the audience. The audience would say things, that this would happen, that would happen, and together you build a sort of conversation that players can follow. What happened last night, thank God, I'm kind of excited for the new expansion, because if it was a horrible announcement plus a horrible presentation, I think we would be having a very different conversation today about the new expansion, because I am genuinely excited for the new expansion, and I have genuine reasons why I think the next expansion could be good. Just not that presentation ever again, please, Blizzard. Is there anyone here that liked the presentation? On a tangent for the next hour and ignore chat. What time do you need me today? After the stream, that's all I can tell you. Andy, why did you like it? Seems shallow. Eyebrows. Like the content, not the presentation. Fake as fuck, no thanks. Only thing I liked was the new race class combo. It was alright. It was alright, but I'm unsure. I'm too, Akko. It's been a while that I have actually wanted to play WoW. I'm right there with you, KB. I did actually, like, I did actually think about it today. I was like, fuck, maybe I should just resub to WoW. And then I remember Dragon House isn't for a long time, and I don't feel like trudging around in Shadowlands. So we'll just leave it at that. The interview, they are never off the cuff unless at BlizzCon. It's always been that way. Meeks, I know, which is another gripe I have with their Q&A bullshit. I mean, I was so excited about the announcement in general that I enjoyed it for the most part, but it was definitely cringy. I mean, cringe is fine as long as it's, like, obviously cringy. But when you try to be serious and it comes across as cringy, that's usually very, very cringe. But mostly cringe I can deal with. So, question time. How many of you were completely and utterly underwhelmed by the announcement last night? You were hoping for more. You were hoping for more systems. You were hoping for more things that you would ultimately get to do. How many of you were completely underwhelmed? Kind of underwhelmed? No. The only thing I liked about the presentation is one of the best buds made it to one of the senior quests. All right. I was happy with everything. My expectation bar is always low. So can I tell you guys why I am actually excited for the Dragonflights? And I'll be honest with you, it was underwhelming. And that's actually why I'm excited for it. It was underwhelming. I'm not going to deny that. Everyone that said that they were underwhelmed is absolutely correct. It was underwhelming. We got very little. Even if they gave us more insight into the systems and features that we're going to get, it was still very little. Think about it. What is it that we're getting new in this expansion? Like, actually new in this expansion? We're getting dragon riding, yeah. We're getting the Dragon House, which is actually just part of the expansion, so that doesn't necessarily count. We get the new talent system, so that's number 2, right? We get a new race and a new class combo. We have the rework of the UI, which maybe we can look at it as a feature. And we have the rework of professions. Is there anything I'm missing? It's about 5 things that we're getting. It's just those 5 things, right? I feel like I might be missing something. Am I missing something? I already have talents. But fuck the ducks, dude. But okay, yeah, we have ducks, so that's 6 things. Are we going to be trudging along, waiting to get to max level and on patches for actual gameplay? Don't know yet, but, you know. Okay, so we have 5 things. And most people will look at this and say, but dude, in Shadowlands, we got Covenants, we got Conduits, we got Soulbinds, we got Torghast, we got Raids, we had Dungeons. Of course, we have those here as well, right? We had the Maw, we had Korthia, we had Tassavesh, which was another dungeon that was implemented. We eventually got Zereth Mortis, and I realized we're going into even extra content here that's later on, which this expansion will probably also have, right? But a lot of people would have said, if you look at the pure content, Shadowlands had far more content. Because let's be honest, class reworks, while good, isn't really a full frontal feature. It's not something that your class is going to be your class, and yes, it's going to have talents, but that's not a feature. It's not something like Torghast or the Maw, or Covenants or Soulbinds or something like that, right? It is something that's just there, and now you have talents on your class. The UI updates, while big, still doesn't mean much, right? Because again, it's not a feature. It's not a system that you can actually play in. And that's exactly why I'm excited, because it was so extremely underwhelming. You want to know why? Blizzard have never been able to pull off their abundance of gameplay systems in a single expansion. They've never been able to pull it off. What ends up happening is that all of those systems feel underbaked, half completed, nowhere near ready. Because they can't be. You're biting off way too much than you can fucking chew. You're trying to give players the sun, the moon, and the stars, and you manage to give them a low-quality picture of it, because there was no way that you were going to get them there anyways. The things that Blizzard announced last night seems like things that they can deliver on and do well. And that's why I'm excited. Nothing that they announced last night feels like unbelievably difficult to pull off. It feels like you could absolutely do this. You could do the talents. You've done them before. The dragon riding thing, while yes, challenging, there are other games that have done it, so you should be able to do it. The UI updates, there's so many add-ons, you can do that, I'm pretty sure. The new class, I think you can pull that off as well. The class looks pretty cool already, so I think we're in good hands. It's nothing like previous expansions where I look at the systems and think to myself, it could be so fucking cool if it works. Because that's what I've always said. With BFA, with Shadowlands, this was always my thing. This could be really cool if it works. Like, it could work, and if it works, it's going to be really cool, and then it never works because you were trying too much. Matel, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They can pull this off, and this is what I wanted. Simple. Go back to simplicity. Go back to something that you understand, something that you can do, and do that well. And I tell you this, if Blizzard lands the dragon riding system, if Blizzard lands the new race and the new class, if Blizzard lands the UI developments, the professions, and if Blizzard lands the talent system, Dragonflight will rejuvenate the World of Warcraft image. It's not going to fix it entirely, because I think Blizzard is going to need a number of expansions to get all their player base back. But it's going to rejuvenate it. It's a solid base. I actually asked a question today on Twitter. Brian Alinka was asking people to send in questions. So I asked him the following questions. He said, what are your questions about the new talent trees? I'm not going to answer right here and now, but I want to figure out what information clarification people need. So I asked the following questions. Is this only a talent revamp, or will class gameplay fundamentally change as well? So basically, will these talents actually fundamentally change the way you play your class based on the talents that you choose? Or is this just basically 5% increased intellect on one and maybe 2% increased haste on another, so it doesn't actually fundamentally change the way I play, right? That's sort of the broad question that I have for him. The other one is this system future-proof? Is there room to grow? Is there room to grow and expand without becoming bonkers? So effectively, did Blizzard approach the system once again as a single expansion system, expansion-wide system, where the next expansion comes and now they add more things, and now it just in 3 or 4 expansions you have 100 different talents that you can choose from? Did they realize that they are making an MMO that's gonna have future expansions, and maybe you should decide how you want to approach this so that there's always something that you can do in the future? And then the last question I had was, does this lead to more class spec unity? Am I a warlock or am I an affliction warlock? Which to me has been a question I've been asking for years now. I'm tired of being an affliction warlock. I want to be a warlock. That's it. I want to be a warlock that focuses on dots, but I'm still a fucking warlock. I'm not like a different class, you know. Cyrus, how you doing, brother? Ian answers that in the Hazel interview. We'll go through the interviews. I haven't discussed it yet. Like, I haven't seen any of the interviews. Last night we lost power right after the stream, and they ended up like only switching on the power 2 hours after we originally got the so they switched off the power at 8 o'clock, and then the power only came back at like 11:30, I think, 11:45. So it's almost 2 hours after that that they switched it back on. They were supposed to switch it on at 10. They didn't, which is why I also called off the Patreon stream. But yeah, so this is what I want to see. I want to see future implementation. How can this add to it in the future? And then from here on forward, if you would permit me to look just a little bit into the future, if you do these things well, next expansion, you only have to announce one other thing. Like one new system. And then also announce that you're updating all of these other systems. And then the expansion after that, you add one more system, but also announce that you're updating all of those other systems. And before you know it, World of Warcraft has so much content that you can't ever stop playing. There's just so much that you can do in the game. If you keep approaching it with the future in mind. What am I doing and what do I want to do? Your dragon is the flying for the X-Pack, mandatory grind for anyone playing it in the future. Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think the dragon riding, just a last thought on the dragon riding thing, it would be cool if we could see this system also continue. Like, eventually being able to fly other things, not just the dragon, and learn how to fly other things as well could be really cool. Especially if you look at the different types of mounts that could exist and the different types of things you could do on different types of mounts. It could be really cool. There is a difference between a grind and playing a video game, right? But ultimately, I get what everyone is saying. Okay, so whose interview am I watching first? I'm trying. You guys want me to watch Hazel's first? Why does it not want to fucking open? Come on. Dude, what the fuck? Hold up. Let me just figure out why it doesn't want to open. I don't get it. Let me try this again. There we go. Jesus.
Hello.
Okay, so we're getting into the Hazel interview right now. This is what I wanted to cover last night, and sadly, internet power went out and all manner of fuck up. But I would have loved to do this because watch Akko, not watch him, watch other people. If I wanted to see other people, I'd go watch them. What are you talking about, Apocalypse? All right. Let's hear what Hazel has to say.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Yeah, all things considered. Awesome. I'm so excited. Thank you.
Ian looks unwell. Like, Ian looks unwell. I don't know about you guys, but even last night, he does not look like a happy camper.
Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with me today and talk a little bit about Dragonflight. I wanted to start by asking a little bit about the shift away from borrowed power in expansions. This is something you talked a little bit about at the beginning of the presentation, and I just wanted to hear more about what inspired that shift and
Meeks, that is true. You do actually get the sense like this is sort of a last hurrah for him. You know, like he knows this has to work incredibly well. Otherwise, fuck.
whether or not, like, what it means in the future going forward in expansions after Dragonflight for bringing freshness to classes.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think a lot of it is, as mentioned, just our response to both player feedback and our own experiences, both playing the game and as developers. I think we recognize that, you know, the double-edged sword of creating something awesome and empowering and complex, like artifact weapons and Legion, was that, well, if we're building this thing that we really can't sustain carrying forward, we have to take it away from you. And losing something awesome sucks. And having every expansion begin with, like, we just dug a hole, and now we have to fill it with a new thing, where at best, maybe if we can get you back to feeling like you were.
But I feel like he's literally parroting what myself and others have said for years now. Like, you waste so much developer time and developer insight because you keep removing things that you've worked on at the end of every expansion, then you start over. And now he's saying, you know, it's based on player feedback, but also based on our own experiences as developers. And it's like, but did you really need 3 expansions, 6 years, in order to figure this out when we, the players, figured this out in 2? Like, within 2 years, we knew that this was not going to be sustainable. What the fuck are you doing? And it took them this long to finally get it.
Before, that's not success. That's not forward movement. That's not exciting. And I think so. One of the questions was like, how do we get out of it? How do we get into this, and how do we get out of it?
Yeah.
I think that led us to just kind of reflect on the past dozen or so years, and realize that part of what used to fill that gap every expansion was new talents and getting talent points to spend and carry forward with you. And whereas I think the original system, one of the challenges there was by the time we'd gotten into Cataclysm coming into Mists, we were looking at like 70, 80 point trees with just tremendous depth. We're getting deeper and deeper, and they were kind of collapsing upon themselves in a sense. I think one of the original strengths of the classic talents back in the day was...
I'm very interested to hear what he says here, because I feel like the player experience and the developer experience is very different here. I did not get the sense at the... Because in Cataclysm, they did that sort of rework, as it were. Like, they pruned a lot of the talents away. I don't know if you guys remember, but the talent trees went from, like, crazy big to actually smaller, more concise. A lot of the sort of quote-unquote bog standard non-utility talents were just made, sort of part of the class, as it were. So your 5% intellect or 5% haste would just become part of your class. It would just be something that you get while you're leveling up. I don't feel like the player base, I didn't have the experience or I didn't feel like the talent trees were getting too large or collapsing in on themselves or anything like that. I felt like it was a good thing to work from, because you've just pruned away a lot of the talents. Now you give yourself a little bit more room to add more talents, right? And then maybe in 3 or 4 expansions, you have to do another round of pruning, and that's fine. You can keep doing that. Prune away what didn't work. Maybe if there's talents that people really didn't care about, or talents that people always took, you could move that away and move it to permanent on the class, or give players an ability that does the same kind of thing as the talent, and then add new talents as you go. I felt like that was like they had 2 roads that they could go down. One was to stick with the new talent system in Cataclysm that they had. The other was to throw everything out with the fucking bathwater and then go down a whole new path that no one ever asked for and basically everyone complained about from day one.
Was the relative weighting of your spec versus the rest of your class. Like a build might be 30-21 or 31-20, but you still had 2/3 as many points in your off spec as you did in your main spec. By the time you got to Wrath, and even if we continue that further into Cataclysm, well, now you were putting 51 points, you were 51-20, and you were like, and so continuing to go deeper and deeper was not sustainable there. And so when we took a step back and tried to build a system from scratch that we could imagine capturing the strengths of the original talents, the customization and flexibility players have grown accustomed to in recent years, but also be a foundation to build upon for many expansions going forward, that is what led us to where we landed here with...
Oh, fuck's sake. For a second there, I was thinking the old talent trees, the ones that we have right now, was their answer to a system that could forever and ever go. Because, you mean set and forget. When's the last time we got new talents? Anyone? In Legion. That was it. Since Legion, the talent trees have been stagnant as fuck. Like, it changed in Legion and then it was just that. Like, there was nothing really new. In BFA, they added the PvP talents, which was a nice change, I think. People really enjoyed the PvP talents because it was finally a way to basically make it a little bit better for yourself. When I say new Alpocalypse, we're not talking about changes to the talents. I'm talking about new in terms of 3 new talents per spec per class, effectively. Like, that system, the fundamental system, have not changed since it was introduced. So it wasn't a system that they could build on, really. It was a system that sort of was just there. And yes, they made some changes whenever they whenever there were dead talents. But even then, I would say 66% of the talent tree is pretty much dead. If you're an Affliction Warlock, there are talents that you've never taken and you will never take, and it's been the same way for multiple expansions now. It's just a dead talent, and it's never changed. So even with fewer talents, they didn't really seem to care much about this system. So I do hope that this new system actually gets a little bit more from them.
Separate class and spec trees, so that as we can expand them both over time without shifting the ratio, recognizing if you let players do it, they're always going to put more points in their spec tree. They're always going to want to be better resto druids, better at dealing damage with
very
mage
true.
Spells or whatever else. And that's an exciting place for us to invest our...
I said this last night, and I still believe it, and I actually now believe it even more than before. I love the new class talent and then spec talents. Because if they do it right, it will finally deliver on that I am a warlock, and warlocks do certain things the same. So it doesn't matter whether I'm demonology or destruction or affliction, my class talent tree allows me to be a warlock. And then my spec talent tree allows me to strengthen myself in one of these, like something specific. So if I want to go destruction, I will strengthen myself in direct damage. But I'm still a warlock. Like, I'm not suddenly not a fucking warlock. I'm still a warlock. I'm just now strengthening myself in other talents. I just want to move this one over here so I can see chat a little bit further up. Because it's difficult to see chat on the OBS one.
Efforts and our focus in a way that we know is going to make the game better after Dragonflight.
True, Lord Squid.
Talking about what our next expansion after that is going to be, and when you're leveling beyond 70, you're not going to be leaving this behind. You're going to be building upon it.
So you envision adding more layers and more rows of talents in the future going forward?
Absolutely.
Please
okay.
stick with us.
We built this system. I mean, could we sustain that for 20 years? Probably not. But
no.
We don't. Realistically, we think of there's a horizon of sorts where we want to make sure this will work for 2 to 3 expansions.
Yep.
And then beyond that, it's sort of a future us problem.
Well, the fix is so easy. You did it in Cataclysm. Yeah, right? You did it in Cataclysm. That's literally the fix. In 2 or 3 expansions, you look back at the system and you go, okay, we can't go with 120 talents per spec. This is ridiculous. How about we prune a lot of those talents away, remove some of the dead weight, give players new options, new ideas, take it back. So you are basically you're squishing it. It's what they do with levels. It's what they do with stats. You squish the talent tree. Every 2 or 3 expansions, you do a talent tree squish where, you just condense it a little bit more and it gives you future options again. That, to me, is the answer. And if you do that every 2 to 3 expansions, no one was angry, at least from what I could remember, at the start of Cataclysm. Was there anyone that can remember being angry at the start of Cataclysm at the reduction of talents? Because in my opinion, it was actually one of the expansions where people loved their classes quite a lot was Cataclysm. And I don't think people were at all upset about it. Work on one point path now. You don't have to fill the whole thing to get to another. Better notice it. Hell no. Fire Mage was awesome with the talents we got at Kata. Andy, I would want to see how it works still.
It's not really responsible for us to plant firm stakes in the ground. And if we're compromising the excitement of our designs because we're not sure how they're going to scale 8 years from now, we're doing a disservice to players today. And 8 years from now won't matter if we're not making an amazing game for players.
I don't fundamentally agree with him on that, because you do have to think, in my opinion, the best way to think about any game design is, and this is not based on actually my own opinion, this is based on watching so many game developers speak about developing their games. It seems like the most successful games out there look at game design in stages. So they have the immediate thing that they're launching, right? So Dragonflights. Then they look at, in terms of the next expansion after. So you want to make sure that this expansion can absolutely go into the next expansion, no questions asked. Then they usually think three to 4 years in advance, right? For most games, not MMOs, 3 to 4 years just means 2 expansions. But for most games, they would think 3 to 4 years in advance, and then they would have sort of a 10-year plan, right? So you want to have that long-term plan as well, where you keep that in mind as you go.
Players today. Just to quickly touch back on another piece of your first question, I don't think it means necessarily the complete end of borrowed power, so to speak. I mean, Gear is borrowed power, right? Gear is the original borrowed power. You have a tier set, you get your 4-piece set bonus,
and that's fine.
You know what you're going to leave behind and move on and replace it with something new. And they're always going to be...
Okay, I don't know if Ian's going to get into this, but I did want to say this. And for those of you that think, oh my God, he's pausing so much, this is not the right way to watch this interview if you haven't seen it yet. If you've never seen me react to things, this will easily be an hour and a half content. Easy. We're going to be here for an hour and a half watching this. If you don't want me to pause the whole time and give my opinion, you should not watch this. This would not be the best way to do it. I wonder if Ian kind of understand why people are okay with Gear as a borrowed power system versus people being okay with not being okay with other systems. It's because Gear comes from other content. That's where you get the gear. Gear enables you to do more content. All other systems tend to take you away from the other content you want into like whatever that content is for that system that you have to partake in. Most systems of borrowed power in World of Warcraft historically have not been additions to the game. They've sort of been... They've not been complementary to the rest of the game. They've been sort of subtractive to the rest of the game, where you now have to do this other thing before you can actually do the things that you actually want. It's not just tier sets, Yero. I'm talking about all gear, because all gear is, in effect, a borrowed power system. The gear that you get in patch 1 isn't going to be the same as the gear that you get in patch 3. That's just never going to fucking happen.
You know, systems like that and more self-contained things, but a and we don't necessarily want to slam the door shut entirely there, because I think there is something exciting about patch-specific systems or things that really feel thematically tied to a piece of content. But in terms of the like expansion spanning alternate progression that is meant to be what drives your character through an expansion, that is not in the cards for the foreseeable future.
So it's fair to say that there's not going to be like a Dragonflight active ability that we're going to be using in this new expansion, that our power is tied to our classes instead?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly correct.
Dude, cool to see some of the
so happy about
from the past expansions potentially make it into the talent tree, so that was really exciting.
It's something we're looking forward to just, hearing feedback from and talking through over the course of alpha and beta, right? Mm-hmm. What are, I'm sure eagle-eyed observers saw things like Convoke and the sample druid talents.
But Evans, that's how it should be. I mean, I don't know if they're going to talk about the professions. Hopefully they will. It is in the title, so hopefully there will be a discussion, deep dive on professions. But I genuinely believe that professions should be able to craft, if not the best gear in the game, close to the best gear. If you're someone that is a crafter and you're skilled in your craft, why wouldn't you be able to craft incredibly powerful gear? It doesn't make sense to me. And someone actually on Twitter today gave me a very good, a very interesting idea. Why do you not have crafters craft brilliant transmogs? Like all of the transmogs in the game, why do crafters not have the ability to make really badass transmogs? It gives crafters another reason to exist outside of just being able to craft good gear.
It's like, what are other things that you don't want to leave behind or that you'd love to have back? And all options are on the table.
We've been hearing a bit today, and something I'm very curious about is sort of this new Dragonflight almost version of the Renown system, where you're able to work with different factions in Dragonflight and progress them in a way that's similar to Renown. And I'm curious if you can tell me more about like the differences and whether or not there's player power tied there, or if it's more of a cosmetic thing.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at evolving what some of our endgame reputations have been. Reputation hasn't really changed much since literally 2005. There's this old structure of like 3,000 points, then 6,000, then 12,000, then 21,000 as you go from honored to revered to exalted. It gets progressively harder to reach the next tier. There isn't much visibility in how we give you rewards. You have to look at it. You have to find a vendor or a quartermaster somewhere and like look ahead to see what's required. Yeah. And I think there are aspects of how Covenant Renown worked in Shadowlands that solved a number of those problems in terms of more measured.
I just want to say this is one of the few times I actually agreed with Soul So Breezy. We watched a video of his where Soul So Breezy actually said Renown should be the new the new reputation system, and I was 100% on board with him. I absolutely agree. The Renown system as a reputation system would absolutely be bonkers. It would be so fucking cool. Every couple of Renown levels, you unlock a new part of the story with that reputation vendor, and you get to buy more reputation items, maybe recipes and shit like that. Wade Earth, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you. So ultimately, love the idea of that. I wonder how Blizzard is going to approach it. Will you be able to know life, and Andricus, as you just said there? Can I know life these Renown rewards? So in other words, if I want to get to Renown 80 with the Red Dragonflight in one day, can I do that? Because I think I should be able to. If there's no player power tied to this, and it is all purely cosmetic and sort of crafting recipes and stuff like that, I should be able to just no life it. Because there's no player power. It's not like I need to do that. But I can if I want to. So for me, I do want them to once again give people the opportunity to know life stuff without arbitrarily starting to think. It's also something that pisses me off whenever Blizzard starts to think, well, we have to keep in mind the guy that only has time to play for 3 hours. Well, how about you don't make systems that sort of forces them to do things, otherwise they fall behind. Stop trying to take everyone's fun away because some people only have 2 hours a week to play. Just make it so that if you only have 2 hours a week to play, you can play whatever the fuck you want in those 2 hours and not be behind everyone else. That seems like a better sort of trade-off there.
Steady progression laying out on a track what goals were ahead of you. And I think that's something that we want to adapt to some of our endgame structures in Dragonflight. So imagine instead of, your Venthyr renown or your Night Fae renown, it's this Centaur clan or the Explorers League that you're building renown with and working towards unlocking goals along the way. Not necessarily through the same,
Perpetrator, what are you talking about? I disagree wholeheartedly, as it basically makes it even clearer that the reputation system is streamlined. It completely removes reputation identity and removes complete immersion in the game system. How? Also, again, people are misreading this so hard. They are talking about the Dragonflight system with the flights and their reputations. Yeah, but what do you think people think they're talking about? Like, no one said that all of the reputations in the game. So, for example, the Centaur reputation that we're most likely going to get, yeah? No one said that that's also going to be a renown system. From the beginning, people said there should be a renown system alongside. So, for example, smaller reputations can still be reputation-based as it used to be, but then your larger reputations, so larger factions, could be a renown system. And that would work wonderfully because the renown system was something cool that people enjoyed working with. I don't see why this is such a problem for people.
Structured weekly quests.
Centaur chick,
fucking Covenant, but more just open-ended objectives. In terms of the things that would be available through these tracks, I think nothing that we've currently planned is that sort of auxiliary multiplicative player power that lies outside of our other systems. Of course, there can be cosmetics. Of course, there's gear there, right? The same way, if you're an outdoor world-oriented player who doesn't do Mythic Plus, who isn't doing progressive rating, all those players still want and deserve and need item progression of their own. And I think this is a more streamlined, elegant way to have those goals that you can work towards on your own pace as you choose to help this group or that group when you log in every day.
I like that.
That's super cool. I'm really excited about that. I have some questions about crafting. You said some really interesting things.
I think you should do for outer world gear, you should do cool things for the outer world. So, for example, being able to get a set that increases your run speed, your jump height, stuff that helps you traverse the world better. So you make sort of adventurer gear, which is only attainable through the renown system. That's where you get that gear. And that gear really isn't for dungeons or for raids or anything else. It's for the outside world. It helps you traverse the world better and makes it more fun to traverse the world. Stuff like that, I think, fundamentally makes the outer world a lot more interesting for those players who don't give a shit about Mythic Plus or about raiding or anything like that.
This morning about crafting and about being able to build identity and investment in your profession and have that be part of your own character's identity. And I'm really curious as to what kind of investment.
Similar to that, but even building on it, the real Cerberus. So I think Zereth Mortis is a fairly good starting point for how Blizzard should approach zone design in World of Warcraft in general. But I want to see more building on it. You should theoretically, if I could design the open world, you should have the Explorers League in almost every single expansion, and the Explorers League should send you on things like treasure hunts and cave explorations and all sorts of weird things that exist purely for the enjoyment of the outside world. Imagine if the Explorers League has a set like caves that you have to explore. In some of those caves, jumping puzzles exist. So you're probably going to want gear that allows you to jump a little bit further because it's jumping puzzles to get to the thing. And then in other caves, it's underwater sort of exploration where swimming gear is going to be a huge part of it. So outside world activities that allow the players to purely exist there if that is the kind of content that they care about and they don't really give a shit about anything else.
Are crafters going to need to put into their profession to kind of build that sort of notoriety? Because if everybody can do it, then you're not very notorious. Are we talking gold investment like it was with legendaries? Are we talking pure time? Is there an...
How are they forced? Feisty Dream Gaming, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Can you give a quick book guide for where to start if you want to know the dragon lore? Yeah, Richard Knack's books is probably your best place to start, as Apocalypse said. Although, I'm trying to think how much of the dragon lore was retconned in Chronicles. There is some retcons in Chronicles, but I don't remember, like, you're still fairly okay with reading the earliest books by Richard. Dawn of the Aspects is good. War of the Ancients is good because there's some elements there that lead to it. The Chronicles is good. The Chronicles is really good if you just want a brief overview of the dragons. You can technically all of Richard's books. Like, forgive me for saying this. He's not. I don't like his writing style, but his books are good. Like, his books is good. The writing style is not as great as it could be, but I'm pretty sure if you start with Richard's books, you'll have a decent understanding of the dragons and what the dragons do. Or yeah, you could just watch novels coverage of the dragons if you want. If you prefer to listen to stories, Feisty Dream Gaming, then just on Audible, type in Richard Knack and just go to his WoW books. Because most of his books cover sort of that early elements of World of Warcraft lore. What red-haired woman? Virus. I have no idea. Anyways, we were talking about something before. I can't fucking remember what I was saying. Thoralian, you asked, so basically force people. This would not force people into anything. Because if you're someone who couldn't care less about the outside world, and you only really dungeon and raid, why would you need explorer gear? Like, you don't give a fuck. Back when I raided, the only time I was in the outside world was if I needed something from there for my raid. If I don't need shit from the outside world, I'm not going into the outside world. I'm just going to raid and dungeon. Because that's all I want to do.
Are like a lot.
Feisty Dreaming, you hope I will rage less about WoW in the future. Let's see how they do. It's not up to me. I don't make the decisions here. It's up to this man right here. You see this guy on the screen right now? He decides it. If his game is good, I won't rage. If his game is shit, I'm gonna rage. It's just that I don't make the rules. I just follow them. I can only be honest. That's it. That's all you can get from me. I'm never going to pretend to like something I don't like.
Component?
I mean, time is a big piece of it. It's what you choose to dedicate your character's focus
Solquin, thanks
towards.
for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that.
We're
Welcome to the
definitely
channel.
not, gold is a part of it, and certainly playing, being a part of the economy is part of every crafter and has been forever, even if you're just a blacksmith who isn't a miner and is getting raw materials to craft them into things and resell for a profit. Mm-hmm. But I don't think we're looking at gold as the sort of backbone of startup costs, the way we did with legendaries, for example, where a crafter might feel like they need to invest upfront without any instant recouping it, 1 million gold and skilling up, a particular pattern in order to be able to make a thing that they would then recoup over time. Here, really, it's more about choice. It's more about specialization, and I think that's how we're hoping to achieve differentiation, because I think part of identity is being able to do things.
Dude, I am on board for crafting specialization again. I remember back in the day when you were a tailorer and you would have to go mooncloth or shadowcloth as sort of a mini specialization as a tailorer. Or as a blacksmith, you had to go armorsmith or weaponsmith, and that would sort of define what you could ultimately craft. Now, based on how they explained it, it doesn't feel like being an armorsmith, for example, is going to remove the ability for you to... How do I put this? To craft weapons, you're just not going to be able to craft... How do we put this? You're not going to be able to craft the highest quality weapons. Like, you'll still be able to do all the weapons. You're just not going to be able to do 5 like star quality because you're not a weaponsmith. You're an armorsmith. So I like that because in the past, if you made a decision, you would lose a lot of movement.
Things as a blacksmith, but not every blacksmith can do. If all blacksmiths are identical, then it's like, well, just find a generic blacksmith, hand them your stuff, they'll click combine. Specializations are an interesting path there. Something that we didn't really get into much today, but we'll be talking about a lot in the weeks to come, is that each of these professions actually also has a talent tree, a specialization to it. So that rather than just picking, let's say, armorsmithing or weaponsmithing, you can invest in armorsmithing and then further in making plate armor and further in making helms. And
is anyone getting a sort of vibe that they're borrowing quite heavily from Final Fantasy, ESO, and New World in a way? Like, there's definitely a lot of borrowing here. In terms of Final Fantasy, they're definitely borrowing the class aspect of a job, right? So a job is an actual class. It's an actual thing that you play, and you can actually just play as that. ESO has one of the most in-depth but fun crafting systems ever, with their ability to upgrade stuff and losing stuff. It feels good to be a crafter in ESO. New World, in terms of its, I would say, gathering system, and then also just the pure ability to customize what you want to craft in New World is absolutely fantastic. Now, I just want to be clear. I am not judging Blizzard at all for borrowing from these games. You should absolutely, if someone else is doing something better than you, look at what they're doing and then fucking borrow it. Why wouldn't you? Like, if they're doing it better than what you're doing it right now, take it from them, adapt it for your game, and then GG, done and dusted. Everyone's happy. So, yeah, I love the fact that Blizzard is sort of starting to look around at other games and saying, could we maybe do what they're doing? Is it possible to implement what they're doing into our game, making it World of Warcraft-esque? So not trying to definitely just 1v1 copy-paste, but how can we take this and make it World of Warcraft?
Have bonuses to your ability to make higher level ones at a higher level of quality that are at least initially exclusive with making the choice to invest in making mail gloves or
Agreed,
in making
Alex.
two-handed swords. Long-term players and completionists who we know there's a decent Venn diagram overlap between hardcore crafters and completionists will be able to eventually make all the things, but that's a long-term completionist goal.
You should not, in real life, being an artisan in something almost automatically means that you're not an artisan in something else. So if you do one thing really, really well, it stands to reason that there are going to be other things you're not going to do as well, because you're spending all of your time doing just this one thing. I kind of feel like with the fact that you have this talent tree, they're kind of making the same mistake here as they made with Legion artifact weapons, where the only gripe I had with artifact weapons in Legion was the fact that you eventually fill out all the talents. So it's not really a choice. It's a choice early on, but eventually there's no choice. And once you get to that eventual point, you just go, what's the point? If you want to have an RPG experience here, if someone makes the decision to be a weaponsmith, they are a weaponsmith. They don't do armors. They can make you the basic armor, but they can't. They'll never be able to do a 5-star quality armor because that's not what they do. But if you want a weapon, that's what they do. They do weapons and they do them really fucking well. That's how that one fundamental thing can actually end up making the system feel less impactful, is when I've made this choice and I've put all that effort in to become this special thing, but now I'm not actually that special because I'm eventually going to be able to do all the things and everyone else is eventually going to be able to do all the things. This is one of those places where Blizzard should actually have applied a bit of an RPG twist to it. Be an RPG, make people make that choice, because that is fundamentally an important and nuanced choice that someone could make.
I think thinking back, a really successful example of this was actually, kind of thematic with our Wrath announcement today, jewel crafting in Wrath, where early on you would do jewel crafting dailies and get currency that you could use to buy patterns off a vendor. And you could choose to get the haste crit cut, and someone else might get the, whatever, right? A different one, or you're doing int and they're doing strength.
Right out of stats, mastery. You go with mastery, you go with versatility, haste crit, and then whatever else.
Figuring out niches in the market, what gems were in high demand. Others could just be in your raiding guild. Well, you know that someone has these two covered. You're going to get the one that the warriors in your guild need for their gear, and you're complementing each other. Long term, everyone ends up with a lot of stuff, but as we know with crafting especially, it's really the first few weeks of a tier, the first couple of months of a tier, where there's the most focus on getting that advantage and on specialization. And so that's a piece of how we hope this will play out, where you can, be the person that if someone, through our BOP cooperative crafting / work order system, if someone gets a frame or a base for a great helm from running a dungeon or from a rare mob in the world somewhere, they're going to seek out the person on their server who makes the best helms. And I think it's possible to be that person and be known as that person with sufficient specialization.
Yeah, but the problem is, Ian, you literally just said it, and then you're not going to stick to it, because yes, they're going to seek out the person that is best at crafting helms, but towards the end of the expansion, everyone is going to be best at crafting helms. So aren't you, literally now just changing the whole scope of what you wanted to do? You wanted some people to be good at helms and some people to be good at weapons, but everyone is eventually going to be good at everything. So there's no longer going to be that I am best at this thing.
And that can become part of your identity for those who want it. And others are just going to be happy to engage in trade skills at a more shallow level, as they always have, and that's fine. We don't want to add complexity or force people to do stuff if that's not what interests them. But for those who really want to go deep in the system, we want that depth to be there for them.
I like that a lot.
That's good.
This might be a super early question on that note, but do you have an idea of where you see crafted gear item level fitting in the ladder of itemization to keep these things relevant?
Interesting.
I think it needs to be up there with the very best, and I think that means mythic raid level. Now, boys, he said it. Ian fucking said it. I wonder how many people are going to be butthurt over this, and it's actually good. Did he really say that they don't want to force people to do stuff? Pretty much, Sashul, that is what he just said. Just give every character, every profession, make the uniqueness in specializations. I would actually agree with that. I think that all professions should be available on a single fucking class. You shouldn't need an alt in order to do other professions, but choosing specializations should be a hard enough, daunting job that even though you have access to all of the professions, you're most likely not going to specialize in all of them because it's too much work. It's too much effort. So you are ultimately going to use your professions just for the basic shit, and then if you need the more specialized stuff, you're going to go to profession experts, as it were, so that they can make those things for you. I am surprised as well, the real Zerberus. I am surprised by the fact that mythic level. The natural questions are, what do you have to do to get that gear? Mm-hmm. Are there BOP components involved? Do some of those things come from raiding or from doing dungeons at a certain level? I think we certainly do not want and will not create a world where you can just walk to the auction house and spend millions of gold and buy a full set of crafted mythic raid gear. But I think part of what has hamstrung the professions for quite a while has been the sense that okay, if you're a casual player, maybe for the first couple of weeks, they're relevant, but after that, you're not really thinking to use crafted gear. And so That's the space that we're looking to navigate where...
But it's so easy to do that. You just allow for certain soulbound items only tradable through the work order system to drop from raids and dungeons and places like that. So that if you want a crafted piece of mythic gear, you should raid. That's how you're going to get it. And then what you could do is have a very small amount of that, say, drop from heroic. This gives you also the ability, over time, guilds that only raid heroic will eventually be able to beat heroic just by means of their gear getting better and outscaling the content. Because as they're doing heroic, they're getting the items or the mats required to craft that mythic level items. And then eventually they'll be able to kill the heroic boss. They won't be able to do mythic because they're not even good enough really to do heroic, but this gives you sort of that future protection, so you don't have to nerf bosses. You can just go, maybe you need a little bit more gear, and you can get that gear fairly easily, but you also give crafters the ability to actually craft cool shit.
Dedicated crafters can truly make the best stuff, but again, the ability to have that like co-op crafting that where you can get a BOP component without being the crafter yourself and take it to someone to have them make the thing for you can mean that there's still player investment and player achievement in doing the content involved in getting the gear.
What would you say the team has kind of learned from Shadowlands legendaries, and do we have any indication of whether or not legendaries might be attempted again in Dragonflight?
So I think we can say that, you know, the Legion / Shadowland style legendaries, where there's dozens of them and everyone has them, we have no plans to do that again in Dragonflight. You know, our focus is elsewhere. We are carrying tier sets forward, for example. I think, you know, what we've learned there is customization is interesting. Having the ability, having a small collection of legendaries that you can swap among to empower your abilities in certain ways for dungeons versus raids. Those are interesting layers. And again, in a sense, I see that as kind of filling a gap that we have created.
I think Tizzy Shiki, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Legendaries, the way that they did it in BFA and Shadowlands, specifically in Shadowlands, is interesting for a small amount of time. And then it loses its interesting nature. It becomes sort of a chore that you just now have to do. Think about in the beginning of Shadowlands, when you first got that legendary, you were very excited. You finally got your legendary. But after that, it became a sort of chore. I now have to upgrade my fucking legendary again. I'm no longer really excited by the fact that I'm upgrading the same legendary, but I have to do it so that I can keep going. So you sort of lose that. And also, which I think is actually the biggest issue I have with the old, like the legendary system that they have in Shadowlands, is it takes away from the impact that legendaries used to have. The old system of legendaries, where one class would receive a legendary per expansion, was unfair to all of the other classes, but when it was your class's turn, or rather roll, because they did right in the beginning, they had that where a legendary really was only good for one class, and then we used to have these legendaries where a certain role would want the legendary, right? Because the legendary is really powerful, but it's powerful, say, for all casters. I feel like that at least made it's like a very special item that you're going to get for your class throughout the course of the expansion. I could even settle for something like back in Mist of Pandaria, where all classes got a cloak, and that cloak would sort of be built up over the course of the expansion because it still feels unique and interesting, and it has its own sort of story around it. But the crafting of basically any legendary in any slot makes it so that you kind of take away from what a legendary item is supposed to be. Then if it's crafted item, legendary is something you're trying to get so hard. I agree with you, Ikario. A legendary is supposed to be something unique. Every game does this. Every game that has gear has that orange item that drops that is the strongest item you can get in the game. If you make it so that anyone can just craft that item with enough gold, is it really still like that impactful or that cool to get that item? I would argue no.
Ourselves by not having an extensible talent system, right? The Dragonflight version of that is, well, this is a talent point that you can choose to divert your build towards, and that can empower your AoEs, or that can give you this extra proc, or that can make this thing refund energy, or whatever, whatever suits your purposes. We'd rather just have that in our evergreen systems.
Those were really fun as well, did you?
All that's be clear. All that's not to say we'll never see legendaries again. I think there's room for like the Sylvanas bow, the one-off items that feel thematic and appropriate for a piece of content where it's like, yeah, this should, like, you should be able to get this as a player, and this really should be orange because of how special it is.
Mm-hmm.
I like the orange items when it's special.
I have a couple of questions about Drakthir and Invokers as they kind of go together. I heard that Drakthir are going to be able to actually fly with the dragon riding system, but without necessarily using the Drake. I was curious if if they'll also be able to use the Drake if they want to, customize their dragon. It's an option for them.
So I think the plan there is that sort of innate, as almost a racial, the base form of gliding, being able to have momentum, is something that Drakthir will just be able to do. Mm-hmm. The upgraded versions the players will earn through dragon riding are not something they'll be able to access in their Drakthir form. They just have that baseline version that's theirs. So in order to take advantage of those, you will indeed want to be riding on your dragon companion. You'll be doing so in Visage form, since dragon riding dragon maybe gets a little weird. But yeah, we want to make sure that everyone has those options open to them, and certainly that you can engage in the visual customization.
Makes me want to play it even more.
Cool. Can the Drakthir fly outside of the Dragon Isles without a mount?
They can, yes. Though again, it's like an enhanced form of gliding, effectively. Again, this is the baseline unupgraded version of, you can maybe get a little bit of lift, but it's like Demon Hunter plus with cool momentum and physics.
But you'll still want to have your flying mount if you're going across the continent. Okay, cool. Speaking of dragon riding, does dragon riding and this sort of, I don't want to say artifact mount, but like this sort of one way of getting around mean like a reduced focus on mounts or mount collecting in this expansion?
No. We're still going to make a ton of awesome mounts. And again, the, dragon riding is by calling your Drake to traverse the environment, but it's not going to fully replace your regular mount while you're there. You'll certainly use it with restrictions that you can overcome and reduce as you improve your skill in dragon riding, whether it's to reach a place high up that you couldn't otherwise, or to quickly return to town after you finished a quest. But running around areas, you're still going to use your broad collection of mounts, and we want to make sure that that's not something we're letting up on at all. If anything, tons of new creatures, a huge new bestiary.
Yeah, but you're still removing the ability to fly on your other mounts, which I still don't agree with. But anyways.
To encounter, and we can rest assured that basically anything with, 4 legs, 2 legs, any number of legs.
I don't think they'll necessarily have a cooldown. I don't know if that's what I heard, Evans. I didn't hear that it's going to have a cooldown. More just maybe not optimized for running on the ground sort of thing. So if you just quickly want to run from point A to point B, that's probably not the mount that you're going to want to use for that. Gonna have to wait and see how they actually implement it.
Odds are good we're going to make it into a mount at some point, because we know that's what you want.
You're not wrong. A lot of the video that was shown of dragon riding looked really impactful, and the motion was really cool, but I'm also curious as to what's being looked at in terms of accessibility for motion sickness. It was very swoopy, and some people might have some issues with that.
Yeah, that's. I think one of the very first concerns that were really brought up was like, what's this going to feel like? Are there concerns if you are prone to motion sickness? We have, a few happy guinea pigs internally who, self-identify as very motion sick in games. They've been testing it out and given feedback. They've been pleasantly surprised themselves by how it felt, but we also are building in, different camera controls, the option to turn off certain motion effects. We want to make sure that, this can be as immersive as you want, but for...
the good thing is these days games have so many options to them for limiting or even completely... If you are playing a game that gives you motion sickness, that game is just unoptimized. It's as simple as that. The developers did not put enough time in to make sure that motion sickness isn't a problem. There's many things that you can do, from removing the amount of noise that happens on the side of the screen to removing or limiting things like head bobbing and head movements, sudden constant flickers around the screen. So there's more than enough ways to make sure that no one with motion sickness is going to struggle from this.
For those who have challenges or have that actually harm their experience, you want you to be able to dial it back.
Massey, I thought that I've never struggled with motion sickness in a video game until I played Fallout 76 on launch. They had this weird built-in thing where you couldn't change the field of view of your character by more than 75. Like, you could only go to 75 field of view. And I couldn't play. 2 hours in, I was ready to throw up. I had a headache like you would not believe just from that, because the game was so terribly fucking optimized.
I can still just have the, physical navigation of it without all the effects.
Good. I really appreciate that. On the topic, and this one can be short, but on the topic of taking direction and inspiration of the community, which I've been super impressed by in the past couple of patches, there's a concept that's been really popular and a rumor that was going around in the past couple of months about player housing in WoW. And I'm kind of curious as to what sort of considerations takes features like that onto or off of the table when you're looking at what to build an expansion with.
Player housing is a topic that comes up a ton around the team. Right?
Yep.
It's tons of support for it across the community and including within the team. It's something that many of us would love ourselves. Putting together the package of features for an expansion, it's a mix of what thematically suits the expansion, what's going to appeal to different types of players, but also what would be required to deliver that feature at the level that players expect and deserve, and what would we have to give up to make that happen. And player housing is a big one. It's it's one of those things that to do right.
Yeah, but it's something that you approach slowly. You don't have to announce player housing for the launch of the expansion. You don't even have to announce it, but you could start working on it now. And in my opinion, player housing should not really be reliant on the thematic nature of the expansion, because player housing can literally be in the old world. It can be a feature that you give players that have fuck all to do with the new expansion. It is just a feature in the old world for players that actually care about it. And it doesn't have to be thematically tied to the new expansion at all. That line of thinking gets me. It's like Blizzard consistently forgets that there's like this whole other world of game that they've designed in the past, and that world sort of kind of matters still. Like, it's not bad if you keep designing content for the whole world that isn't the new expansion. Like, sure, design things for the new expansion because that is new and people are going to be excited for it, but remember that there's a world outside of the new expansion that still exists and that people will still want to probably partake in. And to any of those fucking players, because I've seen this now on Twitter probably 4 or 5 times today, if there's anyone here that goes, I don't give a fuck about player housing, I don't care about player housing in my game, just make a good game. No one said you have to buy a house. Just because Blizzard announces that player housing is coming to World of Warcraft does not mean you need a house. If you don't care about a fucking house, don't buy a fucking house. But if there are people that care about the house, they should have the ability to buy a house. How hard is this to understand? Not every single thing that is implemented into the game means that you have to play it. It is sometimes okay when things are implemented that you don't want to play. And then you shouldn't want to and you don't have to. I hate this argument from players where, I don't want player housing in my game, fuck that. It's like, dude, I don't want you in the game, but I have to fucking live with it. You want to know how I live with it? I just don't play with you. It's as simple as that. I just avoid you like the plague and we're all happy. I'm not arguing for you to not be in the game. I'm just arguing for you to not be in my game, and that's easily done. You just put you on ignore and it's over.
It's a big project. It's a big undertaking.
But it's WoW. It will be tied to player power, so you don't need to get. So you do need to get it.
Probably have. It would probably span multiple expansions. Like it's a large enough feature in terms of just the art. Because I think we saw, from doing the garrisons back in Warlords, frankly, due to resource constraints, we were limited in kind of offering, this is the Alliance garrison, this is the Horde garrison, and people were like, well, I'm a Blood Elf, I want cool Silvermoon architecture in my garrison, why can't I build that? And the answer was like,
remember when I told you guys why I'm so excited for the expansion? Because it's such a muted amount of content that we're actually being promised. This is it. That's literally, like, Ian is literally speaking to why I'm so glad that they're announcing so little things that they're bringing into Dragonflight. Because fewer things means you can do those things right. When you start promising players the moon, the stars, and the sun, if you don't deliver on it, you're fucked. And more often than not, you can't deliver on it because you've promised things that is just impossible to do in the time frame that you have available. Garrisons is a great example of, if you go back and actually listen to what we were promised with Garrisons, and you look at what we got with Garrisons, dude, it is criminal how much content was cut from Garrisons in order to give us Garrisons.
I mean, that was the original cost you a raid tier joke, but actually it was kind of true. It's like, well, this is how many thousands of hours it would take to make that. That's what player housing has to be if and when we make it happen. And so it's something that, the dream is still alive. It's something we want to do, but
Shahrazad, they can't give players a roadmap to these things because everything must be hype. Which, in my opinion, is bullshit. If you came out right now and you say to players, hey, so here is a roadmap of the content that we want to bring you. So, for example, we want to do a complete world remake. We want to build the entire world from scratch. It is going to take 4 expansions. So, in Dragon Isles, in Dragonflight, we are going to revamp these zones. And then for the next expansion, we're going to revamp these zones. For the next expansion, these zones. So you give players a roadmap, and by the end of it, all of the zones will be revamped. Players will be like, oh my God, I can't wait. And then you tell players, hey, we're going to do housing, but here's how we're going to do it. So in patch 10.3, we're going to give you apartments. That's sort of our first big thing that we're working towards. Then in patch 11.3, we're going to give you freestanding homes that you can sort of start working with. And then in this patch, we're going to go full on. Now you have housing. I think Blizzard is underestimating the power of that future drive, knowing what is coming and knowing what we can hold out for. I don't think it's going to remove from the hype, but what Blizzard constantly want is that announcement of the thing at the launch of an expansion that they can then use as a marketing tool to get people hyped and playing the game. Not realizing that not having that roadmap is actually squashing a lot of the hype for the game in between those sort of massive expansion announcements.
They're not something we're going to be able to do for Dragonflight.
I totally understand. Other things that some people have been asking about, with the Reliquary and the Explorers League coming back into focus for Dragonflight, can players look forward to any new archaeology content, perhaps?
So our professions focus in Dragonflight is, at this point, on the primary crafting and gathering professions. Archaeology, it's something that it needs a fresh coat of paint. It needs some work. We're not super happy with really how that played out or where that profession has ended up. It's not something that's going to be part of our initial efforts in Dragonflight. I think thematically, the idea of learning about the relics, learning about the past, and collecting things will be something that happens across the Dragon Isles, but we're not planning to return to the excavation minigame form of it.
The excavation minigame, I am glad that he's actually saying this. At first, I was like, fuck, dude. Archaeology could work so well in Dragonflight. This is a land from 10,000 years ago, right? But I do agree with him that modern day archaeology, the way that archaeology works, the whole go to an area on the map, tap a bunch of times until you get the light to just go the right way, and then bam, there you go. The Grim Reaper, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the channel. To the stream, actually. That was boring as shit. So I do hope that they look at archaeology and actually turn it into a good profession. I want more. Foul Smoke, I agree with you. I would like the mini game to stay there. Actually, it's Big Tiger. I want a mini game, but one that isn't as tedious and bullshit as the one we have right now.
We want to figure out something better to do with that in the future, but it's not part of our...
Felt it was very relaxing. Jari Sleep's relaxing is one thing, but can you honestly tell me, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. Can you tell me that it couldn't be better? Because it wasn't bad. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was the worst fucking profession design ever, because it wasn't. But was it the best that it could be? If you think about being an archaeologist, what you think is Indiana Jones level stuff, right? You think about traversing mountains and climbing up mountains. Maybe you need some mountain gear to get to the top of a mountain, and then you go into a cave, and then you have to jump around and look for things, and sort of that's what you think when you think archaeology. So rather than trying to give people an abundance of shit that they have to collect in a sort of journal of crap, you can give them fewer things, but make the things that they're collecting through archaeology actually good, right? So it's actually quite fun to go on your archaeology quests and really explore a part of the world that otherwise you wouldn't be able to explore.
Plans for Tenno itself.
Okay. Anything on the horizon in terms of pet battle content? After the dungeons were kind of wrapped up, some people have been very eager. I wouldn't know any of them, but very eager to see what's coming next.
I mean, so and nothing huge for Dragon.
Jari Sleeps, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. You want first aid back. That's like one of the professions I don't see how you make it better or even worth.
Fight itself, though, as always, we're going to have, a whole new array of stuff to tame and capture and incorporate in your collections and outdoor challenges. Something I'd love for us to take a crack at improving PvP pet battles. I think there's room for an alternate mode there. Something like, something that's a bit more asynchronous, where like you set up a defensive team, and like a lot of mobile games do stuff like this effectively, where like you set up your defensive team and then you can instantly challenge other people's. Because right now part of the challenge is just the critical mass of like trying to queue up and go through the motions and find enough.
I know, Mephi, I don't mind this question because it plays the same way as the housing question. Some people, myself included, don't give a fuck about housing, yet it is important in MMO to have content for everyone. The same is true for pet battles. Do I give a shit about pet battles? Not on your fucking life. I don't even know what pets I have and what pets I don't have in World of Warcraft. But it should be there for people that actually give a shit about it. It should absolutely be there for them.
People, even if we incentivize it, like with the weekly quest or whatever.
Power Pig, how you doing, brother?
Tough, and if you try it for the first time, you are jumping into the very deep end of a very shark-filled pool. Whereas I think there could be something much more accessible and fun there. I'd love to see us do it, but other things are taking priority for Dragonflight launch.
One of these days, I'm not saying that there isn't some casual things, like dragon riding is very much casual focused, but one of these days Blizzard will have to start focusing on the casual content and the casual player, because I don't think of all the MMOs I'm trying to think of right now that I have played, at least World of Warcraft is the one with the least amount of casual content, things for casual players to partake in. In many ways, the only casual content that exists in World of Warcraft is whatever the hardcore players is done with. So as soon as the hardcore players have cleared the raid and there's a new raid, now the casual players can sort of do it. But more often than not, the next expansion is when the casual players can go and do it for gear and shit like that. The only real system that I can think of right now in terms of what casual players have in World of Warcraft is Darkmoon Faire. Seems to be the only like super casual content that was designed for casuals, and that's only available once once a month. That's not enough. You need more, And stuff like this is actually casual content. It is what casuals want. Argent Tournament can't fall into that because, again, it's scraps from hardcore players that is available for casual players, right? Even when it was... Actually, no, Argent Tournament is a good example because even when it was current, it was still more casually focused, which is kind of ironic since the whole appeal of WoW was originally that it was so much more casual than any other MMO out there at the time. For example, No XP Loss Undying. Exactly. It's why it became the most popular MMO in the world, is because so many casual people could play it. However, since then, World of Warcraft has sort of become this double down on hardcore raids and hardcore dungeons, and casuals just sort of have to be okay with the scrap. And then you compare it to something like Final Fantasy XIV, where it almost feels like they put 80% of all their effort into content for casual players, and the raiders are the ones that they get their content, but, you know, they're not getting spoiled. You know, we don't want to spoil them. They get their content, that's it. The casual players is where our main focus is, to make cool and engaging content for them.
That's totally fair. Sounds interesting, though. I had a quick one that I actually missed on the topic.
Run the Mage, thank you for the question. I really appreciate that. To answer it, no. No, not yet. It's good enough for me to be cautiously optimistic about the next expansion. Is what we've seen so far enough for me to actually buy the next expansion and play it? No. Because there's much ground that needs to be covered between where we are now and where we will be when this launches. And I would have to see how all of this plays out. How does Blizzard react to player feedback when the game goes into beta and alpha? Will they react? Will they actually change things when they need to be changed? It's going to be important for me to see that process unfold before I'm going to make a decision on going back to WoW.
Topic of the Drakthir class. I read on the website, I was looking through the splash screen there, and it said that they were mid-range, and I'm curious as to what that means in context of ranged DPS. Like, are they executing their rotation from 40 or 30 or 20 yards, or?
Exact number TBD. Mm-hmm. You're probably going to want to be more like 25 to 30. If you think of hunters as like long range, we have a couple of specs that occasionally have even range boosting stuff beyond 40. Mm-hmm. And some of that is, I think,
Blazing Star. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 13 months in a row. Thank you.
For directional nukes, those are probably gonna have the standard range, but like things like breath attacks or cones that are part of the evoker's repertoire, you'll probably want to be a bit closer to your enemies, and some of that is just it's a bit of the feel of playing an evoker as distinct.
Evans, we're gonna have to wait. So there is actual conversation to be had around evoker and the Black Dragonflight. From a lore perspective, the only reason I could see them currently not wielding black magic or Black Dragonflight magic as part of their kit is the Black Dragonflight is all but decimated. There's like on where are you drawing power from? There is no aspect for the Black Dragonflight. So ultimately, you're gonna have to. I can see how Blizzard will most likely launch another spec for the Evoker by the end of the expansion that includes the Black Dragonflight once we've reestablished the Black Dragonflight. Because right now, the Black Dragonflight has nothing. They don't have an aspect, and it would almost seem like these Evokers draw their power from the aspect of the Dragonflights. So you don't have... Rathian might become Lord, but as they've said, Rathian might become the dragon, like the aspect of the Black Dragonflight, but might not. There might be someone else that's even better suited to become they literally said this last night. Someone else may actually be better suited to become the aspect of the Black Dragonflight. So all of that is going to depend. Of course, how do they attack this from a lore perspective? We'd have to wait and see.
From other range classes, but again, we want to make sure it doesn't feel like an undue restriction where your raid has to constrain their positioning to accommodate the evokers in your ranged clump or whatever. That's the kind of thing that's kind of an aspirational thought initially, but we're gonna dial that in over the course of playtesting and feedback.
Okay, that makes sense. That was one of the questions.
And you guys do know that the first raid apparently is fighting primalists who worship Galakron. You guys do know that, right? That is like stupidly fucking hype.
That I had when we were talking about breath attacks is that could be a very long range breath. And then
Colo, yeah. Who was it that tweeted it out? It was one of the one of those people that has friends at Blizzard. They tweeted that out. Like first raid is coming. I'm thinking it's in one of the interviews that it came out that is the first raid. It's primalists that worship Galakron, and they believe that the Dragonflight should not serve mortals. The Dragonflight should rule mortals. That's the first raid.
And just
I can't
to wrap
remember. It
this
was
up,
on
do
Twitter,
you have
but I can't
any
remember
personal point of excitement with
that.
Dragonflight that you would like to talk about yourself that you haven't had a chance to yet?
Let's see. We've touched on most of them. I think I'm personally just so excited about the talent system, and just like I want us, even before alpha, I hope to see us release some of our talent trees just for community dissection and feedback, and let fan sites make their calculators and start playing around with them, both to get that information out there and to start getting feedback to the team on how we can make them.
I don't know, Apocalypse. It may have been. It may have been. I haven't watched any of the interviews. I'm watching them all with chat today. So we'll probably get to that interview at some point. I just know that someone they tweeted out. It wasn't like leaking or anything. They tweeted this out, and then they said something at the bottom like, "This is so exciting, but what about this?" So they were basically repeating what they have heard and then asking a question of the developers based on what they have heard. So yeah,
even better. One thing I haven't had a chance to talk about that I think is hopefully pretty cool. We have some fun plans for Mythic Plus in Dragonflight that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
This I heard about
today. In some ways, what we're doing for Shadowlands Season 4 is a little preview of those. And I think we've heard and seen that...
How many of you are angry about
Mythic
this?
Plus is just about my favorite feature out there. But running no matter what we do with affixes, running the same dungeon for like 18 months straight, it wears a little thin by the end and before the end. And people aren't necessarily that keen on like refarming the same item, 26 eye levels higher each tier. And we also have this wealth of awesome old content that is still super fun, as we see with things like Legion Time Walking.
True.
And so, we'd like to do for Dragonflight is launch with 8 new dungeons, but have Season 1 of Dragonflight Mythic Plus be comprised of actually 4 of those new Dragonflight dungeons, plus a mix of 4 dungeons picked from older expansions that never had Mythic Plus before, but we can, whether it was no Mist Challenge Mode, Warlords Dungeon, etc., probably not Shadowlands stuff because that's too recent, have that flesh out the Season 1 pool, then have Season 2 be the 4 other Dragonflight dungeons, plus 4 other old ones, and actually basically have complete turnover from season to season in terms of what the pool looks like.
I feel like in this instance, I'm prone to agree with many people in chat insofar as it's fine if that is what you want to do, Season 2, Season 3, Season 4. That's fine. Season 1, however, I feel like should be all of the new dungeons. Because it's new, right? People aren't yet sort of bored of the new dungeons. Many people are going to have dungeons that might be... So the reason I feel like this is many people are going to have dungeons that's their favorite that maybe doesn't make it into the first round. And now you're sort of like, but fuck, that's my favorite dungeon. Now I have to wait till Season 2 before I can get this dungeon. And I have to do this other dungeon that's maybe not my favorite dungeon. Whereas give them all 8 at the start, Season 1. And then for Season 2, you can start moving, 4 of the old, 4 of the new, 4 of the old, that sort of thing. So you keep it fresh, but at the start of the expansion, it is fresh. Give people what is fresh then. Don't do this sort of weird hybrid shit. At least not at the start, because it also breaks the lore. You know, from a lore perspective, you're doing these dungeons, you should be doing the current ones, you know?
And really freshen up the experience. I think it's also a huge deal for just the accessibility of that ecosystem. If you're someone who's trying to come along later on in the expansion or pick up tanking or whatever else, the burden of community knowledge can very quickly become dauntingly high. Mm-hmm. Everyone figured out the boss mechanics and how everything works in the first couple of months, and the rest of the community is on like super optimization of skips and which pulls you can combine. And if you're just coming along trying to, get into that for the first time,
how you doing,
that's
brother?
Pretty rough. Whereas I think if it's a whole new set of dungeons, it's both, a new set of items and a new set of puzzles that the community hasn't fully solved that you can join them in figuring out together.
That's fantastic. I know a lot of people that are running up into that burden of community knowledge like you talk about, and lots of people that are starting fresh and are getting kind of overwhelmed with the front of the game, and it sounds like Dragonflight's going to be a much easier expansion to kind of come into when you're ready, which is really exciting.
In many ways, to be honest with you, the thing that pisses me off most, and something that you can't really get by or around, is community knowledge. The fact that almost all games are solved before they even launch, Whenever a new game comes out, a week before the game... New World is a good example of this. New World wasn't even out yet, and there were already guides on how to get to max level fastest, and how to craft X, Y, and Z, and how you should play if you want to optimally craft and shit like that. It's like, dude, the game isn't even fucking launched yet. Like, just, how about people get in, play for a little while, and then you can do guides and stuff. You can't stop it. How are you ever going to stop it? But at the same time, it removes a lot of that mystery, which is why I hate the PTR so much. Because the PTR removes the mystery of actually getting into the game and really being able to play the game for the first time when it's supposed to be live. Which would also then remove a lot of that community knowledge. Because if no community members have the PTR, there is no spoil. There's no one that can make a guide on how to play optimally at the start.
This was fantastic. This was awesome. I've had such a great day watching all of the news, and I'm so proud of your team and everything you guys have done, and I'm just so excited to play it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, this was really cool.
Thank you very much.
I'll give it a like. This was a really cool interview. I love the fact that Ian answered almost everything honestly. Pretty sure these questions were probably once again going through a bit of a, shall we say, screening. Like, there's definitely been screening, which I wish Blizzard would stop doing. But all in all, not bad. Not a bad interview. A lot of good answers. A lot of good things. All right, so when I get back, I'm quickly going to go pee, because I have to. And I want to get some more water. But when I get back, we'll watch, hopefully someone else's interview. Like, I don't want to watch another interview with Ian, if I can help it. Oh, I know exactly which one I want to watch. The next one is Brian Alinka. I need to know a bit more about the class system and the talent system. So that's the one we'll watch next. And then we'll go on Wowid and we'll see what interviews they have there. Because there's usually a bunch of written interviews as well. I want to go through that as well. Then I want to watch... they don't want to interview Preach. I don't think Preach asked for an interview this time around. And also remember, Preach isn't currently playing the game. So there's a good chance that they're not going to give Preach an interview this time around. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, get up, go stretch your legs, walk around for a bit. When I get back, we're jumping straight into another interview. All right? Deal? I'm going to play ads now, so you have no excuse not to walk around. Unless, of course, you want to watch the fucking ads, in which case... I don't know what to tell you. There's no reason for it whatsoever. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Did you guys get up, or... He's not cancelled? Who the fuck? What are you talking about? Cancelled? Who's not cancelled? What? Nice shot. What do you mean, unknown? What shot? Yabby, how you doing? Horeb, how you doing, bro? I guarantee you, Preach is playing WoW secretly. I mean, I don't think it's secret. Preach is probably playing WoW, but it's no longer part of his content. So if Preach is still playing WoW, I can tell you now, as a fellow content creator, you don't have many hours to play games in. So if you're playing, like, if you're playing World of Warcraft as sort of an aside, Moondrifter, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Take me, for example. Whenever I do play another game that isn't sort of a stream game that I'm playing, maybe 3-4 hours a week is what I have to play that other game in. Maybe I have 4 hours a week. The rest of the time I'm making videos. When I'm not making videos, I'm live streaming. When I'm not live streaming, I'm literally either asleep or I'm at the gym. That's it. That's my life. So I have usually the only day that I have available where I can sort of for a short while play something other than stream games is on a Saturday when we're not streaming. And that's it. My continues pointing at you on the screen. Nice. Very nice. How's Cyberpunk 2077 going? It's going. I'm still doing the NCPD fucking quests. Which is actually why I like it so much, because I can do it whenever. People just keep making it into a damn conspiracy theory. Like, the reason I would say what's weird, as far as I'm concerned, from a lot of people, is the sort of... A content creator will say, I'm done with a game, and then somehow that should always mean you're completely done. You're not playing it at all. You're not talking about it anymore. Like nothing. You're just done. When you say you're done with a game, it more often than not means that it's no longer going to be your main focus. Someone like Preach, someone like myself, the main focus that I've had was World of Warcraft. When I said I'm done with World of Warcraft, it just meant that I have shifted focus. I'm now also focusing on other things. I'm no longer just going to care about World of Warcraft. And in my case, it also meant that I don't want to play it anymore because I'm not having fun playing it anymore. Why do you guys care if he even plays? It's not a huge deal. I'm curious to know if Pyromonster will come back to WoW after all. I genuinely have no idea. I genuinely have no idea. He might do? Like, maybe? Let me ask you this. Did Pyromonster watch the reveal? Because that might be the answer. Robotic Unicorn, thank you so much for tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Thank you. Him and a part of his group just got pissy about it. I think he did. Pyromonster's WoW content. He did. So sad he snapped, but I understand. And he loves Final... Like, I mean, I love Final Fantasy 14, but I can play more than just that. So he did watch it. Did he watch it live, or did he watch it, like... not when it was live. I mean, did he watch it live? So did he watch it on stream? What was his takeaway from that? To be fair, you can love a lot more than just 2 games. You're a fucking content creator. Your life is video games. You can like as many games as you want. You'll find an audience that likes the same games at some point. So, I mean, for people who have full-time jobs and who games only for the fun of it, I can understand why some people will just have like one game that they really play hardcore, and then the rest they won't really give a shit about. But as a content creator, I feel like it's sort of like Asmongold. For a long time, Asmongold was sort of known as a World of Warcraft Andy, right? It's all he played. But that's not all he actually played. Like, Asmongold played all of the Call of Duties. He played, he's always played sort of Soul games and stuff like that as well. It's just his main content was always World of Warcraft. So now whenever Asmongold doesn't play something or stops playing something for a short while, people are like, oh my god, he's done with Final Fantasy XIV. It's like, no, he's not. He just doesn't play Final Fantasy XIV right now. Doesn't mean he's done with it. It just means he has other games that he wants to play too. I quickly have to do some like admin stuff here because I have to upload these videos. The number one advice I can give, not just World of Warcraft players, but gamers in general, would be... sorry, I have to upload this because otherwise Alex is going to get this shit after the stream and that's too late to upload this. Trixon, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Games, and you'll always be on WoW, Copium, Hopium. By the way, why did you quit FF14? Did I? Oh, I quit. Actually, I quit Final Fantasy XIV because I was having too much fun. And since my brand is very much about raging and sort of, you know, tilting at the windmill, I need something that induces anger. And Final Fantasy wasn't doing that. Like, Final Fantasy was making me mellow out. I was feeling better about myself. I was really enjoying my time playing FF14. And so I thought, that's not really going to work with my brand, you know? I need something that really pushes me to the fucking limits of what I can handle. And that's why I had to quit, sadly. It's too good a game. I can't make my content. Otherwise, it's just fake, you know? It's just fake then. I can't have fun. I need rage. Exactly. We'll never quit WoW. And that's fine. I'll tell you, I've wanted to go back to WoW just because the mindless farms of World of Warcraft can sometimes be fun when you're watching a movie or... So I currently have no game that I can really play whilst watching series or watching a movie. Because all other games require sort of thought input, whereas World of Warcraft requires none of it. You can just mindlessly go about the world and do whatever whilst watching shit, and no one gives a shit. So there is parts of me that sort of wish I could go back to WoW, but then I think of all the other things I have to do, and I'm like, nah, fuck it. Let's just leave that out of it. Bulk Pockets, how you doing, bro? Is Elden Ring kind of the game that you can just sort of mindlessly do things? And I don't think so. Okay, I need a clickbait title for this one. Has advice for WoW Andes. Yeah, we'll call it that. Let's put a rush job on that one. All right, so that's Rush. Let's see, what's this video about? I see this very often. I sort of overshares or does something to... that's not really a clip. That was just a discussion. All right, so... I'm gonna go with this one. Already making bad choices. No. I want to call this something else. This is bad. Blizzard. Change it now. Oh, that's clickbait as fuck. You guys are going to see that title and you're going to be like, oh my god, what is he going to talk about now? For those of you that maybe missed it, let me just quickly... You're quick to judge. They are going to... Shouldn't say bad things now. Let them figure it out. All right, that should be Rush as well. Fuck, I keep forgetting. These are all Rush videos. What's this video about? The fuck was I talking about here? Before we do, I want to talk about... Sorry, guys. I have to do this. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. We're almost done. 2 more. I had one huge issue with the announcement. All right, and we'll put a rush on this as well. Fuck, Alex is gonna hate me for all this rushing shit. Not everything is rush. So, question time. Luckily not. You were completely and utterly underwhelmed by the announcement last night. Hipsy, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat. I am labeling the videos from today's stream so that I can upload them to my editor so that he can edit them and upload them to YouTube so that I don't give it to him at 12 o'clock in the evening and now he has to start editing them in order to get them out like before the next day. So I'm trying to do it early enough so that he doesn't have to like work his ass off to get it done. And then this one is a React video. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Pretty sure that's good enough. Okay, we can upload this now. All right, chat. I'm almost done. And done. Whew. Okay. I could just checking. Have you already reacted to Quasi? No, I have not reacted to Quasi yet. He's an angel that puts up with too much shit. Yeah, you should just watch Quasi. Okay, I will watch him. But first, I want to watch Brian Olinka. Like, I feel like this interview from Brian Olinka is the one that I've been waiting for. Like, gonna be honest with you guys, more than anything, it's the class talents and the class work and how the classes are going to be approached that I am interested in. Now, I realize that Bajira is much more into the PvP side of things, and I'm guessing that there's going to be a hell of a lot of PvP questions here, but hopefully through the PvP questions, we get some insights into, you know, what the fuck is actually going to happen with classes and how classes are actually going to play. So this is the interview that I've been looking forward to a lot in this, because I feel like if there's ever been a system that is meant to carry the next expansion, it is this one. It's something that players have been asking for a long time. It's one of the only things that almost everyone is fucking hyped about because we've been asking for it for so long. And if it fails, I feel like everything else fails alongside it. I've said this in the past, but if you can have the best content in the world. If the eyes, which is the character through which you see the content sucks, the content is most likely going to suck as well. So let's see.
And we'll let it ride.
There he is.
A gym interview. Yo.
Hello. All right,
hey, we have the same background for our thing. That actually works out really well.
Oh, do you? Oh, I mean, you want me to change it or?
No. Look on the stream.
Also have
It
the.
actually looks sick.
Oh, on the stream? Okay.
Yeah.
Stream.
The camera that I'm using is really scuffy, but nobody can see this one. It's only you guys, so.
Oh, okay.
But no, the actual stream
Gotcha.
cam looks great. Looks good.
Okay. All right. Oh, wait. We're on live. We're talking.
Oh, we're in. We're two.
Yeah, you're in.
All right.
It's streaming.
Okay. All right. Hey, everybody.
All right, Linksy, can
Wait, why is so chat is basically going full thirst for Helinka? Is the salt and pepper look really getting to chat? You guys should calm the fuck down. Like, just calm down.
Can I?
Alright.
Yeah, we gotta boot you out of here so we can see Lord Helinka.
Let me. Yeah, when I mute, you can't hear me.
Okay, but my screen.
Wait, they were
capture
talking about
regions-
the lady? I don't know who she is. Who is she? The biggest glow up in the history of Blizz, dude. Yeah, I mean, Helinka, if you look at how he, like, what he used to look like and how he looks now, that dude he's a fucking beast.
Only showing Helinka. How do I pin him? Ah, there we go. I don't want to see nobody but you, big fella. Are you frozen?
Alright.
Okay, there you go.
No, I'm not frozen. I was just looking at. I'm not going to be able to look at Twitch chat. I don't know how.
No, you should not do that. Like,
You streamers do it. I
don't look at
cannot-
chat. You can look at it later, but not now. This is
Yeah.
not the time.
No,
Trust
that's
me.
Fine. That's fine.
They're
Yes,
they're all very positive and very excited, but it's
Great.
like, when do we get solo queue rated Ashran? Like you just you don't need to worry about that. All
What
right.
an idea.
Yeah, there you go. Write that one down. All right, so this is a pretty big announcement today. Pretty exciting stuff. I feel like getting started with it's like a blanket open thing, but like, is there anything particularly about PvP that you wanted to come here and talk about before we sort of get into specifics?
I think some things that I'm sure we'll talk about will be great. Talking about solo queue, talking about gear, talking about changes to classes, talents, how that'll affect PvP. Those sorts of topics, I'm sure, are what people primarily want to hear about, and I'm prepared to talk about all of them. So
Great, let's do it. People are spamming about solo queue, so the implementation. Yeah, the implementation of solo queue so far with the shuffle of being like a brawl. People seem to have been digging that. What's been like the sort of internal feedback that you guys have gotten?
I mean, a lot of relief that it's gone well.
Yeah,
because it's kind of a wacky idea. We thought when we came up with it a couple of months ago, it was like, what do we think about, just changing the teams? Because I think we wrote a blog about this, and it was a lot about concern about the matchmaker. I've watched other games do solo queue, rated solo queue over the years, and I feel like there's always this focus on the matchmaker.
If I'm very quiet during this first bit, it's because I don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. I don't know what the solo queues are that they're referring to. I don't know what the brawls are that they're referring to. Even if I were still playing WoW, I wouldn't know what the fuck they're talking about now. I don't do PvP. Like, straight up, couldn't care less. I'm glad that the PvPers like their game, but that's not my fucking game. So I have no idea. Andy, please, yes, give me a TLDR of what the fuck is going on right now. Like, what are we discussing? Solo queue is the wish that many PvPers have. Instead of just 2v2, 3v3, and 10v10, etc., we want 1v1. Rated 1v1 shit. That's interesting. Why would people actually fucking want that? Like, why could you not just 1v1 in, like, outside of Orgrimmar? That's not it. Okay, then what is it? What is it? Forcing you to do arena to get the best BG gear? All right, let's get Andy quickly. Let's jump into Discord with Andy so we can get a full rundown of this. All right, Andy, you're live. Tell us, inform us of what this shit is.
Okay, so basically what solo queue is how generally in WoW PvP you have to in rated WoW PvP you have to queue as a team to get proper rewards, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise it's random BGs and skirmishes which do not give the rewards that you're seeking.
Yes.
The the thing that PvP community has been like asking for them to implement for a long time now is solo queue like it works in League, where you can queue with your role and with your spec into the pool of people, and it match makes you to play with somebody else against somebody else. The way they implemented it now is through so-called PvP Shuffle. It was basically a mode where they are testing the system, and it has had like very positive feedback. So that's basically what they're talking about. That the solo queue idea is basically going to go further.
Okay. That actually that makes a hell of a lot of sense. So they're basically moving from duo queue that you used to do in League to actually also now allowing solo queue.
Yes.
Okay, I like that. I can see why people would like that. I can see why people would enjoy that, because for a lot of people, you know, they might play when their friends aren't playing, and this just gives them the ability to go and do some shit. So I would like to see them moving forward with that for the PvPers. For myself, couldn't care fucking less. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay, Andy, thank you very much for that. Stick around, though, Andy, because I might have more questions as the PvP should move on. So, yeah, stick around. I'm probably going to ask a few questions until we get to the class shit, at least.
Matchmaker. And that'll likely probably still happen.
Right.
Why am I fighting this rated person? Why was this low MMR person in here?
Yeah.
But, you know, I think we have this added factor of compositions and specs. You come in as the spec you're in, and that's all. You know, you don't get to pick a different class, different spec or any of that. So
I have a question, which I'm gonna need the PvPers in chat right now to talk to me, because I don't have a clue what I'm talking about, but it's something that I've wondered for a really long time. And specifically, I'll give you guys the reason why I've wondered about this, and then you guys can probably tell me if this could work or why maybe it couldn't work. One of the major gripes and concerns that you very often hear from players in general, especially new players that maybe just want to jump into PvP halfway through the expansion, is that you get absolutely slaughtered by the well-geared people. I'm talking normal BGs now, right? So we're not talking rated shit. We're talking normal battlegrounds. You get slaughtered by people that is very high geared. You stand no chance. And I've always wondered, why not have a ranking system for normal battlegrounds similar to how you have it in most other PvP games? So you start at bronze 5 and then you work your way up to challenger mode or some shit like that. But it is just normal, average, straight up BGs. It's nothing weird. It's not rated or ranked shit. Why would that not work? Because the only thing I've ever heard from people against that is it's going to take too long to get queues when you're sort of higher up. And to that, I would say, have you ever seen how long it takes you to get a queue in Challenger mode in League of Legends? Those Challenger guys usually wait around for half an hour to an hour for a queue. Because, yes, there's fewer people there, but that's sort of the price you pay. When you're that good, that is the price you pay. And you sort of sit there and fucking hang out and wait for your queue to pop. Because you're that good. Or you start a second character and you sort of go through it again, you know, sort of thing. So, yes, that is a downside, but since that downside have not heard, like, League of Legends is doing worse because the queues are so bad at Challenger. So why would that affect World of Warcraft's queues in any way, shape, or form? Dangerous, how you doing, bro? But I want to face roll noobs. True, CDJ, but in that regard, I would say the people that just want to face roll noobs is actually destroying someone else's game with their want, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. The gearing thing is covered in this interview. Rated BGs already have a lot of problems. Well, rated BGs, I can sort of understand why it has a lot of problems, but okay, let's keep watching. Maybe they get to my sort of topic or interest, I guess.
I'm sure the stream distracts me, and so that's you know, that was
color cam not as an incentive as much as, so yes, there can be an incentive. So, you know, just the ranking itself would be quite an incentive. You could probably do incentives around thematic rewards and sort of stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily play around with incentives around PvP points, you know, marks and stuff like that for gearing, other than you can buy better gear the higher up you go in terms of these ranks. So that could be fine. But I'm more talking about a ranking system that separates the very high-skilled players from the very bad players, or the new players, where a new player maybe wants to try out PvP, gets stomped in the first 5 or 6 games that they're playing because they unluckily was against, say, an arena champion player, for example, and then just step out. They're just like, fuck this. This is not fun. I can't even cast my fucking spells. My class is clearly broken. I don't want to do this anymore. You know, because they were unknowingly put against someone that is just much better at the game and maybe plays a lot more.
An issue, and so the solution we thought was, let's do this shuffling. And so, had concerns about the length of matches. Had concerns about whether people would embrace it or whether people would be like, I hate all these goofy compositions I'm playing, right? But I think it's a fresh take on things. You know, I think we've been playing 2v2, 3v3 for a long time now. When people have this control over the comp they're playing, that they will or will not play, in a way that meta can get pretty, I don't want to say stagnant, but
it can be
without change. It's like you're seeing those classes, and so solo queue, solo shuffle, it's like it's all forced upon you, right? Like you have to react to these different compositions, and so I think it's been a fresh take for people. So
this comes from a complete noob at PvP, but I will say I think it also makes it more interesting, specifically if you're someone that wants to test your own skill. And I know there's a lot of PvPers that do this. I used to watch this guy, what was his fucking name, dude? Not Savix, it's also a paladin. Very good fucking holy, Retribution paladin. I don't know if he still plays WoW. I'm trying to remember his name now. But this guy was like rank 1 Retribution paladin. Vanguards, that's the one. Vanguards. He used to do shit like this. Like, he would go in with a complete noob into arena and, 2v2, basically just to test himself. Like, that's it. He just wanted to test himself. He just wanted to see, if I'm playing with a complete scrub lord that doesn't know shit about PvP, how high can I actually go with this absolute scrub lord? So PvPers like that challenge. It's why they PvP. So I feel like you could actually merge the solo queues with the 2v2, 3v3, and I almost guarantee you there's a lot of PvPers that would love that challenge of going in, not knowing what the hell you're going to get on the other side. You know you're going to get people that sort of similarly skilled to you, but you don't know what classes are going to go in there. So you're going to have to adapt on the fly and figure out how exactly are we going to make this work. So I do think it could just work. That is partially the reason for wanting solo queue, the challenge of dynamic adaptability. Exactly, which PvP should be about. It's a lot about that adaptability and not knowing what's going to come next.
Very, very excited about that. I mean, the team that worked on it, it was a significant effort. There were, the way we do arenas had to be rewritten. Just like going into a rewritten had to be re-implemented. And so I'm really proud, honestly, of the job they did. But yeah, the goal here was always to come up with a rated solo queue system. That's
awesome.
Our plan. That's our plan. That's what we're working towards. You never
I think
know
that's
going to
make it
right,
so exciting for people.
Wrong, but the brawl was definitely about finding the problem.
Moni, thank you for the primes up. Did really appreciate that. 14 months in a row. Thank you. Do you guys remember Blizzard teased done a Battleground years ago? I don't remember which expansion it was, but it was supposed to be, I want to say this was WoD. I want to say that they teased this in WoD, but they teased a battleground that was supposed to work similar to a MOBA, where you would have towers and towers that need to be pushed down, and then eventually this nexus that you had to take out. Like, this was teased, but it never made it in. So it had to be like either WoD or Kata, one of those very cut-heavy expansions where they sort of talked about the potential of this happening, and then it just never happened. To this day, I still wish that would be a thing in WoW, because I think it would be quite fun.
Before your rating was on the line,
Yeah.
If there are we got to figure out the lever penalties, we got to figure out matchmaking, rewards, things like that, and how do we get more healers in the queue?
Right.
And so better to try and have those problems in this unrated environment than a very high stakes one that I think people will, they'll really care about their solo rated queue. So
yeah,
excited about that. Hoping we can do things where people are really looking to say, like, who's the best sub rogue?
Yeah.
And not just like who's the best, he or she was playing with RMP all the time.
Right.
No, it's the best sub
can you carry your team in any environment? Yeah.
Yep, and adapt. So
which is what proves whether you're the best.
Very pleased with it. Going to be taking it forward and taking it to the next step.
Awesome. So just the final thought that I coalesce is rated solo queue is part of the plan.
Yep.
Very cool. All right. So we also mentioned another thing that's always a hot topic for WoW. There's like levels in which, like, some seasons gear is super important, some seasons gear is not as important. There's all kinds of different ways of acquiring and upgrading your gear. So with Shadowlands, we've seen gear acquisition primarily through, like, at least conquest gear, the best gear in the game. That's really all I'm, like, super worried about, is you get your best gear from the game at playing arena at a high level, or RBGs at a high level, and then upgrading with honor if you need to. How do you guys like that system compared to some that's like, we've heard about like WoD, which is like maybe the most simple, where it's like you just get this gear and it scales up in arena, and that's just is what it is. Everybody at the same rating gets the same thing. How does that feel? And I guess
I feel like I remember PvPers not liking the gearing system in WoD. What about you guys that PvP? Did you guys like the idea of you have this gear and it scales up and, you're big boy boom boom in PvP and it doesn't really matter outside of that? Or do you prefer the gearing system as it is now, where you actually have gear that you work towards the whole time? Vidaloo, thank you. Vidaloo, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm okay with the system now. The WoD gearing system was horrible. You see, I'm getting mixed responses here. Some people say, hey, I really enjoyed that. Other people are saying, not that much.
Third one to chime into was with like Legion, where it's like actually just all normalized, except for eye level.
Yeah, I feel like we've tried everything. When I talk about this topic, I
feel like if there's one thing that is true in this entire interview, it's that line. We've tried everything. It almost feels like for every single expansion so far in World of Warcraft's history, Blizzard have tried to make gear in World of Warcraft interesting for PvP. And some systems do better than others, but they still haven't nailed the perfect system. For some reason, there doesn't seem to be a perfect gearing system in World of Warcraft, for PvP specifically.
I'm like, I've talked with other, designers at other studios, other games that have PvE, PvP elements, and I'm like, oh man, we've tried it all.
Yeah.
I think, based on a lot of the feedback we've seen from the community, that Warlords, Draenor type system, that seems what people want, and that's what we're aiming for. So that's kind of what we're going to be targeting. We have, PvP item level and PvE item level, and our plan is to basically do like 2 tiers of PvP item level.
Okay.
Get your honor gear, you buy the honor gear, and you can get, up to a certain point. Let's just call it like 113.
Sure, yeah, just random level.
And then you buy conquest gear, and that would be like 126. So and it would always be that high PvP item level.
Right.
And it would be, something probably around like heroic, or it would go up to like heroic, and for honor gear, and like conquest would go up to like mythic. And so, people might be able to bring mythic gear in because, they've done their content and it's still pretty good in PvP.
Yeah.
But, we've done things with like trinket set bonuses, PvP set bonuses, that to try and discourage a lot of the items that come from raids that are problematic, particularly trinkets.
Yeah.
And then other cantrip items. I'm not really bothered, to be honest with you, if like some cantrip item sneaks into PvP. Like, I think it's okay for you to go out and you're a really intense player of this game and you want to go find 1 or 2 items from a raid or from a Mythic Plus and bring them in the PvP and they're good. I think that's okay. I think it's a world game.
Yep.
It's RPG PvP. Go out, get those things, make yourself better. I think when we're talking about like, go get everything from somewhere that's not PvP, that's a big problem.
See, I feel like that is the wrong way to look at it. Because again, it feels like in many ways it sort of ignores what PvPers are. And I'm just going to say this, and if this pisses off a bunch of PvP players, PvP players in general do not play World of Warcraft. They just don't. Most PvP players play a game that has nothing to do with World of Warcraft. They genuinely just play the PvP side of things, and that's all they really give a fuck about. So him saying, I don't have a problem with people going out and getting stuff from the raid if it's going to make it good. It's like, dude, that's the problem. The PvPers don't want to get the gear from the raid, but if the gear from the raid is the best, so it's better than the PvP shit, then they're forced to get the fucking gear from the raid, which they don't want to do in the first place. They would much rather get the gear from the PvP because that's what they want to do. But now because there's a piece of gear in the raid, they feel like they have to go get it because they're so intense and serious about PvP. I feel like it's sort of... It's a misunderstanding of what most PvP players want. And the reason I can tell you this is my brothers are hardcore PvP fanatics. And it's one of the reasons they quit Shadowlands. They loved the PvP in Shadowlands. They actually enjoyed PvP in Shadowlands. And then they came to me and they were like, so this is my best legendary. Where do I get it? And we did a quick Google search, and I was like, oh, you get this from the raid. And my brother was like, what? But I don't want to raid. I just want this piece of gear so that I can PvP. And I'm like, yeah, but you're going to have to do the raid in order to get this so that you can get it. That was already, like, close to him going, fuck this. And then he was like, okay, so when I have that piece of gear, how do I make it? Because he actually went into the raid and he got the piece of gear. Like, he actually did LFR and the thing dropped so he could now make the piece of gear. And then he came to me and said, I can't make the gear. How do I do this? I'm like, okay, so you need to buy the item from the auction house. And he's like, yeah, I did that. But I don't know where I get the soul ash shit from. And I'm like, well, you do Torghast. This is where you're going to get the soul ash from. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, you have to run Torghast so you can get soul ash. And that was it. Like, as soon as I said that to him, my other brother, like, listened to me say this. And he was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm out. And then the brother I was talking to was also like, yeah, I give up. I have no interest in this. I want a PvP. I don't want to do raids. I was forced to do this fucking raid to get this piece of gear. And now I learned that I'm going to have to partake in this whole other system so I can actually do this shit. I'm just done.
And actually even get the majority of your stuff from not PvP.
Right. I mean, what you just described probably is a situation where, like, if people only want to do PvP, that's the only thing that they log into and acquire their gear from, a full set of PvP gear is going to be very competitive.
Yes.
Even if you're like, okay, there's this one trinket from this one boss that if you get it at Mythic eye level is kind of cool. Like, because I remember that was like Kata had like legendary items, and like some of the trinkets in Kata were really cool. And I mean that's been a thing, you know, throughout the course of the game. But yeah, there have been times where it was like a little heavier to get a lot of really good stuff from PvE. And it sounds like what you're describing right now is, as we move forward, it might be a situation where if you want to only do PvP, you're going to be like very competitively geared. And even if you only do PvP to cap your character, you might get a little bit less conquest, but the actual eye level that you have on your gear is going to be the same as somebody who's playing at like Gladiator rank 1 level.
Right. Yep.
Gotcha.
You put it right. You know, the way you put it is, if somebody wants to just be doing PvP, they're going to get an excellent set of gear for PvP. Arguably the best.
Yeah.
And that's the key. I feel like if we're talking arguably, where somebody is like, yeah, that's good, but this, one item has, benefits. Okay, okay,
Right.
maybe that's a choice that you make.
This changes things a bit.
But it's when it doesn't feel like that.
Ignore everything I just said for the last 5 minutes.
The only thing I want
that actually changes things a bit.
There may be a question of like, well, can you just do that in season 4, and why wait? I think if you can go to a vendor and just spend honor gear and get heroic item level, like that's not something we can just let you run around in war mode with. Like and same with conquest. Like now you have mythic gear and you're just running out in the outside world, and so that's why that change of PvP item level currently works in the outside world.
Yeah.
And our plan is for it to not.
Right.
And then upgrades are still going to exist. So if you're a gladiator level player, you can upgrade your gear with honor, and it will upgrade your PvE item level.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, because being able to spend a lot of time in the game and progress in whatever you like the most, and then be able to take a portion of that power into other elements of the game does feel pretty good. Instead of being like, wow, I mean, like I've got the best PvP gear in the game, but I'm like Mythic 0 eye level to go into do Mythic. That's kind of weird. But if you can take some of the strength that you've got,
you should be able to. I mean, if you're a gladiator level player, you're an elite player, you should be able to take some of that gear into the raids.
And do okay. Like maybe the stats won't be perfect and the eye level won't be as high, but you can still
like I know the badge trinket is really good for a lot of specs with like 1 minute cooldowns.
Yeah, that's cool.
So they go out to get that, and it's cool that they want to be a 2400 rated player or whatever to bring that up as.
Let's get to the cost questions.
Yeah, because usually it feels like people get pulled into PvE to get like the strong stuff, and I guess that could move us a little bit into the next thing, where like tier sets right now are like a big deal. The creation catalyst just got put in, so you're able to like kind of get your tier set if you've been unlucky or if you're like late to the game or whatever. You mentioned that PvP set bonuses are one of those things that you guys have tried in the past to sort of really make PvP gear more valuable than PvE gear for PvP. Is that the kind of thing that might return, that we're seeing tier sets in PvE? Would there be any kind of bonus for PvP gear as well?
Well, the trinket set bonus will definitely stick around, and we're really happy with the implementation we have now, where it gives a fixed amount of primary stat and stamina, because that really just lets us tune the game holistically in terms of damage.
I feel like I should say what this is a PvP focused discussion, and it makes sense. Bajira is pretty much one of those people that only do PvP in World of Warcraft. Like, he'll dabble in other things, but PvP is his main thing. So what we're basically trying to do here is, from these questions, disseminate some information about general class stuff and the talents and stuff like that. Because he's most likely going to ask about talents at some point and how that will affect PvP. And hopefully we get some information there that we can apply to what most of us care about, I think, which is the PvE side of things.
And sustain. But PvP set bonuses we'll have to think a bit about. One of the challenges of PvP set bonuses is it's not great to change them. From tier season
people get used to having like a more crit on your mortal strike after you charge, something like that, right? They kind of factor into their gameplay a bit.
And it's like, if we don't come up with a better one, or like could be messing with the balance a lot in that respect.
Right.
So I'm a little wary of that. But then again, if we're doing set bonuses elsewhere, we have to come up with ones that are competitive. So I don't have anything definitive to say on that right now, except that we know class sets and set bonuses are going to exist, and so we just kind of have to discuss is the current situation, is it tenable? Like, can it work where we're creating one universal set bonus that is throughout the game?
Right, yeah.
Or do we have to go back to a world with separate PvE and PvP set bonuses? There's a certain advantage to the PvP set bonuses where
sometimes they're just cool. It's like
they're cool, and they make the PvP gear special in a special way. But it's also so often the case that a PvE set bonus will also be very good.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could even have a situation where it's like, I mean, I don't want to be making specific suggestions, I guess that's not what this is about, but like, you could eventually, like, if you got your...
All systems and balances are mirrored throughout the whole game. Yeah, I'm just answering what people are asking. I'm not really watching this video for PvP insights. I realize some of you are, which is why we're watching this, because people asked me to watch this. But personally, what I'm more interested in is the talent side of things, the talent rework, how that will affect the game. And his answers there could absolutely mean a lot for me. But I'm not really interested in the sort of pew other players aspect of it. I'm still listening and I'm still paying attention to it, even though most of what they're saying here, I have no idea what it's about, or like PvP tier set or gear sets. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like set bonus of PvP, I genuinely didn't even know that was a thing. So good, I guess.
Your 4-piece PvP gear, you could get like another honor talent selection option, and then that's like that's everybody can do that. It kind of is class specific, but it's not necessarily like you guys are deciding what the set bonus is. Something like that could be kind of cool.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, that's interesting. I just think I want to make sure that everybody, you know, that we create something cool for people, and that is a cool idea.
For sure. So how are we looking for like cross faction stuff for PvP? How does that affect PvP? That's coming in 9.2.5, right?
Yes, our plan is to support cross faction play in rated PvP content, any pre-made PvP content. So if you want to get into an arena with Horde and Alliance players, that's the plan. If you want to do it with RPGs, that's the plan. Basically, you know, you're electing into that.
This is a good change.
Random battleground skirmishes. Our plan is still to keep that faction divide for the time being. But, you know, when we think about solo shuffle, especially rated, I think that's something down the line we definitely want to combine. I don't think there's anything more fantasy forward than the idea of you are...
See, I would have done this for random BGs as well. Just full people into two groups that fight. You know, turn the fantasy into a war game where it's just two groups that fight for survival. It would probably speed up queues quite heavily because you don't have to wait for X amount of Alliance players and X amount of Horde players. You just have 20 players and they just fight. So I would actually say, why not just implement this now across the board? Let's give up. So my biggest fear with this cross-faction thing is that Blizzard tries to hold on to the idea of factions whilst doing everything they can to erode, like completely erase the idea of factions anyways. I feel like we've crossed the Rubicon now. Factions in World of Warcraft no longer matter. They just no longer matter. So why are we still pretending like factions matter? What is this double think where in some places faction will still matter, but in other places they won't? The only place I think factions should still matter is world PvP. You know, if you have the war mode on, it's not going to make sense when it's a free-for-all, right? That's going to be a mess. Can you imagine if war mode meant that you could kill everyone on the map? Whether they're Horde or Alliance doesn't give a fuck. I feel like we're past that point of pretending like the factions still matter. Just let it all go.
You are just thrown in the arena.
Yeah, you're literally just a gladiator. You're just an arena mercenary. There's no allegiance. It's just kill in the arena. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think.
Varian, yes, in the past, factions mattered in World of Warcraft. Sadly, due to a number of decisions that Blizzard have made over the course of expansions, and this goes back even further than Danusa and Ian's reign, this goes back all the way to the beginning of World of Warcraft, really. Every other expansion, Blizzard would have the factions team up to take down a big bad guy. The constant teaming up and breaking up and teaming up and breaking up, you know, then it's war between the factions, then we're teaming up to take a bad guy. Then it's war between the factions, then we're teaming up. It's led to the modern player base. The only people that still really give a fuck about the factions in World of Warcraft are the people that used to play Warcraft, like the original RTS game. Because there, the factions were really cemented in the war between the orcs and the humans. But anyone that hasn't played that and just played WoW, especially the newer people, so people who started, say, in Legion, they have no real reason to look at the factions and think that the factions matter. Like, what does it matter? We work together, then we're at war for some stupid reason, but then we work together again. None of this makes sense. So ultimately, I feel like we're just too far gone to sort of stop pretending like factions matter.
think that makes total sense. We've always thought that made a lot of sense.
That's cool, yeah.
I think that'll be really great for the game. I've long held that I think the faction imbalance is more due to the social challenges that the teams have, and so it'll be great to see what people go out and do with those.
The faction balance issue is actually, it's a problem that doesn't necessarily exist today anymore, but it's a problem that existed for so long that it kind of is now a permanent problem. So back in the day, the best classes you could be for raiding used to be horde classes. And back in the day, it wasn't like a 1% change. There were oftentimes, so I remember way back, if you were a troll warlock, for example, you were doing something like 3 or 4% more DPS than any of the other races. Orcs had a really strong racial as well. You had these racials that were just stupidly good. Alliance had brilliant racials, but for PvP more often than not, and this was largely thanks to humans with their every man for himself kind of thing. As a result of this, PvEers tend to move over to the Horde because it was just better. I actually remember when Method shifted from Alliance to Horde because for a specific raid, the Horde racials were just better. So they actually finally made the shift. Over time, this shift happened more and more often. Now, at some point, the Alliance community or population became so muted. There wasn't enough people in the Alliance to really keep things going. And at this point, things were largely balanced, but now you had a new reason why people were leaving. They were leaving because there's no one there. They don't have anyone to play with. So ultimately, people just sort of left the Alliance to go with the Horde. And now you have the Alliance basically dead because it doesn't matter that it's almost equal or that some of the Alliance racials are actually better than the Horde racials now. No one's going to leave the Horde to go to the Alliance for a 1% DPS increase because there's no one there. There's no one to play with. So it just makes it like this horrible cascading thing where due to bad balance in the past of racial abilities, you now have a faction that's on the brink of dying. Pretty much. Voicey, how you doing, brother?
Choices.
So once that happens, I would imagine there's not going to be separate ladders for Alliance and Horde. It'll be one ladder probably?
Not right out the gate.
Okay.
I think there is value in those separate rewards being there for trying to keep people available on both sides. And I right out the gate don't want to step back from that because if we feel like we need it, it would be bad to put it back on. So for the time being, we're going to keep those rewards separate. And just to try and make sure that we can maintain some parity on the two sides. But if we feel like down the road it's not necessary, then we can do away with it.
Okay, cool. So I'm really excited about the talent tree changes that I've seen overall.
Yes, dude.
Is that something that we can expect to create like spec diversity for PvP? And I guess the second question is like, in your experience with it so far, like how many different specialization options do you see like being for specific situations or whatnot? Like how are we going to use that?
Yeah, I think PvP is very unique in the game because it makes use of class utility probably more than any other part of the game, right? Like you use buttons in PvP that some players may not even have on their bars often at times. So I think what we're going to see is that the class section of the tree is going to be really interesting from a PvP perspective. Like maybe you have to give up a big defensive cooldown to go get an interrupt on a resto druid or something like that, and you can be more aggressive and now you can get that interrupt, but what did it cost you? It might cost you something you've become very used to having. So I do think it'll be interesting. And I think it'll just change things on its head a lot.
Zorium, how you doing, bro?
As we go into 10-0, we're not like Arena specifically is so much of class play that anytime we make huge changes to classes, the game is just the tables have been flipped, right? And so I think the game will be very different out of the gate. And then, our plan is down the line to take a look at honor talents again and try and freshen them up in like a .1 patch.
Very cool.
Because that is the sort of thing that, like, okay, the new expansion is out. The meta feels very different and changed. Everybody learns that in the opening kind of season. And then the next season.
What makes this really cool from even a PvE perspective, so I'll bring a bit of PvE perspective here just because, I don't know much about the PvP side of things. It sounds like most of your utility things, so pure utility, like interrupts and stuff like that, is going to fall on the class side of the talent tree. And then the spec side of the talent tree is going to be different spells and different buffs and effects and stuff, like how the class actually will ultimately play. What I like about that is it gives you the opportunity to be wacky with some of the class stuff. Because the class stuff isn't necessarily going to impact the power of the class, you can do some wacky shit with class talents, mainly because, well, there's a trade-off. So someone isn't going to be able to be completely overpowered because they're not going to have access to all of it. So you could, for example, take a massive speed boost buff, but then you also miss out on the massive shield or the interrupt or the blink or whatever the fuck the case might be, right? So it allows for a lot more interesting design development and elements within the different talent trees, where it's not like the old talent trees where if you chose a utility thing, you would oftentimes have to choose between that utility thing and actual power. Because you only had that many talent points. And if you, say, for example, needed something that increases your movement speed, that meant that you wouldn't be able to get this power thing that you were after. This gives the player a lot more freedom. I love that. Good fucking change.
Season, we try to offer up some freshness.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand it correctly, will there likely be new honor talent selections out the gate and then you change them after, or should we expect the honor talents to be similar until point 1?
I think you should expect them to be similar at the expansion.
Okay.
Honestly, what happens is we look at some of the honor talents and some of the class designers will be like, can I steal this honor talent?
The real Everest, pretty much,
yes.
yeah.
Give us more baseline.
Yes, so that happens quite a deal. Yeah, I want to address that because it does come up a lot. And
yeah, please do.
One of the concerns I always have about adding more honor talents baseline is just that's the potential for 4 new buttons to be on the bar, and that's a lot. That's a lot.
You guys, you had to kind of like step back from adding a whole lot every single expansion because things got a little wild. But
exactly, and even 3 is a lot, and that is the main reason to just be like, I have 4 new buttons once I walk into this arena. That's a lot, and so we're going to always try to keep it to 3, but totally understand the critique that I only get to pick 1 or 2 because these are lock-ins.
Yeah,
and
that's big.
We constantly try to address that.
Yeah, I mean, I just know for Warrior, like certain things are like Sharpened Blade is like, man, like that's what makes Arms Warrior. Like now a lot of classes have a healing reduction. That's kind of like a standard thing, but having that Arms Warrior be able to really like put some serious pressure out, like that feels very Arms Warrior. So things like that being locked in would be pretty cool. But yeah, makes sense. I feel like we've been talking a lot about solo queue. We've been talking about it a lot from the perspective of Arena. I feel like an implementation of solo queue that'd be really cool is rated battlegrounds. I haven't really heard a lot about RBGs. I feel like that was another. I get the feeling that sometimes these brawls are like just testing for like different types of content. So, like a solo queue like 6v6 RBG.
Is rated battlegrounds actually successful in Wolf? Because I feel like it was announced and very many people were very excited for it, and then the hype around it just died. Just suddenly I stopped hearing anyone talk about rated BGs in any real sense. Me and my guild had fun with it. There is a community for it, but there's a lot of win trading and shit. Used to play with Vegera on a private TBC WoW server, and they still play it, but I left the game a while ago. They're amazing when you have a synergy with your team. See, but that's the thing. It feels like just based on the answers that I'm getting from you guys, rated battlegrounds is sort of this very small niche community, and it doesn't really it doesn't open up to the wider community at all. It's not really bringing many new people in. It just sort of has its niche following, and that's it. So they could probably look at changing things up there, making something more interesting, I suppose.
Sounds like a really cool idea. And is that something that you guys have put any thought into when it comes to a solo queue environment for PvP?
So I do think there's a lot of value for RBGs. I do think if we did it, I would, very similar to solo shuffle, I would want to do some type of situation where it's a little bit different. It's probably solo only, not like me and another
me and my
person
healer buddy, me and my tank,
and then we shuffle this we do the Tetris or whatnot. I think it would it'd be the 10-man pre-mades or the solos only.
Yeah, exactly.
And I see the value there, and I think it's something we'd like to do down the line. I don't have any. It's certainly not something we're going to be doing at expansion launch, but something I'd like to do. 6v6 is a situation where, we've played it on the existing maps. I think it's a little short. I think we need new, fresh content specifically made for 6v6 or 5v5 or some smaller format. But yeah, really like the idea.
Dude, 5v5 Battlegrounds could be really fucking hype. You make the map smaller, you put the objectives around sort of team play, team fighting, that sort of thing. You could have so much fun with 5v5 Battlegrounds. I'm just immediately thinking of very similar to the Crystalline Conflict. Yeah? But even smaller scale than that. As a 5v5 kind of thing. Because 5v5 arenas never really worked because it just felt... It was so hard to get 5 people together, and the arenas were obviously designed for 3v3 content more than it was for 5v5 content. Whereas I feel like if you did a number of Battlegrounds that only exists for the 5v5 I think a lot of people would play that. I think a lot of people would get into that. Personally, I love random Battlegrounds, but it's not treated fairly, and you really get destroyed by people who do arena-rated Battlegrounds. Rosebird, we've also talked about that already at the beginning, of how they could probably fix that.
Been trying to grow the team to be able to take action on a lot of these ideas, and I think we're getting to a place where we can. So nothing to promise yet.
That's fine, yeah.
I think I've said the same thing a couple years ago too. So it's been on my mind a lot.
It's just cool to sort of see like what's percolating. I know you can't say everything, but no, it's just neat to see like what you guys feel about what you've done and where that leads us next. And I feel like you kind of like lightly hinted on it. We've seen a couple of really cool new arena maps, like ones that we actually have access to now, and there's one that I've seen maybe on like Wowhead or something where like the pillars can change depending on like what you stand on. Are there, so the new arenas are bumping. Are we going to see new Battlegrounds in the works too?
Nothing to announce at launch of 10, unfortunately, but yes, that is something we want to continue to work towards, is new Battlegrounds. Battlegrounds are something that I think when it fits better when we have the thematics of the expansion kind of in them. One thing we're trying to focus on is how to make war mode PvP. Come up with some new content specifically.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the World PvP next, actually.
Yes, yeah, that's we're trying to focus especially for launch.
I feel like we need definitely. I say we. I don't even PvP, but if I was a PvPer in World of Warcraft, I'd feel cheated most expansions. The Battlegrounds seem to come very sparsely. Every few expansions, maybe there's a Battleground. Arenas seem to also be so rarely added to the game. And I feel like there's so many cool things that you could do with arenas. Like reworking some of the old arenas, going back to, I don't know if you guys remember way back in the day, there would be arenas where parts of the floor would turn into fucking fire and shit like that. So the arena itself kind of became part of the fight. So you weren't only fighting the other people, you were also fighting the map and where you were stationed and what you were doing. I kind of remember those things very well. And I feel like you could have so much fun because it's not like you're designing a giant map for 20 or 30 people to play on. You're designing a very small room, and you can really make that room into something cool that people would enjoy, I think.
on War Mode PvP.
Awesome.
And building some systems that encourage players to, go out and fight in the outdoor world. War Mode PvP is always this it's a careful balance between trying to incentivize people to do it, but then also not incentivizing people to just grind, flight points.
Or run around with the roaming 40-man hordes that just wipe through the zones. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
And there are people who love organizing large PvP groups. There have been I meet them at BlizzCon every year.
Yep.
They love that part of the game and they want more content for it, and we haven't really done as much as we can for them. So want to spend time for the expansion launch on and building better stuff.
Yeah, just from my own experience, I feel like with BFA, for whatever reason, that was the most world PvP that we had, because we had a variety of weekly quests to do and had specific things for specific rewards in different places, and that ended up feeling like a blast. So I think quests are usually a fairly good incentive to just get out there and scrap. It was really fun to group with people from the stream or friends or whatever and just have your skirmishes, which is I think that's probably one of the ways that world PvP feels the best, is the large scale stuff is epic, but sometimes that small scale stuff,
they're not focusing on the single biggest issue for world PvP. The servers. As soon as there's 3 people in the same area in a zone, the servers lag so much that you can't fucking play. Genuinely, I think world PvP and war mode would be a hell of a lot more sort of widespread if you could actually fucking play when a lot of people are doing shit. I feel like that would, just that. If you could have a massive 100v100 battle where you could kill each other in the open world and just have fun with it without the servers fucking shitting themselves, a lot more people would play with war mode on. Because why wouldn't you? It makes the world more dangerous. It makes the world more fun. It gives you increased rewards. Why wouldn't you? But I know a few people that actually like PvP that play with war mode off because they don't want to fucking play it 2 frames per second or the server lagging like crazy. They just don't want to deal with it.
Where really funny things happen, somebody jumps off a cliff to escape and you glide after him and you have a glider fight. That's pretty cool too. Speaking of glider fights, this is kind of a meme question, but I actually am very curious. How does Dragonflight play into world PvP? Is that going to be something that we're going to be seeing? Somebody's going to be
I'm not a PvPer,
dive bombing in on somebody from the heights. I mean, that's kind of interesting, because flying has usually to me been this is a massive world PvP deterrent actually. But now dragon flying is so cool.
Yeah, I don't know that we have it all figured out, but I think there are some great opportunities there for dragon riding. People swooping in down on you.
Dude, I just thought of something. Imagine if you could have dragon riding PvP combat in the air. So proper mounted fucking combat with other dragons. And instead of you being able to cast your abilities, your dragon has abilities that you can upgrade. So your dragon has a full PvP ability list or talent list that as you level it, you get all these shooting fireballs at fucking people and breathing swoop attack and shit like that. And you build your dragon the way that you want. And it's just an open world brawl of all these dragons flying around killing each other.
A pack of 5 dragons just coming down.
Because that happens anyway, but
absolutely. So, I mean, it's going to be happening a whole lot earlier in the expansion, right? Because people are going to be on these dragons almost right from the get-go.
Right. So, there's no do this quest line that unlocks after a while, and then it's you get your world PvP going, and then flying comes, and you're oh, okay, now things are going to be a little different. Yeah.
Different. Yeah. So I think.
I mean, just because it's a nightmare to develop doesn't mean that it shouldn't be developed. Sick, but that's an Unreal Engine 5 game, Echo. I don't look, you can already do combat in the game. You should be able to do flying combat. It should not be that hard. We've had bosses in the past where you have to fly around or be shot around the room to do certain things. So I think it can be done. It maybe can't be done for dragon flights, but if dragon riding is a thing moving forward, it's absolutely something that you can start work on now and get ready for a future expansion or a future patch, as it were.
It'll be, it is increased locomotion. It's going to be, pretty wild to see what people do and the assaults that they go. But right now, there's nothing like that's just another example. Like World PvP, it's like you just want to set up the environment for it to happen and then get out of the way.
Yeah, just let it. Yeah, I think that's probably like the right way to do it. Make like a fun environment for PvP. Give just a little incentive, and then just let people just goof around and like, because that's a fun place to like. If Arena is going to be one of those places where the gear is not necessarily normalized at this point, but the way that we've been talking about it is it's like it's a fairly static item level. Everybody's kind of on the same page. Go nuts. With World PvP, you get to use all your wacky PvE trinkets and all your wacky like toys and stuff, and that's like a fun place for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Equip 300 corruption and try to one-shot people with that. Like,
but ask about the servers.
Too. So, we are picking Dragonflight alignments in this, right?
No, there are factions in the that throughout the zones, but they're not like covenants. It's not like you're picking one and you're like, I'm this aspect, I'm green aspect. It's not like that so much.
Don't have to worry about that. Okay.
No, there are factions and they have.
It is sort of just like a missed opportunity for PvP. Like, it doesn't have to be covenants that you choose, but if you're a PvPer, why can't you ally yourself with a raid Dragonflight, and then you get special PvP points whenever you kill members of the other Dragonflight? And it is just a fun thing, it isn't sort of death, it's more just like a war game. But that would definitely create some fun interaction for the community, because PvPers bait your ass. They're gonna pick their Dragonflight and kill other fucking people. But this is why I said it doesn't have to be war, it can be war games. So even if they're not at war with each other, they are sort of war gaming with one another, as it were. Much like what they did in Final Fantasy. That's how PvP works in Final Fantasy. They're not actually at war with each other, because they're all nation states of the same place. And they are actually friends for the most part, but they do host these war games against one another in order for it to work. Zukimi, how you doing?
Have their own kind of like progression tracks that are a little bit about like renown, but they don't have power associated them like soul binds and conduits. They have a lot of more unlocking different content, things you could see like in Seraph Mortis that people really enjoyed doing to enrich their Outer World experience.
Okay, cool.
and possibly for World PvP.
Yeah, that'd be fun too. If you like if you get enough rep that you can talk to a vendor and they'll give you a buff, like, hey, go nuts, you do 10% more damage for 5 minutes. Everybody goes around, gets their buffs and charges, and that could be pretty fun.
Fights.
Yeah, so I feel like there's one more question. We have just a little bit more time left. I would like to talk about PvP incentives a little bit, because I think that everything we've been talking about with Arena and Battlegrounds and now even World PvP, I think one thing that really brings people in are these PvP incentives, because like people who like love PvP, just want to log in, do Arena all the time, those guys are probably going to be happy as long as the PvP is fun and they feel like they can be competitive. But other people who are like not so sure might need a little bit more effort to be brought in. And I guess for the people who like to grind PvP all the time, it's nice to get rewards. Because I actually like it a lot. We talked about it a second, talking about the gearing, where people from PvE are like, yo, I'm actually going to have to do PvP a little bit to get this one burst trinket that I want. And I feel like when PvEers get brought into PvP, even if the PvEers are not necessarily at like the tip top, the influx of PvP participation just helps the whole ladder so much. And when we see like good incentives for PvEers to come into PvP, like sometimes they have fun, but also that's like a really healthy season a lot of the time too. So what are we looking at in terms of incentives moving into Dragonflight?
Yeah, so we have the things that are standard in terms of like we have the vicious mount every
I would say before we listen to his answer, because we could sort of compare what I think versus what he said there. But in my opinion, I would say incentives when it comes to player power, not a good idea, because now we're once again falling into that thing where you're kind of forcing other people to do things that they don't want to do. The same we said about PvPers being forced to do PvE if they don't really want to do that, right? What I would say from Billy, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, dude, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. What I will say is if it's incentives that give me like proper incentives. So it's not an incentive in terms of a mandatory incentive because this is a big boom DPS increase, but rather an incentive in terms of, oh my God, I really want that thing. The reason that has to exist almost every single person that starts playing WoW because of a single thing that they saw or heard from a friend, and now they want to try it out. But let's say you heard from your friend that raiding and dungeons is really cool in WoW. So you start playing WoW, and now you're doing your raiding and your dungeons. You're enjoying it. It's fun. You're having fun with your friends. But you've not really heard anything about the PvP. You've not really done anything about PvP. So you're not really trying PvP. But now imagine that you learn of this really cool mount or this really cool transmog set or something that you can get from PvP. And you go, let me give it a try. You might fall in love with PvP because you've never tried it. You don't know. You fall in love with it. Now the community gets stronger because there's a new person there. So ultimately, I do think there should be more rewards for PvP that isn't power-based, that is cosmetic-based. It's purely there as a carrot on a stick to tell people, hey, there's something here for you guys. You could really enjoy it if you're here, And if you come try this out, I think you'll love this. Because ultimately that is what you want to do with a game, is you want people to try everything and then figure out what it is that they personally like within the game.
Every season, and that's like tries to incentivize, and that is pretty effective. I know every time we post that internally, like this is the vicious mount for the season, I get Slack messages that are just like, I got a PvP, and
yes, you do. Yeah, come on into the meat grinder.
that is always returns to be effective. But I think to your point, like if you're like, I want to go do PvP to get this trinket or this weapon, but now the weapon is very good in PvP right off the bat, and you're just kind of sticking around to increase the item level. Yeah. Like I feel like that has the added edge of making it a lot more accessible, because because maybe you want to get that weapon or you want to get that trinket. I'm actually doing that with a weapon right now, where it's just like, hey, this is a great opportunity to just get this particular piece, a very specific piece. That I want, and I can do it from PvP, and I just need to,
well, there you go, Carlo.
Threshold.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, I think the rating thresholds they're pretty generous in terms of high item level.
It shouldn't just be for PvP either, the real Cerberus, because the same is true for a person that came to the game because their friend told them that the battlegrounds or the arenas are so good, right? Unless they're given incentive to actually try out some of the PvE content, like the Mythic Pluses, like the raids. And what I mean with incentives is incentives that goes beyond player power. Because if you're a PvPer, you're already getting gear that provides you with the player power. So you might not be incentivized to go run Mythic Plus, for example. But if there's more cosmetic rewards, things that actually speak to players, I feel like that's a much better way of trying to convince someone to give something else a try, rather than just sort of, here's your gear, here's your power, there's a mount if you can get like to the top of things. Embrace it far more and far more frequently. So don't just give people a mount at the end of the season if they manage to get all of the shit. Give people rewards for just trying something. Even if it's something silly, it doesn't even have to be the best thing ever. But if they've done 5 BGs, they get a slight reward, just something to go, hey, congratulations, you tried these BGs. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it. Here's a pet or some shit like that. Start treating your rewards as ways to introduce people to new content, rather than as just ways to keep people in the sort of meat grinder, and that's where rewards with player power sort of becomes this stick that just beats you and keeps you going.
Requirements, and so it doesn't take too much for people to get their item level up. But we're always looking for other options. Obviously, we have a lot of standard things, like we said, the mounts, we have the appearances, we have illusions, those types of things.
Power Kirby, to that point, I would actually argue we don't know, and we wouldn't know until it's done. Because right now, it is true. Most World of Warcraft players would not try anything that doesn't give them player power, because everything in the game gives them player power. All of the systems give them player power. But I argue if you made really cool rewards and there was no player power systems within the game outside of doing dungeons for dungeon gear because you do dungeons and that shit, you will most likely start pulling people back into it. So I genuinely believe that there's definitely going to be a lot of people that do start to play the game for other rewards that isn't player power related. If you actually gave them that option, and stopped using player power as sort of the carrot and the stick for every single expansion.
Things that, the PvP system and the rewards that we give it are actually a decent model that we're trying to mimic throughout the rest of the game. So
awesome. Yeah, I mean, even things like we get like the PvP weekly quests, like, hey, do these skirmishes, or hey, do these battlegrounds. For me, at least, like that does kind of influence my behavior. Like, yeah, maybe I will do a couple battlegrounds with my viewers today, or like it's like, okay, I've queued and gotten like 6 arena wins. What if I get like 4 more just for that quest? If those are like even like dailies, like that could give you. I'm not sure if there's gonna be like an AP type resource, but even just getting just a little extra for completing like a daily quest.
There's nothing to get AP for.
That usually feels pretty fun and might keep me queuing just a little bit longer, just to know that you're getting that just a little extra something out of it. So that could be honor, or I mean, like honor would be great, but that could be whatever. So it'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Some cash money. All right, so we are at 4:01, and I know that you have a bunch of interviews today. Thank you so much for your time. This is like a really cool opportunity for me. It's great to see you too.
Yes. I hope Jen and Archer are doing well.
Yeah, next time I have to do it in the gym.
Absolutely, I think that would be fun. I've gotten a lot of tweets, a lot of feel-good tweets.
Looking pretty swole Lincoln these days, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, great job with the announcements. This is all looking fantastic. Thank you once again for your time, and I'm sure you have more interviews to get to. So we'll let you roll out. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
The Gray, pretty true what you just said there. If you're gonna have, say, a mount, or let's say you have a headpiece that is the best headpiece you can get in the game from a player power perspective. Now I give you a headpiece that is just a cool looking headpiece. For the next patch, you're gonna feel cheated. Because you're like, wait, last patch we got this really cool headpiece that is just the best headpiece you could get. Now you're giving me a helm that doesn't give me shit. It's just like, it looks cool. But if almost everything in the game was just to look cool in terms of incentives, I don't think people are going to start complaining about that shit anytime soon. He's saying goodbye to Linka now, but the video seems to go on. Oh, he's talking.
Right.
Is he talking to someone else, or is he just going to give some thoughts?
That's pretty fun. Swole Linka, dude. My
Hatchie, how you doing, bro?
Recording stopped.
They are bumping today, as you guys might be able to expect. They are like doing interviews all right and left, and so I really don't want to take too much of his time. But yeah, he's a cool dude. I like him a lot. We've had the opportunity to hang out with him here and then at conventions and at different events, and it's always a good time. He's a real chill dude. So make sure you guys show him some love. At Halinka on Twitter. Go tell him how swole he's looking. Hope you guys liked the interview. I was not reading chat during it because I just wanted to attend to what we were working on. But hopefully we got some of your questions answered. Just some of the things that I had had on my own list, and hopefully some of the things that, even though I was joking with you guys that I wasn't just gonna tell Halinka to bring back Deep Freeze, I do want to attend to some of the things that you guys are talking about. So. Yeah, well, Lanceless, would you mind highlighting that for me? I'll probably post it on YouTube like this afternoon. Recording stopped. Yeah, I wasn't locally recording. That was for them. They were recording on Zoom. Yeah, hopefully the questions were okay. Hopefully you guys got some good information. I think we got some cool stuff, right? Like gear is gonna be like a little more like normalized.
Oh, so this is just
cool. It sounds like the trajectory of solo queue is trying to have it be rated eventually.
All right, this is just Bajera going through his thoughts on the interview and stuff like that, which you guys can go watch. It's literally on Discord. So if you want Bajera's thoughts, you're more than welcome to jump into it. I'll watch Bajera's thoughts at the end of it. I think for people like, yeah, TLDR of everything that was already discussed. We were here for the whole thing. So, not going to keep watching this. I wonder if they do interview with Preach or Pyro. Pyro, probably not. Preach, maybe one day again. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There you go. Thank you so much, Andy. Really appreciate that. You guys can just go watch from literally minute 30. You're welcome to go watch if you want to hear Bajera's TLDR on this or his thoughts in general on this. I think ultimately, if you are a PvPer, you found this really interesting. If you're a PvEer, there were a couple of really interesting questions. And if you're just someone that really cares about the overall health of World of Warcraft, there was actually quite a number of really interesting topics that was discussed here. So yeah, absolutely go watch the interview if you haven't already. Can't say Breach declined to interview. Did Breach decline? Really? It is possible, because I'll tell you what, I can see Blizzard reaching out to Breach and being like, hey, would you mind doing an interview? Considering Breach is probably one of the largest content creators that walked away from World of Warcraft. It would be great for community outreach if they could get him to do an interview. But then again, would Breach actually walk away from it? Is that he was asked and said no, but I can't confirm it. I don't see why, because I don't think Breach is potentially angry at Blizzard. I mean, he's angry at the game, but he still plays the game. He still talks about the game every once in a while. So why would Breach decline to do an interview with a Blizzard developer, unless, of course, and I think Breach said this after his interview with Ian Azikostas, you know, that discussion that they had. I think Breach actually said that Blizzard wasn't happy with him after that. Now, I don't think Breach ever said that they told him they weren't happy, but I'm pretty sure they may have. And for those of you that don't know how these interviews usually work, if you get to interview Blizzard for some of this shit, you have to send in every single one of the questions that you have, right? And then Blizzard will actually let you know which of your questions you're allowed to ask and which of your questions you are not allowed to ask. So if you have a very hard-hitting, maybe sort of call-out kind of question, Blizzard will just tell you, you don't get to ask this. If you ask this, the interview is over. You will just be blacklisted from here on out. So it may actually be that Blizzard, or that Breach just said, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to do an interview where I have to send in the questions. They're going to take the easy questions to answer, and that's just going to be the end of it, you know? I'm not going to be allowed to push back and say, yeah, I don't like what the fuck you just did there. Why are you doing this? Why is this still a thing? So it is entirely possible that could have been just, you know, that could have been his take. Incentive to me to interview with pre-approved questions. At that point, what's the point of an interview? Well, I have said this before, and I wish Blizzard would at some point listen. Like, dude, people often ask, dude, would you not love to work for the story team on Blizzard? Would you not love to work as a developer at Blizzard? The answer is no, I wouldn't. You know what job I would take at Blizzard Entertainment? PR. I would walk into that fucking place and I would say, right, I'm going to run the public relations from now on. Because you know what Blizzard needs? Desperately needs? Podcasts. Their developers going onto something like Asmongold and Rich's show. What's it called again? Oh my god. Fucking hell. I haven't watched it in a while, actually. I don't know if they've been... Allcroft. Imagine if Rich and Asmongold could actually get someone like Ian Hazikostas onto Allcroft. Imagine if you could have Breach and Ian Hazikostas engage in a 3-hour-long discussion about World of Warcraft and the things that's happening with World of Warcraft, reaching out to different streamers and content creators, and not like an hour. I'm talking 2-3 hours of discussion where you say things, the streamer can speak back, like the streamer can push back on some of the things, and you can actually have a discussion about some of the things that's happening. Not just this sort of, here's your half an hour, you get to ask a couple of questions, and then you fuck off. How hyped would any of us be if Asmongold just let's imagine Asmongold announced tomorrow that Ian Azikostas is going on to Allcroft to talk to him and Rich. I would be fucking pumped. Pumped to see that. Because you know that Asmongold and Rich isn't just going to sit there and let Ian speak out of his ass. They're going to push back on things. They're going to be like, wait. But do you see how what you did in Shadowlands isn't working and how this is just a bad idea? They're going to push him on things. And that's sort of what I think the player base wants. They want that real conversation from the developers with the actual players of the game. Anyways, I have to go piss quickly. And when I get back, we'll do whatever. I don't know. What are we doing when I get back? You guys will have to decide that. Otherwise, we're just going to discuss stuff, quickly look at Wowhead, because I'm pretty sure... I think there's an interview that I actually want to see. It's with Denuser and someone else. This is a written interview. So I really, really want to read that interview when we get back. Yeah, I have to piss again. What do you know? I drank another fucking liter and 1.2 liters of water, and I have to piss again. It happens. It's just what happens. So get up, walk around, stretch your fucking legs. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah? What's up? What? Wait, there's another video out? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the one that I recorded today, actually. Wait, is that the one that I recorded today? Hold up, I need to make sure. Before we start... Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the one that I recorded today. We've taken a vote and decided you have to redo the zone's tier list. There is no fucking way that I'm ever redoing that tier list. Just ever. It is done. That's 3 hours of my life that I will never fucking get back. It's not done. I'm not doing it ever again. You guys can suck my dick if you think I'm ever doing that again. Check the theory video on the content suggestions about the next villain. Color cam we will do, but we'll probably watch those types of videos tomorrow. Like we'll get back into regular scheduled programming tomorrow. Today is all about like dragon flights and the interviews and stuff like that. Chat can demand as much as they want. Chat can suck my dick is what you guys can do. It will never be done again. Like just 100% never. How about you guys for Wrath Classic? Voicey TV, I'm not really, like, I don't care about that at all. I don't envy the editing of it down to bite size. Yeah, I feel sorry for Alex on that one. That's going to be a hard one. Why do I hate you? I don't hate you, but I don't think... So my problem with the... My issue with the classic World of Warcraft things, the you know, classic vanilla, classic DBC, classic Wrath, is simple. There are private servers out there that provide you with the exact same experience for free. Why are you charging people for a quote-unquote classic experience when it's not new content? Now, Classic Plus, I can understand, right? The Classic Plus system, because that's a bit reworked. Maybe you can charge people for that. Is it worth $12 a month? I don't think. I would actually say that could probably be like $5 a month for Classic Plus. But I think all of the other Classic experiences should have been brought back as sort of fan service. If anything, it should have been brought back as fan service because there's private servers that do the exact same thing for free. And then you can make every single one of those classic experiences into a Classic Plus experience and charge $5 for it. So if people want to give that a try, they could. The fact that it comes with a $12 a month price tag is ridiculous to me. It's absolutely, or $15 a month price tag. It's ridiculous. This isn't new fucking content. How do you possibly justify people having to pay $15 a month for that? As someone who'd at least tangibly interested in classic hero content, I see my sub as 2 times $5, one for classic and one for retail. The real Zerberus, the problem with that is that a lot of the classic people do not play retail. In fact, most of the people I know that play classic do not play retail. They just don't. So what I would have is if someone wants to pay the $15 a month, yeah, for retail, they get the classic experience included because they're already paying $15 a month. But if someone doesn't want the retail version of the game, so they don't want to play retail, they can pay $5 a month and just play the classic experience instead. They don't have access to retail, and that's fine, but they can only play the classic stuff, and that's really all they want to play. So you basically have those two tiers of sub, one for the classic experience and one for the high level. It feels like a money grab. Now, I am more excited for Wrath than I was for any of the previous ones. Classic was cool when it was classic. When you play classic WoW, it becomes immediately clear that this is a very dated game. It was great for when it was current, but nowadays it no longer really lives up to what you would expect from a classic MMO, or from a new MMO rather. TBC was good as well, but again, I feel like for its time, it was really good. Wrath, on the other hand, was and still is my favorite expansion ever. So I can absolutely see myself going back and actually playing a class in Wrath. If for no other reason than to just do the raids again. Like, genuinely speaking, that's probably the only reason why I would go back. Is being able to do Naxxramas again, being able to do Ulduar again, and specifically ICC. I could take Trial of the Grand Crusader. I could take or leave it. Doesn't really matter that much to me. But those three would be my main reason for returning. That's again if I can actually hold out long enough to get there and to do it. Because again, I have done those leveling experiences so many times that I wish for Classic they would do a graphic update to the zones. I mean, I think we all wish that even for retail. But then again, most people want that iconic classic feel, so they wouldn't want an update to that look. But Carlo, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Classic has its identity, and for many, it's far superior to retail. Heck, even Wrath. Chris, I'm not denying that, which is why I said there should be a sub that purely goes to Classic. I'm not denying it at all. I just don't like the fact that Classic players are forced to pay $12 a month. I feel like that's unnecessary. Or $15 a month. Where is the... I'm trying to look for the interview with Steve the Newser. And... There has to be a Steve the Newser one, right? Let's just see. OzGamer speaks to Jeremy Fiesel and Graham Barker. Alright, let's just quickly... That's not the one. Renown, possible raid lockout. Is there no interview with the Newser? Yabby, that is true. What you're saying there is true, but a lot of people have found new communities in the classic version of the game. So don't ever underestimate the ability to make new friends and build new communities in an older world. All GTV, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. The most correct classic experience I had was off the TBC launch when one guy was flaming another one in Fortnite 1 for well over 2 hours. I think there's even a Preach Drama Time segment on it. Easy life. I can see that. Well, let's just quickly let's look at this interview. OzGamers seems to be the only one that kind of has the tradition, dragon riding, and familiar faces. All right, so OzGamers did an interview here with Ian Hazikostas. Let's quickly see here. The big interview, they say. All right, so when we start thinking about the beginning of any expansion, we delve into the Warcraft lore and history. Jeremy Fiesel, lead game designer on World of Warcraft, Dragonflight, says, "What cool threads have yet to be unraveled? What stories and areas of the world have we yet to explore and conquer? One of the areas we've consistently gone back to is the backstory of the Dragonflights. Literally, one of the reasons I am excited for the next expansion is exactly that. It's dragons. It's old. It provides so much scope for storytelling that you wouldn't get in any other expansion, really, because the dragons is very much intertwined with almost every other element of World of Warcraft. So all in all, I think, why not, right? Been following your stuff on YouTube for a long while, but never bothered to look for the stream. LGTV, I'm very happy to have you here. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Imagine if the whole island was a dragon. That could actually work, right? Algie, you bastard. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a huge amount that we don't know, Jeremy adds. The backstory of what happened in the past Galacron era, where the dragons mate with the Titans, what happened between them and the dragons protecting the planet. The future following that is something that we've never really delved into. So there's a lot of really cool story threads there to chase after. Oh my god, I just really hope that they pick 2 or 3 major threads and then maybe 4 or 5 minor threads. Use the minor threads to tease future stories and then take the 3 major threads and actually complete them. Do not pick up every single fucking thread for the dragons and everything that is in the dragons and then end up telling like half a story for each of these. I really hope they also took the scope of the story like a lot more concise than what it was in the past. Dragons. It's where World of Warcraft is headed next, more specifically the Dragon Isles, a new and expansive location made up of 5 new zones, one of which will be a starting area for a brand new class. With Blizzard lifting the lid on World of Warcraft Dragonflight, the next major expansion for WoW, the long-running online role player, is leaving the cataclysmic events of the afterlife behind, and massive threats for that matter, for a more classically grounded tale, albeit one that will let you take flight and ride a dragon. Big question time, chat. Big brain 5-head question. We just spent the last 3 expansions killing cosmic level threats. Right? We had to deal with Sargeras. We didn't kill him, but we did take down Argus. Then we dealt with N'Zoth, part of the Void, cosmic level, very, very big bad. And then we went to the Realms of Death, where we bested the Titan plus. Fuck you plus, I've basically caused all of the shit that you've ever known in World of Warcraft. What possible enemy can be provided to the player base that we wouldn't be able to fucking one-shot? Like, who's gonna do that explanation? You're going from taking down a Titan plus infinity. Now this little dragon is gonna provide some kind of problem for you. It's like why would this be a problem for us at all? I need to see what this transition explanation is gonna be, because it's important. It's important that they nail the transition from Shadowlands into the Dragon Isles. Because, of course, creating a new expansion with a dragon theme means the ability to ride one. Ahead of the big reveal, we had the chance to sit down with Blizzard to talk about the new expansion, the arrival of a brand new class and race with the Drakfir Evoker, and how this is a return to the classic storytelling and exploration of old. I'm telling you, man, the next big bad is the Baylor. He's an external one, plus, and was the one who was behind the jailer. He's the one that provides bail for all the people that's jailed in the Shadowlands. And that's actually why the jailer was so angry, because he was overcharging criminals. And the jailer thought, this is a fucked up justice system. I have to take it down. I like it. So far, I'm on board with that storyline. Okay, so we've just gone to the afterlife, where there's this huge, crazy cosmic story in Zereth Mortis that deals with the jailer in the first one, Jeremy Fiesel says. This is an opportunity for us to head back to Azeroth and into a very grounded space that feels like classic World of Warcraft. One of the main focuses for this expansion is going to a place that's not necessarily about a world-ending threat. It's about history, it's about characters, it's about exploration. That's the name of the game. From the get-go, you're heading off on an exploration-based adventure. The groups that you set out with aren't even military groups. Gonna be honest with all of you, I love that. I like that. I am pretty much over this world-ending bullshit. I'm over this. This is a really bad thing, and it's going to destroy World of Warcraft or Azeroth as we know it if we don't put an end to it, and we all have to work together and somehow gain these giant fucking powers. I like this. I told you guys before, while I was watching the reveal trailer, I got this sense this is World of Warcraft doing Classic 2.0. And I might be wrong, this is just a theory, but I think Blizzard realized that they can't pull off World of Warcraft 2 for a number of reasons. World of Warcraft 2 is too gutsy. It's way too dangerous, because if it doesn't work, you just end up losing all your players anyways. I think this is Blizzard's ability. This is Blizzard's way of saying, okay, let's hit reset on all of our mistakes. We go back to a classic style story where it's the world that's important and you're going to explore the world. And yes, you're going to have dungeons. And yes, you're going to have raids. But these enemies aren't really enemies that want to destroy the world. They're part of Azeroth. They don't want to destroy the world. They're just enemies because you don't see the same way they do. And from here, there can be that building effect to a new era for World of Warcraft. So I'm very excited for that. Very, very excited for that. Okay, setting off to the new locale, the Ancient Dragon Isles, we'll see you share a passage with the thinkers and explorers of Azeroth, the artisans, the historians, and the reliquary. Reliquary? I don't know how to pronounce that word. The Explorers League. It's all about discovery and rediscovery. Why are the Dragonflights back and what is their purpose? That kicks off everything, Jeremy Fiesel explains. This vibe is going into an untamed, unknown space full of mysteries that we will have to uncover. Stretch my leg. The new zone and a new way to explore dragon riding. With Dragonflight, we wanted to create zones that feel like they hit that level of vastness that you want from a place where dragons would exist. Almost everything has to be a little bigger, a little bit wider. You want to have those giant rolling plains where a dragon can swoop down and munch up a whole bunch of primal sheep. With dragons in the mix, the team at Blizzard actively set out to create larger zones that players have seen in recent expansions. Places that the team now calls a little cramped. Going into an unknown and killing everything in sight. Pretty much what we're going to be doing here, I think. We wanted to try and spread back out, get some of that classic Stranglethorn Vale feel. Huge expanses of trees and in between spaces where we can have wildlife and really cool points of interest. Characters that might be lost out there, little vignettes to discover. I've never seen Blizzard actually pull this off. Have you? Chat? Have you actually ever seen Blizzard pull off zone design where the zone itself is truly interesting? And I'm not talking about modern day Blizzard. Where the zone is truly interesting and the zone really, like, makes you want to be in it. Rather than have various activities that forces you to be in it. The islands are on the map. Probably fucking huge, right? I would say Mop is a pretty good example of where that absolutely worked. True. I think Mop is a pretty good example of that. Just give me a second. I have a fucking mosquito here. I just want to put on some repellent. There we go. Fuck you, little asshole. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm not too sure how good Blizzard is going to be with this. Like, honestly, I'm not too sure. They're going to have to take a whole new approach to zone design. Unsure about the zone topic, but a lot of the language has been reminding me of BFA with ideas like stepping back, returning to adventure, etc. But I may be off in that thinking. Optimal book, I feel like in BFA, Blizzard sort of did take a step back because a lot of the zones in BFA were actually pretty cool. And a lot of BFA wasn't absolutely horrible. It was the systems of BFA that made it horrible. But if you remove the systems from BFA, they're not bad at all. Luna, how you doing? So ultimately, I think this is Blizzard sort of hitting complete reset on everything and saying, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to Classic 2.0 and see how we progress from this moment forward. They need fixed gearing and how to get gear, not only by doing hardcore content. Well, depends on what kind of gear we're talking about, but I do agree with you. I'm here since I haven't been around in ages. Well, it is true, Luna. We haven't seen you in years, like literal years. Well, in theory, they could just design a typical zone and blow it up to 4 or 5 times the size. In theory, yes, but that zone would be so fucking empty that no one want to be there. If you're going to design huge fucking zones, they have to be interesting and fun. Otherwise, there's no sense to them. Dragon riding is very fast and fluid. It's arcadey, Jeremy explains. You press the spacebar and you do a giant takeoff. And then the whole minigame is that you've got height and speed, and you have to try to figure out how to get as far as possible before you land again. And it should feel like you're swooping and diving through these landscapes. With giant zones, the two ended up working really well together. You're going to move really fast when dragon riding too, much faster than existing mount speeds. So it's almost actually more gliding than it is flying. Right? You're not actually flying, you're gliding. Not necessarily a system I hate, because I have often said that I would replace flying in World of Warcraft with a gliding system. Because gliding does not afford you the ability to just skip massive amounts of content, whereas flying does. So I kind of like the idea of you get to glide for a little while, and if you do it well, you can actually glide for quite long, but you do not get the ability to just fly and fly and fly and fly and fly as if it's never over. So I do kind of like this, and obviously if you can manage it so you can pick up more speed by going down a mountain, you could probably glide for even longer. So if you do it right, you could absolutely do it very well. But yeah, I like this system quite a lot. The idea of fully controllable dragons to mount and then explore the Dragon Isles was something that came together pretty quickly for the team. Having there be a mastery to it, but also an arcade-like accessibility was on the table, so to speak, right from the outset. Plus, a keen focus on making it look as grand as dragon riding should be. Taking off, there should be a giant gust of wind and a big flap of your wings, Jeremy adds. We're going to look for player feedback as soon as we hit alpha and beta to fine-tune all of the little details, those little moments where we're finding where we need to add another animation somewhere because it doesn't feel quite right. All right, so far so good. They want us to beta test the game for them because they don't want to hire quality assurance people. I feel you. I fucking feel you. You know, it's expensive to make really good games without employing a vast amount of free workers. Sounds good. One thing I absolutely hated was flying straight down took forever, and falling was faster. Yeah, but falling also had the downside of having the corpse run right after, unless you had some way of stopping that fall. Flap your wings. Think advanced Flappy Bird. All right, when creating the dragon riding aspect for the new expansion, the team at Blizzard quickly discovered that elements of the game world needed to change or be heightened to really sell that sense of speed. If you don't have elements in the game world like clouds and little particles, it's hard to tell exactly how fast you're going, Jeremy says. Our environment team is doing a great job incorporating things like more cloud layers so that you can fly through the clouds and get that feeling of moving really fast. And then as you start to speed up and go faster and faster, you'll see particles fly off your wings. And eventually that turns into contrails. There's a lot of effort clearly put into the dragon riding thing. A big push was to make the experience of moving around the world feel more three-dimensional. The idea of conservation of momentum, of caring about when you stop, because you don't want to stop, you want to keep going fast. How do I get from A to B as fast as possible? Finding those different spires to jump off of becomes an interesting thing to look for as you're traversing the world. I'm a simple man, I like to go fast. Fast as fuck, boy. Just fast as fuck, boy. Introducing the Drakthir Evoker, a brand new playable race and class. Probably my second second favorite thing about the announcement is the Drakthir. We knew we were making a dragon expansion and that we wanted to I want to ask you guys something. How do you feel about the one class, one race combination? So this race can only be this class and this class can only be this race. How do you guys feel about that? Black Melon Slapper, thank you very much. Dude, really appreciate that. I'm so glad you enjoy the content. See, the reason I love it, but I can understand why a lot of people don't like it, is... Okay, so first, why a lot of people don't like it. Some people may want to be a Drakthir, but they don't want to be an Evoker. Other people might want to be an Evoker, but they don't want to be Drakthir. So you are sort of limited in what you're allowed to choose and what you're allowed to do. And I fully understand that. From a lore perspective, this makes a hell of a lot of sense. Because this race has literally not been anywhere near the mortal realms. So they know nothing other than what they were physically bred for. For those of you that don't know the story of the Drakthir is that they are experimentations of Nalfarian before he became Deathwing. So he turned them into this evoker class. This is what they do. It's all they can do. The reason I love it, outside of the lore reasons, because I'm a huge fan of lore, surprise, surprise, but the reason I personally love this is it gives you the ability to make a race far more high fidelity, because the race is effectively built for this class. So you can build everything for this class into the race as well, from the skeleton to the movements to the animations to everything is built from the ground up, knowing exactly what this is going to do. So I feel like you can get a hell of a lot more quality out of it than what you can do if you have a race that can be like a bunch of different classes, where you sort of have to, like, you can't spend as much time on the animations for that specific class because you have a bunch of classes that need that animation. So I kind of like it. Do I think that it should be a feature that happens often in World of Warcraft? No. It should absolutely not be a feature that happens often. Maybe the next class they announce should be a class for all races, rather than, because we have demon hunters that can only be elves. Yeah. The one before that was monks, and for a while pandas could only be monks. So maybe now's the time to start adding, like, again, some classes that can be, or some races even, that can be massive things that isn't just a sort of what are they called? Allied race, right? Like a proper race with its own skeleton and its own animations and stuff. That can do a bunch of things. But I think every once in a while, it's a nice, refreshing change. I don't hate this. All right, so he says, we wanted to let you play as a dragon, Grahamberger, senior game designer on World of Warcraft. Dragonflight says, with the new playable race being exactly that, Dragonkin, that was the guiding light, but we can't let you be Alexstrasza. You can't be 40 feet tall. That wouldn't work. Well, you could be 40 feet tall. It could work. It would be bonkers, but it could absolutely fucking work. Some dungeons you probably wouldn't be able to go into, but that's the price you pay. The team did an incredible job making this draconic humanoid model, the Drakthir, getting to that humanoid size and then doing everything we could to merge physical and innate magical capabilities with the class design and the combat design was the goal. The Drakthir and Evoker are kind of one thing tied together. It's not just casting spells, it's using the internal power of a dragon. As a ranged and mobile class, the Evoker is intrinsically tied to the Drakthir. This means the ability to use your wings to glide around the battlefield and cast spells, even though it's not a giant screen-filling dragon, it's all about delivering on the fantasy of being a dragon whilst fighting. Walk of Dragons. Drakthir abilities and spells draw on draconic magic as realized by the Dragonflights, these being red magic, black magic, and so forth. Evokers, though, can draw on all 5 styles. Red Dragon Magic and Blue Dragon Magic make up the more ranged DPS-focused specializations, offering up faster explosive area of effect. Green and Bronze focus on healing. For the DPS... Okay, so this pisses me off now. I'm genuinely pissed off. He says here, Drakthir abilities and spells draw on draconic magic as realized by the Dragonflights, these being red magic, black magic, and so forth. Evokers, though, can draw on all 5 styles, and then he goes on to mention 4 fucking styles. Where is the fucking black? Like, if it's all 5 styles, where is the black? It's green and bronze for healing. It's red and blue for damage. Where's the black? Like I said, from a lore perspective, it makes sense if there's no black magic. Lore-wise, I can explain why there wouldn't be any black magic. And I said from the beginning, I think that by the end of the expansion, they're going to announce a new spec for the Evoker. Maybe a tank spec, and that's going to be black. So as soon as you unlock the Black Dragonflight, as soon as we rebuild the Black Dragonflight and actually give them an aspect, I can see black magic coming back to them. But don't say that they can draw on all 5 and then only give 4 without some kind of explanation. I hope it's not set up yet. I'm more annoyed the healers isn't Lifebinder's colors. Paranoid, how you doing, brother? 5 spec class, Cries and Demon Hunter. Not 5 spec class, just 3 spec class. Clearly the 5th Dragonflight is the Infinite. You can't see it. It's the invisible one. For the DPS side, it also led to the creation of a new type of spell called Empower. One of the earliest spells learned in the new starting zone is a Red Dragon spell called Fire Breath. An Empower spell that essentially means the longer you charge up the old Flaming Lungs, the bigger the flame and the more damage it will do. As Evokers level up and delve into various talents, they'll gain access to more and more Empower style abilities. Due to the complexity of adding both a new race and class as part of the new expansion, a core team began work on this side of Dragonflight very early on. Why did they even give the class a special name? Why isn't Drakthir just the class 2? Because I think Signal Warden, because they will eventually give Evoker to all classes. This is literally going to be another monk situation. At the very beginning, it was only pandas that could be monks, and then later on, Blizzard said the pandas have now gone out and sort of taught some of the other races how to be monks, and now the other races can be monks too. So I think this is going to be, this is for the expansion, a really good selling point, a sort of the way for them to dive into the lore a little bit more, and then by the end of the expansion they will obviously move and they'll give other classes the ability to be evokers as well. Although thinking about it now, how there are some things that they can do, like fly around the battlefield and breathe fire, that none of the other races can do, unless, of course, you get new allied races that is half orc, half dragon, because the primalists were doing experiments on the mortal races. You could probably get that, right? But doubtful. I don't actually know. I don't know why they decided to do Evoker and Drakthir. Why not just call the Drakthir? Because they are effectively just, you know, the same class. Maybe they want to give themselves options in the future. If they do start adding maybe other types of draconic creatures as allied races, then those creatures can be evokers as well. Whereas if it was just the Drakthir and there was no class, then that would limit them, right? Loved by Proxy, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, probably just because it might get another spec in the future. Well, if you just called it Drakthir, you'd still have the ability to add new specs, because Evoker isn't the spec, Evoker is the class, Drakthir is the race. So what people are asking in chat is, why do you have Drakthir be the race, Evoker be the class, but it's only the Drekthir that can be Evoker. So why didn't you just call it Drekthir and be done with it? Just have different specs for it, right? I have a logic answer. Drekthir are the people, and evoking is what they do. Dum-dums? Yes, we are aware, Luna. We are aware, but we don't need your logic here. We're busy arguing a very, like, mute point, but still a point that we would like to argue. You know? Maybe the race will get other classes later on, reverse of the current theory. That could also happen. Actually, I see that happening. That's more likely than the evoker going to other classes, or other races. Would be, yes, eventually Drekthir would get access to other classes, and so it needs a class name. So that is also possible. We could probably look at it. I did say mute point because I didn't mean moot point. I meant like it's a muted point. We're not really arguing something that should be viewed as logical because the logic answer is too easy. But it's also not really a moot point because a moot point would be completely nonsensical, which this isn't. This is actually a discussion that you can have. So I used a word to make up a new meaning for it, effectively. Because I couldn't think of a word that would describe what I wanted to fucking say. The fingers of a mage, totally fine. Same mage breathing fire. Well, slow down. A mage breathing fire? How would that even work? Like that, you're crazy right now, Paranoid. Like that's fucking nuts, bro. Shut the fuck up. What? A mage breathing fire. Lungs, bro. Your lungs wouldn't be able to handle that. What are you even saying? That's nuts. Monks don't breathe fire. Monks drink alcohol and then spit it out, and that's where fire breath comes from. Don't try and trick Blizzard here. They know what they're doing. Alright, so the Drakthir are going to be able to participate in the dragon riding system and mechanics too, Graham confirms. Drakthir have wings, so they get to fly, and they use the same style of momentum and gravity that dragon riding drakes do. During their starter experience, you get introduced to the new mechanics with tutorials and all that stuff. Heading into building the expansion, knowing that we wanted to create this feature, we had to set up the environment to match. I've only gotten to see it myself recently, and it shocked me how much it brought me into the world. Being engaged in the act of moving around while flying is very different for WoW, and made me see the environment in a new way. Dragon Race wearing armor made out of dragon scales will be leather face equivalent. Mavalo, they don't wear leather, though. They wear mail, so that's how they solve that problem. Because if they could wear leather, where does that leather come from? You might just be wearing your own fucking brother. Right, so that takes care of that weird conversation that would have been had to have. Demon Hunters, hey Blizz, we have wings, can we fly? No. Scaly furries, we have wings, can we fly? Yes. Truth. Drakthir being able to fly themselves is actually exciting. I do actually like the idea of them, but so what Ian explained is they're not going to have the same level of dragon riding that dragons will have, but you'll have sort of a muted version of it, if that makes sense. So it's sort of like a revised version of dragon riding. But even the dragons, if they actually want to do all the cool shit for dragon riding, will need to get on their dragon and do their thing. Killed my parents, I made my own armor. I'm an edgy dragon. There you go. And with that, it's worth noting that dragon riding is limited to Dragon Isles. We made these giant expansive zones so that it would work as a gameplay mechanic and for people on a variety of different hardware. We don't want to have you fly into a bunch of creatures and then have them pop up around you. We're designing the whole outdoor game world with dragon riding in mind. Also, we don't want to invalidate all of the many hundreds of mounts that our players have collected up until now. But I still wish that this moves forward in the future. Like, for the love of fuck, tell me that dragon riding isn't just going to be a Dragonflight expansion. Like, have this become something else, but don't just retire it. it puts the lotion on the scales. There you go. Revamping old systems and bringing the WoW UI into 2022. In recent months, we've seen the WoW team at Blizzard provide community-focused updates and changes to the experience. From quality-of-life updates that address specific feedback through the recent revelation that Horde and Alliance players playing together was finally a thing, with World of Warcraft Dragonflight representing version 10.0 of WoW, hitting that nice big version number means more than new stories to dig into, new dungeons to master, new zones to explore. It means a continued focus on taking a broader look at World of Warcraft and making meaningful changes. A large part of that started from the community-centric patch 915, looking at different quality of life features we could add. Dude, can you imagine if Blizzard started listening to the community 5 years ago? Like, look at all the things they're doing for the community just in the last year that they've started to listen to the fucking community. Can you imagine where this game would have been if they started listening in like 7.1 or maybe 7.2 even? Can you imagine where this game would be already? Like, a large part of this started from the community-centric 915, looking at different quality of life features we could add to the game that players have been asking for. Jeremy says, not necessarily at the same time, but sort of in parallel with that, we were thinking about how we're coming back to Azeroth and that classic Warcraft fantasy. Maybe I wouldn't be playing League of Legends ARAM right now if they did. True. Very true. Dragonflying sounds a lot like artifact weapons and covenants, as in something that you slowly earn and will not be carried into the next expansion. Paranoid, but you can see how there is a way for it to be added in the next expansions, right? I love how they quote that having this expansion being 10.0 is the reason they have to tell such strong stories. Yeah, man. You have to give more effort for those numbers. Exactly, Moni. Like, very true. Like, everyone knows the only expansions that really mattered in World of Warcraft is 1.0, 5.0, and 10.0. 11.0, 12.0, 13.0, 14.0, not going to matter. 15.0, that's the big one. That's the one where you have to once again dig deep and really make that groundbreaking kind of fucking leaps and bounds, right? All right. So what are some of the elements that maybe we haven't touched in a really long time? The talent tree was one that hadn't been touched in a number of expansion releases, and the UI has existed since the origination of WoW. That was taking everything and making it feel like 2022, whether that's making the map a little bit smaller, more contained, but also having a larger visible area, allowing you to move around just about everything on your screen, just making everything feel new and fresh and refreshed for a new expansion. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see there being an 11.0. Someone, if they can actually deliver on all of the things that they have promised in this expansion, I don't see why not. They didn't overpromise a hell of a lot. There's not massive promises made. Most of what they promised, I can see them doing without fail. So I don't see any issues here whatsoever. Yeah, pretty much the Final Fantasy UI mechanics, Luna. So classic pandas and dragons only matter truth. As opposed to modernizing the talent tree, this revamp came about due to the resurgence and popularity of World of Warcraft Classic. We knew heading in that we wanted to revisit the talent system because we've been using the same one since Mists of Pandaria. Grainberger explains. It is a lot of things we like, but did lose some things from older versions of WoW. Very early on, we held a sort of internal summit for the designers to just pitch all kinds of wild ideas. If you could have any talent system and there's no production cost, what would you do? Some really wild stuff was thrown out, but it was cool to go through that process and see what aspects everyone kind of touched on. Common threads that we all kept coming back to. And you ended up doing the thing that players have been asking for a long time. I tell you what, Blizzard, instead of doing your developer summits, just fucking read your forums, for the love of fuck. And don't just do it when you're in trouble. Every once in a while, like just every 6 months, head over to the forums, read a couple of posts, just get a feel for what the community has been saying for fucking years now. UI to customize in the pre-patch, probably gonna this sounds like a pre-patch sort of thing. Both the talents, you'll probably get the talents and the new UI in the pre-patch. Absolutely. They had a pitch meeting in short. Optimal book, pretty much, yes. One would think that pitch meetings would happen at the beginning of every expansion, no? Like if you were making a game and you had all these overpaid developers, you know, wouldn't you have a pitch meeting every expansion to sort of figure out what could we do really well for, like, they're speaking as if this is brand new. They've never actually done this, which based on the lawsuits, we know they haven't. For the new talent system, it's definitely inspired by WoW Classic, but that separation of core class and specialization gives us a lot of control and ability to tune different portions of it. It's giving players the control to diversify their builds across different content without losing any of the flexibility and conveniences that we've built up over the years. You can still change your talents in town. You don't have to go pay gold like in Classic. If you want to try out something new, awesome. If you want to save different builds for different types of content, great. We have loadouts, so you can save your Mythic Plus build, your Raid build, your Arena build. That thing of figuring out what works for you and then creating a library, having it all ready to go. I have one question though. What if I want to change a talent, say, in the open world, like one talent? I don't just want to choose a different loadout. What if I just want to change a single talent in the open world? It doesn't make sense why I can't though. My worry now is if there could be too many talents with how big those trees are. I don't think so, Kamikins. Like, I don't think there can be too many. There's not enough there to be too many. Clear Mind is similar, will probably exist for that. Yeah, but I don't even understand why you have the Tome of Clear Mind. Is it really such a big problem if someone can just change a fucking talent? Like, why is that a problem? Feels a bit useless, you know? But Blizz seems to see it differently. Yeah, you should just give people the ability to change their talents at will. But I guess Blizzard seems to think there's a reason for it. I think keeping it unavailable for PvP is fair, but out in open world, yeah, just in the open world, you should be able to change your talents at a whim. You know, I'm standing outside the dungeon. I'm about to go into the dungeon. I quickly want to make a couple of changes to my talents because I want to do something different this time. Let's just go. You know, no Tome of the Clear Mind needed. I'm just changing some shit. It feels more like Tome of the Clear Mind was invented so that inscription would mean something. Like scribes would actually have a reason for existing. As it were, you know? It's not like the Tome of Clear Mind is necessary, but what else are scribes going to do if they're not going to make Tome of the Clear Mind the whole fucking time? You can have infinite amount of preset talent loadouts. You can swap at any point out of combat. Inscription is the rated stepchild of professions. True. We do it all the time in Guild Wars 2. Open it up and let players play the game. Your question should always be the following. Whenever it comes to thinking about removing something or adding something, the question should always be, will removing or adding this thing make the game more fun? If answer yes, do the thing. Be it remove or add. If answer yes, do the thing. That's it. That's it. If it's going to break the game, then obviously that's not going to make it more fun, so then don't do the fucking thing. It really, as far as I'm concerned, is as easy as it would be. We want to go really deep with all these different aspects. The new version of Daily Quest is going to be transferring over to a very activity-centric system. Oh, okay, here we get to something interesting. The new version of Daily Quests is going to be transferring over to a very activity-centric system that feels like you're always making progress. And unlike Covenants, you don't have to pick one of these different reputations to gain renown. You can do all of them. We're looking at how we can incorporate alt-friendliness in the same way that we did in 9152. So it's all a big refresh for the outdoor world. I have one major question here. Say, for example, I go from renown level 1 to renown level 15. Yeah? Am I going to see physical changes in the world? Like, will the world physically change to the things that I'm doing? Or is this going to be more a case of, basically dailies and world quests as we always have them in World of Warcraft, where you've basically saved the whole of Maldraxxus, and yet the same war in Maldraxxus is still taking place, the same world quests is still there. I really hope that there's some level of world progression, so you can see the world changing. Jan Ratka, how you doing, brother? Maybe not the world itself, but maybe it will allow access to further content. Zerberus, Final Fantasy XIV in Heaven's Ward have beast tribes, like the clicky people, where you do a couple of quests for them and their hub physically fucking changes. Like, the hub physically looks different as you do those quests. If Heaven's Ward already had the technology to do that, then surely World of Warcraft has the technology to change the world. Even if it is just the area where you pick up the quests for the Dragonflights. Even if you just see a little bit of physical progression there, it could really do a lot to make all your hard work feel like fucking something, I mean, look at the Ishgard reconstruction process. I mean, there's, 3 places that I think is completely reconstructed from the ground up, patch after patch. So, yes, few meshes. It's not that hard, pretty much, right? They definitely have it. Even back in Kata, Molten Front. We also had it in oh my god, Legion. Fuck, what's that called? What's that zone called again? Bro, Suramar. Fucking hell. I thought I had an aneurysm there. Suramar also had that sort of notable progression of the zone itself, Not the zone, but the area, the sort of hub where you pick shit up. So clearly World of Warcraft can do that. Soul of Gabriel? I don't think so. Because ultimately, the zones in Shadowlands also had loading screens. And yet, they didn't do it there. So it's clearly not about the loading screens between zones that make that big of a difference. I don't think so. I don't think that's the reason they're not doing it. I think it's just laziness. Because it's a whole lot to do for very little, if you think about it. Like, giving people visual progression within a zone for the quest that they do and the way they progress through the zone is it's even smaller than quality of life, because it isn't really quality of life even. It's immersion more than anything, right? So you're basically putting in a hell of a lot of developer time to increase immersion into your game. And it's not like not having it there sort of destroys immersion. It's a nice to have. And more often than not, whenever it comes to nice to haves, Blizzard tends to err on the side of fuck you. Which is, a problem as far as I'm concerned. You optimize the crap out of anything, but this talent system will make it so that the margin in performance is very small. They did it in Iceground, so they definitely can do it. You might need a quick fade to black or a flyover cutscene to hide the swapping, though. I'm sure you could do many of those things and probably more. I'd have to see more about this renown system that they want to implement. Story hints as the wait for Dragonflight begins. With both an alpha preview and beta event planned, Blizzard isn't quite ready to reveal the release date for World of Warcraft Dragonflight. That said, with the return to Azeroth and the return to a more grounded story that wasn't about some immediate cataclysmic event, we were curious about what it meant to visit the Dragon Isles. What would players discover? What stories would be told? With the Dragonflights, if they couldn't be defenders of Azeroth anymore, what is their future? Jeremy ponders. That's really what we're going to be exploring, and we'll be getting into their stories as you land on the Dragon Isles. You're going to be meeting with Dragonspawn and Dragon King, some of our ancient friends from Blackwing Lair, upraised for a new generation, learning about their purpose in Dragon Society. We're going to find the life pools of the Raid Dragonflight, where their sacred oath to the Titans was put forth, helping them regain some of their power. Visiting all of the different dragonflights is a little bit similar to what we did in Wrath of the Lich King. But these are fully fledged areas, and many of them have dungeons associated with them, helping the black dragonflight take back their defensive citadel, helping the green dragonflight secure their grove. The main dragonflights aren't all of the dragons in World of Warcraft either. We've met a bunch of other dragons, stone dragons, thunder dragons. Here we're meeting another group of dragons called the Primalists. They follow a group of primal incarnates, followers of Galakrond, ancient, huge proto-dragons that choose not to side with the Titans. They believe that everyone should be subservient to dragonkind because they're big and powerful. Facing off against dragons, dragon versus dragon, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Jeremy Ponders is one of the lead developers. I don't know lead developer for what in World of Warcraft, but he is one of the lead developers. The followers of Galakrond. What do you think the chances are that the followers of Galakrond manages to reanimate Galakrond? They will? Yeah, we know his skeleton is gone, so it might be that they stole it. I mean, yeah. I would not be surprised. They'll try. I get a feeling we'll stop them. Potential good story, so 0%. That would be a potentially good story. Maybe not in his full form, but an aspect of him, sure. Dude, I want him in his full form. I'm not even lying. I want him in his full, glorious form. This big-ass fucking Drake that just consumes everything. That's what I want. Harry Potter universe, when the Ministry of Magic had the mantra of magic is might. So we get to shove another giant rock down his throat. I'm game, if that's true. I mean, and it would be sort of the perfect thing, right? Towards the end of the expansion. You have this entire expansion where you don't really have that world level threat. And then you have Galakrond, which could potentially be a world level threat that you have to stop. And then maybe we can have the Sword of Sargeras eventually be fucking used, like Digimark just said there. I think all of this could be really cool. Rock would be big enough. Blackrock Mountain. Yeah, just shove your dick in his mouth. That's pretty much all you need, Zerberus. He'll gobble that shit down. Like, he eats everything. Wake him up and have him destroy everything that might be interesting for next X-Pack. No, for the love of fuck, let's not have him destroy everything again. Azeroth is teetering on the brink of destruction as things stand already. Let's not have more destruction and just death reign upon Azeroth. I just want a nice, clean, good expansion that deals with dragons and the history of World of Warcraft, and we'll see how it goes, right? I'm covering the stuff for 4 hours and not once mentioned the only thing that mattered from the reveal, Stony Tony. It's, I will say what was remarkable about Tony. I cared more about Tony in the 5 seconds that we've known him than I did about Zuval in all the time that we've spent with him. So something is amiss, because I actually genuinely didn't want Stony to die. You know, I kind of thought, fuck, this is sad. He's dying. That's not cool. And then she saved him. I was like, oh, good job. Good job. I'm glad that Tony was saved. And if his name isn't Tony, I will fucking riot. If Blizzard does not call him Tony, it is riot. I don't care if it's immersion breaking. I don't care about the story. His name should be Tony. Tony Montana. Exactly that. Tony the Stony. Yeah. Just do that. Okay, but that aside, I think this might be the lowest rated WoW expansion cinematic so far, even in personal opinion. I agree. As a pure cinematic, it is definitely the worst. Very little hype moments. my brothers actually pointed out something that I'm not necessarily in agreement with, but I will run it by you guys in case you agree. My brother's biggest problem with it is that the expansion feels too feel good. Like, there's no darkness. There's no, like, encroaching philosophical problem or moral problem that you have to deal with. It's just sort of feel good. And that was their biggest problem with it. Why do you think that's a good thing? I thought the cinematic was good. Not great, but good. Mist thought it the same way. I don't agree with that. Mist of Pandaria has one of the greatest scenes in cinematic history of World of Warcraft ever. Period. Ever. If you don't, like, Jesus. I can't believe you guys are saying that. Like, I'm gonna have to... Like, this is one of the greatest scenes in the history of World of Warcraft ever. And I'll show you exactly which scene is the greatest ever. Right there. This one. This scene right here, favorite fucking scene in any cinematic of World of Warcraft ever. The look of that orc as he's looking at that fucking panda is just next level, dude. I love that scene. So, no, I actually think Mist of Pandaria had a brilliant cinematic. It is. It's sort of that sibling rivalry kind of thing. We're fine to fight each other, but as soon as someone interferes, it's us against them until we've taken care of the outsider, and then we'll go back to fighting each other again. I think that was perfect. The Dragonflight cinematic didn't have any of these real, like, impactful moments. But then at the same time, maybe that's a good thing, because none of the previous expansions, like the last two expansion cinematics, were insanely good, and the expansions turned out to be complete shite. So maybe a bad cinematic means a good expansion? Like, you know, maybe this is the turning point. From here on forward, we only want bad cinematics, because bad cinematics mean good expansions. Muppet a good cinematic, but there was no preconception on what the expansion was about other than pandas. In Inquisitorium, I don't think the reason why people don't like the expansion cinematic for Dragonflight is because we don't know who the bad guy is. I think the reason people don't like it is very little happened. They effectively had the Dragonflights arrive. Like, Tony waking up was kind of like something. But outside of that, nothing else really happened. It was just the Dragonflights returning home. And I think that's what a lot of people sort of had a problem with. It didn't do anything to set up any sort of expectation for what could be. At least in the Panda expansion, seeing the pandas in the Panda homeworld, you had an expectation that was created, and seeing the Horde and the Alliance fight each other, that was another expectation that was immediately set up. But dragons we have known about for a really long time. So dragons showing up is not necessarily the big brain thing that people would have wanted to see. But it's exactly in that I find hope. Because maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. Dragonflight is supposed to be more feel-good. It's jarring in comparison, but the lack of expectation might be the most beneficial part. Also, yeah, it doesn't come with that whole... You expect so much and then you're sort of let down. I think the other thing that is absolutely going to work in Blizzard's favor throughout this expansion, like 100%, is the lack of expectation. Everyone's expectations for the last two expansions or following the last two expansions is so low that if Blizzard just doesn't fuck up, like they don't even have to hit it out of the park, as long as they don't step in shit, I think people are going to be happy, you know? As long as there's not another lawsuit that comes and now you find out that not only were they cube crawling, but they were also sticking their asses in other people's faces while they were sleeping and invading people's homes and going on a massive crime spree across California. You know, as long as none of that shit comes out, I feel like people will be like, yeah, this is a good expansion. It delivered a really strong sense and feel. Everyone's sort of happy, no questions asked, you know, so I can see how this can work in Blizzard's favor. Too edgy in some of its themes. It was like, let's go to 24/7. Shadowlands is just an expansion that tried to do too much in too little time, and that ended up fucking it. Next will be battle between Activision Blizzard and ActiBlizz. I literally have no idea who the bad guy is or even how he could come about. So the bad guy, from what we can tell right now, is the Primalists. The Primalists is a group of dragons that believe everyone else is fundamentally wrong. So it's a group of dragons that think that we should actually be serving the dragons. We should worship the dragons. The dragon should be in control of everything. They don't believe that the dragons should be helping mortals. That seems to be the bad guys as they're set up right now in terms of the story. Stupid name. They said they were the bad guys. I mean, if you look at FF14 cinematics, they were always action and detail packed, but even they didn't give a lot to expect, to be honest. So WoW definitely could have done more, but who knows? I would say the thing that's different between Final Fantasy XIV cinematics and WoW cinematics is the way FF14 cinematics hit before and after the expansion. So classic one would be the ARR cinematic. If you watch the ARR cinematic before you play ARR, and even before you play Heavensward, it's okay, you know? It's not a bad cinematic. It's really cool. Then you watch it after you've played ARR, and you're like, whoa, Jesus, that's like next level. Holy crap. So I would say like the Final Fantasy XIV cinematics is far more a tale in motion than what it is meant as just a cinematic, like just a teaser trailer almost. Jordan. Next will be the battle between staffs of Activision and Blizzard, and ActiBlizz Company, and MS comes in between and gives Coca-Cola, and there is peace again. Like, this is full and makes more sense now. Shit, did you? They want you to learn about him before you know him, so they avoid doing it like they did the Jailer, where we were shown everything from the Maw quests at the start. We'll see. Like, look, right now, most of what we think is speculation at best. The truth is we know very little about what is coming or what could potentially be coming. Right now, we're just going to have to wait and see. What is there seems good, seems decent. Is it going to stay decent? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. So we'll probably have to wait and see. That's all I can tell you. We'll have to wait and see. Do you like even more than the mob one? Oh, easy. Wrath. I mean, the Mists of Pandaria cinematic has my favorite scene in a WoW cinematic ever. That scene. But my favorite WoW cinematic is the one from Wrath. And not because it's necessarily the best cinematic World of Warcraft has ever done, but because it's the one that I have the biggest emotional connection to. You know, I played Warcraft 2, I played Warcraft 3, and Warcraft 3 just... I love that game so much. So when it finally came around to Arthas being the next big bad, I was fully on board with that. So yeah, I would say the Wrath one, definitely. Culticlore, we know there's not going to be another AP style grind. Like, we already know that. I think I loved every cinematic up until this one. He literally broke the world by flapping his wings. Sorry, think I missed your quasi-reaction at work. Have you been reacting already or not yet? Voidwalker, we're going to be reacting to all of those videos and stuff tomorrow. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't think there's ever really been a bad WoW cinematic. The one thing that you can say about World of Warcraft, or the one thing that you can't criticize World of Warcraft about, is their fucking cinematics. It's actually one of the things that pisses me off about WoW, is they have these really good cinematics, and then the game never lives up to the cinematic. Because they continuously, it feels like they put far more effort into their cinematics, because that's how you convince people to actually buy your game. And then they don't put any effort into actually rewarding people for actually buying the game. So yeah, I don't have a problem at all with Blizzard's cinematics. My problem is with the game. It's been the game and Fun Terran and the team to do a Netflix series. I would be okay with a Netflix series. Not gonna lie. Would be. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, it is time for me to go because I still have a Patreon live stream that needs to happen right now. So I'm gonna love you and leave you. I'm gonna be back tomorrow night. Same time, same place as always. Tomorrow night, we're probably gonna, like, if there's any new WoW stuff that comes out, we'll obviously cover that. And then we're probably gonna play some Final Fantasy 14. Remember, if you have PvP focused or centric glams, tomorrow night is literally going to be the glam competition. Right? I have it set for tomorrow night. We're gonna do probably 2 hours of reacting and sort of discussing stuff, and then we're gonna play. And I'm going to judge some of the glams that you guys have come up with. And I do apologize that we've had to push it back so much. But yeah, tomorrow night we're also going to get back into the MSQ for FF14. I think I've spent enough time PvPing. It's time for us to see the rest of the story of Stormblood. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. As always, same place, same time. Thank you so much for all the support, to every single one of you that is subbing, that is supporting. If you're a patron, please remember to keep an eye on Patreon, because I will be letting you know soon when the show starts. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for hanging out, for chilling out. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope that you had a wonderful time. I know I did. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam. And also, Casey, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.